Start talking at 3. We are talking at 3. Me, Dean, Yin Yang. Say hi, George.
Hi.
George, Bear, top left corner. If you're just listening, then don't worry about it. Where are we at? 20 seconds. We did good. Fast intros. We're on the move. We're covering ground today. We're going to do time
Moving.
warps and all kinds of craziness and try to have lesser anxieties.
Less these.
Sure. Intros did. And yep. Yep. About so GH George. Let's just put George. And then GH throughout videos, discussions. The first one was K. Reeves saves a puppy, right?
Well, yes and no. It's more like he went to do some research at a Los Angeles canine unit or their canine school for the police department. And while he was there, he kind of gotten talked into adopting a retired police dog. And in the first 24 hours of him having said dog, he noticed the dog was irritated by took so persistent, and he figured, well, they said he'd been checked out, but I'm gonna err on the side of caution and take him into the vet. Take him into a vet that had, where the entrance was a little bit more private than out there on the main street.
Mm-hmm.
Went in there, so it was raining, so they had some cancellation, so they were able to see him real quick, and they were also talking about how the secretary taking in appointments was a bit starstruck. Let's just put it this way, she kept her decorum, but you could tell by, according to the story, by her hands that she's a little nervous. But anyhow,
Because that's Neo, the one.
yeah, uh, took the dog in and saw that the dog had an irritation on its neck from feeling it, and the 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 vet took his scanner that they have, scanning for chips, and noticed it was a chip in his neck that caused an irritation, and it was still active. It's one of their police chips that track the dog, has a GPS locator, its history, dog's history with the police force, but it was also sending out cryptic information. So Connor Reeves saying, that's not normal. They should have been deactivated. So he calls a friend of his that he had done some work with earlier in his career when he was uh, learning to be an FBI agent. And he told the FBI agent what the issue was. He says, "Don't worry, we'll be there shortly." And the FBI came in, Bigfoot, so to speak, full team, complete with TAC team standing by in a undercover van. They called it, I guess, a mobile headquarters, disguised as a delivery truck. And the FBI agent used his scanner. That's how they knew what it was. Called the LAPD canine people. They came in and went, "Oh, okay, that's what that is. Oops, we must have missed it." And then they explained to why that the dog was put up for adoption so fast was because the handler, who's been his dog's partner for 5 years, had to go and get hospitalized for cancer and was taking chemotherapy. since while they were there talking and all this was going on, the doctor went ahead and removed the chip and put in a standard, canine chip that doesn't bother them. I even puppy chip that has, basically covers the vet logs and things of that nature. And Reeves, out of his own kindness, says, "You think the police officer would like to make sure see his former partner to see that he's being taken care of? Oh, I think he'd get a kick out of it." So they called and made arrangements, and Keanu Reeves took the dog to see him at the hospital. Well, first at his house, because sometimes when you're taking chemotherapy, you have good days and bad. Well, they do this several times over the years, which also helped the dog relax. And talking about how the dog occasionally reverts back to its training, being alert, standing at attention, to that nature. But the doggy's enjoying his retirement, and periodically the former handler comes over and they play together. And that the former officer is now training officer over with the canine. And then it talks about the doctor has a picture of Keanu Reeves, the dog, and the handler in his front office, and they all three got together to do some stuff for, I guess, charity work to raise money for one of the puppy issues. But because of the way Keanu Reeves held it nice, calm, and collective, they also updated and changed the way they retired dogs to make sure that nothing's missed. As well as the former police officer is back at the canine unit, the trainer for dogs, trying to update their procedure. It was nice to hear a story about a good guy doing a good thing, and it helps not just himself out, not just a puppy, just his former handler, but updated their law enforcement to make them better on how they do things. Like I said, that's the reason I believe that there are good guys out.
Yep. And effecting change. That's the important part. For the better. Any little
And they also
bit.
they
Wait.
said, Keanu Reeves went out to the canine unit to get information and look at what they do, and wound up taking home a friend.
It's a story of a boy and his dog.
Oh, yeah. But I just thought you would enjoy it because, we hear so many stories about cops doing bad things and citizens being bad. It's nice every now and then to hear good stories of good things that, didn't hurt anybody, improved the life of somebody, and just helped out. And because, Hollywood's full of creep. You know that you used to live in that area
And
and
we
just
just
watch
discussed
people.
all the David Lynch stuff
Yeah. I mean, they're
yesterday.
creeps. So it's nice to hear about good people in Hollywood. He's everything I've heard about him, he's one of the good people. He's also a good actor. He does a role, he likes to go train for that role. That's how he took up martial arts. That's how he took up pew pew fighting and shooting. Uh, and when he does it on his dime, not movie maker's dime. He reads script. Oh, I'm gonna need to know how to do this. I better go learn how to do this. And when it comes to the general public, he's a very cool and laid back individual. He does not mind stopping what he's doing to take pictures with his fans and talking to him. Everything I've heard, he just seems to be a very relaxed person, not uptight, full of himself. Just like you watch these videos about stars. Oh, the person he hated the most, and it's all clickbait. Bet the true secrets they want to talk about. Jim Derry, John Wayne. What secrets? Their lives are so micro under a microscope. They have very few secrets. Just like John Wayne. Oh, he's made racist comment. The comment he made was people need to quit being hyphenated Americans. They're either an American or they're not. That was considered racism.
Elizabeth said Keanu is supposed to be one of the kindest people anywhere. Takes subways and buses and is just a great person. He's Neo.
The other,
he is the one.
one of the things he did is he had a specialized made sidecar for his motorcycle for the dog. So that when they go out and about, it has a harness and a safe place for the dog to sit. Which I think is kind of, when you got that kind of money, you can do that. Like I said, it was just a heartwarming story I thought you would enjoy after all the nastiness we've been going over, people calling each other names that don't fit. After this past year of political climate, it's always nice to hear a heartwarming story.
This past year. This past my whole lifetime.
Well, yeah, but
let's put George. Quote. Heartwarming story.
Yeah.
Is good to hear. Yes.
I mean, after a while, you get tired of this person did something evil to this person, and they tried to mow down these many people with a pickup truck and then blow it up, or someone tried to blow this thing up. People are just running for the fun of it, and someone puts out a bomb to try and take out as many as possible. This cop beat this set of cops beat this person to death, or
Trump.
it's like all the bad guys are innocent people and all the cops are guilty. That's not true. There are some bad cops and there are bad people out, but there are also good people, and cops are people too. It's just, and you hear the same thing with the actors. We've talked about Jane Fonda, and she blames it on naivety. She was over 21, so I don't saying you're not entitled to disclaimer. George Clooney, all his I'm better than you are because I have more money. What's his name that shot the film person going, oh, Americans are naive. They don't even have passports. Well, most Americans don't leave their own country. We're the United States is larger than Europe, or as large as Europe, so we can visit things in our own country. We don't need passport. I mean, technically, sometimes it feels like you do need a passport to go to California too, but you don't.
Just your vaccine passport and your vegetable passport. True story. Go look it up.
But I mean, you can still leave California off and see quite a bit in our own country. Does it make us naive? It does not make the average American naive on workings of the world. Because, hey, the news, if you watch the news, read the news, as you well know, you're misinformed on a lot. But it depends on how deep dive you want to take it as to how much you want to.
I want to go. Oh, this web page is way out of date. Now, this is horrible. Blue on pink.
Blue on pink.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Someone
Yeah.
doesn't know color theory.
I went back to the home page. Ever since they invented it, just like the big ball of yarn and oh man, we have so many cool. It's so goofy. But Bo Derek, I like. Never mind. Can't say that online. The novelty stuff that we have around this country.
Yeah.
Put it on and off your bucket list every time anybody talks about stuff like that. I think, bravo, I want to see it.
I mean,
Yeah. True story.
I mean, that's one reason you see some people when they retire, they get a RV and they start traveling to different states and put little state stickers up on the back of the RV going, "I visit this pot."
We got lots of pictures.
Oh
On the
yeah.
other, on the other, well, the clicker linkers are out, gone. Oh, jeepers, creepers, raw ball people. That that pink background's gotta go. Can I change this? Oh well. I used to love her. Guns N' Roses song. She pinked
Uh,
so much.
well, if you're going to use pink, you need to use like the opposite color. So,
Well, that give me
so
and that gave me
green would
seizures.
be a
So
better color.
yeah, I'm done with it. No, just leave it device default, please. Somebody go back and edit that page and upload a
I
bunch
mean,
more pictures, especially if the girly girls are doing girly tricks and like taking them off right there to add them to the ball. I want to see that.
I mean,
Behind the scenes
just
photography. Yowza.
just traveling in our own little state, North Carolina. There's a lot to be seen.
Yeah, that whole, we talked about it before. It's the big ball of twine. It's got its own Wikipedia page. Where the heck is this thing? Cocker? Not that way. Cawker. Cocker City, Kansas.
Yeah.
I have
Well, North
seen
Carolina.
the ball of twine, which is the inspiration for the bra ball, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying,
Oh,
in our this state, not your home state, I guess you say, but this state, you got just within a couple hours of you and me, we got USS North Carolina. You got historical Wilmington. You got historical New Bern and Tryon. Uh, you got
the fort is
different
still in North Carolina, isn't it? The famous
what?
fort. The famous fort.
Which famous fort? Fort Fisher?
Yes. Fort Fisher
Well,
and Sea. It's where
it's
the road ends.
just the south of Wilmington, and over half the fort's gone because between the Civil War and today, people have hauled off dirt, rocks, things of that nature, and the ocean took it. So there's like just a sliver of the fort left. But yeah, I used to go there all the time, go fishing there, go to the beach, go watch the dolphins.
Back in the day, if we went anywhere near the coast, even if it was all the way up in Elizabeth City or something, well,
Uh-huh.
then you got to drive all the way down the coast and end where the road ends at Fort Fisher. And just me and the missus, it was a thing of ours when we used to be able to travel. We had liberty. We
My
still
dad
have
used to
liberty, but
Mom and dad used to do that with us kids. And we'd go, you got Fort Macon up around Atlantic Beach, no, Carolina Beach, Atlantic, excuse me. You got Cape Hatteras, First Flight,
hmm
Baldy out in the mountains, Blowing Rock, Boone,
yeah,
Cherokee.
we talked about it before. The Wizard of Oz tribute
Yep.
place.
I mean, you can get a hotel room in Boone, go to Blowing Rock, Tweetsie Railroad.
I was
Land of
trying to think.
Oz.
I tell you, I was about to say what I want to call it always is, and it's very wrong, but I couldn't remember. Is it teats like on a cow or tweets like on a Twitter? Tweetsy
It
Railroad.
it's tweets like on the Twitter page.
Yep.
It's Tweetsy Railroad. Been there a couple of times as a kid. It was fun. It's a good place to take kids. Uh, have some root beer and watch old Wild West show. You got if you also like horses and riding in Wild West. There's a place closer called Love Valley,
Yep. That's where all the drunk equestrians go.
and they have their Wild West days because there's little Wild West theme park. You got Carowinds down about Charlotte where you can literally it's like stand on South Carolina and North Carolina at the same time because they have a big huge where the border is painted through the park.
Elizabeth said the bra ball was to get rid of articles of torture women used to wear. Look at some of those old 60s movies. Yeah, burn your bras. The pointed, wire-ridden, pain-filled. A woman could even get infections from those. Nice taste clothing for women. I hope we keep that. Bring it back. I hate what we call, back in the day, there was a movie and everybody just called the television the boob tube. That's what a sports bra is. They call it the
Well,
uniboob or the boob tube. It's not.
well, because I'm mischievous the way I am is the reason my wife wears sports bras because in the early days of being married and going together, I could undo her bra with the twitch of
Uh,
you know.
she uses
I
it
saw it
as
on
a chastity belt to make her husband behave. Good job. Good
thank you.
job.
Well,
I mean, I understand if you're going to go do sports or do work like she does, in a uniform, I wish behind a vet protective vest. You don't want them sticking up and out and looking pretty.
well,
Smash them
not to mention
down. Keep them from
during the summer,
wiggling and jiggling.
during the summer around here, she wears that T-shirt and then her uniform because you need something to soak up some of the sweat.
Represents getting rid of the painful uh, misogyny, all
Well,
that, the painful clothing of women. The
I
problem
mean,
is, when they
we have
volunteer to do it, man,
well,
there's some very strange
historic.
stuff still goes on in our world.
Yeah, I'm just saying in this little state, we have um things that date back to pre-colony times all the way through the Civil War, modern time. I mean, Texas, if you're ever out near Lubbock, Texas or in Lubbock, Texas, it's run by the Texas Tech Museum. They have a plot of land where they've been putting up one of every type of building that exists in Texas, complete with the original barn from the 4-6 ranch, which is huge. They have a mock-up or remnants of a soda fountain. Soda, yeah, soda fountain. Soda joint that Buddy Holly used to work at, and it plays his music and other music time. As you walk through, they have a fountain there. It's with a statue of Buddy Holly, and around the outside of the statue is plaque dedicated to every famous singer from Tech. I mean,
Oh
there's
no,
all
we,
kinds of
we
things.
better get rid of that. That's monuments.
I
He was
think
a
you'd run into
he,
a
and he was pale face.
yeah.
Uh, He probably needs to be
See?
erased from history. Yep. Yep.
Well, knowing what I know of that area, if the radicals went to go take down Buddy Holly's statue, they'd probably run into a serious gunfight.
Did you see? Oh my gosh, somebody made, and I love it. I don't care. I don't know where they're going to put it. I hopefully on private property. Somebody made a bronze of Donald Trump with his fight, fight, fight fist up in the air.
No, I didn't.
Hang on, bro. I'll at you. I can't believe you guys didn't see this of Trump. Enter images. 16 hours ago. How's this picture? Oh, wait. Hang on. Hang on. I saw another one. AOL from America Online. You've got mail. You've got messengers. It's not a very good size image, but it's got the lady. I love you, lady. I love you. You're my hero. Oh, and that guy you're holding up. He counts too. It is so rocky and it is so cool. I love it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they even have the statue of Rocky from the movie. It's still up.
Yeah, they put it up for sale back when we were doing a stupid destroy ourselves and learn to hate each other totally. Beautification / renovation of downtown done. And I said, instead of spending $10 million learning to absolutely loathe each other, which we all do, still do, absolute red rum. Everybody downtown, we hate each other so badly. We pray for each other to die in fiery car accidents in a movie.
Well, I look at
And
this
my
where we need to.
contribution was for 1/5 the price when that thing was for sale. Let's just buy the Rocky statue, put it up on the corner, and have people come visit, done for tourism.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. I mean,
And they were like, shut the F up, Dean, you're stupid.
but then again, the stuff they actually haven't done that's worth going to go see, they don't advertise. You got that
Donald
small
J.
little
Trump fight bronze. Go ahead, talk. I'm just writing a note.
I'm just saying they don't have. They got that little airborne museum because they had one of their first airborne generals retire and done, and his house was converted to a museum.
Yeah, and somebody vandalized the statue out front of that several times. So finally, I don't remember if we even have the statue anymore, or if they put it in the
Well,
backyard.
it's not there anymore. But I mean, we have. I mean, Fayetteville, you got the actual Airborne Special Operations Museum. I saw it in the early days, and it's gotten bigger. They have a table that's permanently set up to represent, vets who had fallen in action. Little dinner table, roped off. On Fort Bragg, you got the original Special Forces Museum, which if you do everything right, you can go see it. Which also has a Hollywood stars, lack for a better word, den in it. Um, Martha Ray's, what she used to call her team room, which was a place that in California that if you were special forces, she'd invite you in, and if you had needed a place to crash for the night, you could crash in her what she called her team room. And it's kind of her dedication to the boys she loved from Vietnam because she lost her only son during Vietnam. He was an officer. Just a second.
Okay, I'll read the chat. That lady was maybe a 36 AAA. What lady? L was maybe 32. GGG. Oh no, I, not L. It's got a period after it.
Here's something
Like
kind of roughly
Leona.
spooky.
Hang on. Hang on, I'm reading the chats. I was maybe 32 GGG like Leona. She was well endowed. Who was 36 AAA? Isn't
My wife,
that Katie? They want They wanted to fire her, but Trump refused to let them. She even admitted she was a bit short to defend a man about a foot taller, but she still does protect Trump. I hope so. I have not seen her since. They unwoke that detail, and now they got a bunch of big, stupid, fat men standing around. I don't feel safe for Donald Trump. I talked to Oprah long ago when a guy bought a whole town for 2,500. I said, buy some towns, fix them up as resorts where families can live and keep the rental units up, and families can come and rent a month or more to experience what people live like in good old no locked door times. Put in a few nice diners, including on a second street fast food people cannot do without, to support, and some nice upscale stores with the local area. Produce sold out, fronting those boxes they used to put in fresh each day. Yeah, Dunn used to have a open air or a farmer's market. It was called the open air market. You could even go there and make your own ding-danging sausage out of stuff. They fixed that and got rid of it. Leona and Linda, you missed a paragraph. I missed what paragraph? People could pay lots for a meal or a night on the rails to support the veteran retirement. Miss Pat and I and Dr. Pat still look at old railroad cards. I looked at that. I read that. And then you said that lady was maybe 36 AAA. And I said, what lady?
Well, Jen mentioned something about the Airborne Museum we have down back when we had those floods from the hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
In the process of moving some of the displays around, the table that has I think it's four or six. I think it's four. That was the only place in the entire museum that stayed dry. It's a spot where that table and chairs sit. Which is kind of, that's saying something. That, if you believe in ghosts and spirits and things of that, that one spot stayed dry. I mean, most states have our beautiful, weird country have things that people will find. If I had to go to California, if I had to go to the LA area, there's something there I wouldn't mind going and seeing, but I'm not going to California just to see it, which is the Gene Autry Cowboy Museum. And for those that don't know, Gene Autry is a famous singing cowboy from the early movies. And he's the one that recorded, and it became his #1 hit, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I understand the San Diego Zoo's quite wow. But, to me, zoos are zoos. Especially after you've gone to the North Carolina Zoo in Asheboro. And then got that thing around things like real wolves, baby leopards, baby jaguar from the carnivore.
We're living in a human zoo. The animals are me and you. Oh, that's a Sham 69 song from way back, a long time ago. Did YouTube have it? You never know. Let's axe. Sham 69, human, zoo. Yep. Under Sham 69 topic. I think I got the stuff muted, autoplay blocked, ad running, but it is muted. Share. Copy. You go get your dose of long ago runt talker. There it is in the chat. We'll put it right here. Trim 69. Human Zoo. Blam.
For your sports fans out, North Carolina has both a professional football team and a professional basketball team. All kinds of semi-pro baseball.
Yep. Elizabeth said, I think the SD Zoo is great, but most people are talking about the safari area or the park in SD where wild animals run free in huge park lots. Yep. Jurassic Park. We're all gonna die.
The only thing I really know about it is my brother went there, used to, because they used to give out free tickets to military personnel. He was stationed in San Diego, so he'd go quite a bit, send home pictures, and that was back in then a few years ago.
Just a moment ago. My home screen on the tube after refreshed after playing with network connections has Metal Forge. Please don't go over there. Yeah, everybody go there, watch him, but keep ours open so we get analytics too. Destiny is doing live stuff with whatever a Nick Mullen is, not so erudite. Got the little youngster showing off the body on the thing. What sells?
I was going to say also in our previous stream, we talked about the films that were filmed in North Carolina. We didn't even get a quarter of a way through it. It's over 8,000 TV shows and films. And
Yep.
We got several famous outdoor theaters. Cherokee, outside Pembroke, talks about the Lowry brothers, Lowrys, and their resistance. We have one at a place called Snow. There's one in Kinston. Problem with coming from part of the family, we're very theatrical and minded, especially we always got taken to the outdoor dramas. We have two professional symphony orchestras. You got the North Carolina Symphony Orchestra and the Durham Symphony Orchestra. And I've been taken to both multiple. You have that's old school. 1, 2, 3, I think 4 in different times of year Scottish festivals. You have 2 or 3 Renaissance festivals. One of them goes periodically through, that's seasonal. One goes every so often throughout the entire year. You got all kinds of art museums, state run, private run, university run, art council run. All kinds of for your pew-pewers. There's all kinds of shooting competitions going on all over the state. The largest military fishing, hunting, bird watching, flower shows.
The biggest last two, or maybe 3, but really just 2 military bases on the East Coast because of BRAC.
Well,
started by Herbert Walker in the 90s and completed in the early 2000s.
When we're talking military bases, we got Fort Bragg, which is the largest Army installation, I think, in the United States.
Yep.
Definitely in this half of the country. You got
Marine
Seymour
base.
Johnson. Yeah, you got multiple Marine bases. You got Camp Lejeune, which is in Jacksonville. Cherry Point Air Station, which is in Cherry Point, North Carolina, just outside Moorhead. You have Seymour Johnson base. And there's 4 big ones right there for you. Then you also have, it's not really a Navy base, but you got naval installation. There's one in Wilmington. We have one of the largest Coast Guard cutters on the eastern coast out of Wilmington. And let's face it, from the center of the state, Virginia's borders like 3 to 4 hours away. South Carolina's 2 to 3 hours away. Georgia's, depending on what route you take, is less than 6 hours away. Tennessee's like 6 hours away, at least from Fayetteville. Kentucky's about 6-7 hours away. I mean, you can travel. You can almost day trip it, see a lot of stuff.
Yep.
Texas, if you go from the middle of the state outward, it might be a day just to get there. 8-hour driving. Texas is pretty big, but there's also a lot to see. Hell, just driving through the state and seeing the different types of terrain and wildlife and people. You got large German communities. You drive up to Pennsylvania, you got the Pennsylvania Dutch, you have the Amish, you have the Mennonites. You have a large Mennonite community here in North Carolina out of Winston-Salem, which is another German settled area. The number of parks that were out of American Revolution battleground, things that happened.
It would appear that Kilauea, I think is how it's said, is spitting up again.
Oh, and if you want to do other fun things, you got mines that you can go dig for gold. Or pan for gold. $8, $10 a bucket of dirt, and you can pan and you'll find gold. You got places where you can go dig emeralds up in the mountains. We have some of the largest emerald mines in the world. The world's largest emerald was found in North. Yes, I'm proud of my own state. There are things that I would like to improve on it, but there's a lot to be proud of. I'm sure other than what's going on for the past 8 years in California, there's a lot to be proud about California. It has one of the largest Navy bases in the world, San Diego. Miles upon miles upon miles of coastline, miles upon miles upon miles of very tall mountains, because they're new mountains. The North Carolina mountains aren't as tall, but they're a lot older too, geologically speaking. Both sides of both the Pacific and Atlantic have all kinds of fishing and whale watching, dolphin watching. North Carolina, you see more dolphin and porpoises than you do whale. But it's also warmer water.
San Francisco.
According to my brother, the difference between the Pacific and the Atlantic. The Pacific's more blue, and the Atlantic's a little bit more greenish.
Yeah, out in it, the Pacific is very clear, but mostly along the coastline, it's whatever you call stirred up, brackish, muddy, sandy, dirty looking. Especially these days. I saw looking at fire stuff the other day that they'd had another sewage warning. California beach. They had a beach water advisory very recently, 4 days ago. Orange County, San Diego. I don't know what county San Diego's in. But they did it again. They spilled the sewage into the ocean, told everybody don't swim in the ocean. They used to be serious, like flesh-eating bacteria and all kinds of other biological wastes and dangerous products. As part of living there, you just people
Because
not
they have
from there are like, what the H? And people that live there are like, yeah, it'll wash away in a few days.
That's because people there, or politicians there, are more interested in putting up windmills and solar farms, saying, "See how good we did," when they would be better off to set up methane processing, which would to also take care of their flesh-eating bacteria not appearing in the ocean. Because by the time it comes out of the fecal matter comes out of the methane processing, inert dirt and pure water. And we knew about these processes back in the 70s. Go read old Mother Earth news magazine. I'm not talking brand new technology. I'm talking about stuff that's been around for a while. We know it works. We know how to do it. It's just we refuse to do it.
Yep.
That's the reason when I hear about PETA and these other environmental groups attacking people, I'm like, do you even know what you're attacking about?
Nope.
I mean, windmills have been proven to kill more bald eagles than all the illegal hunting put together. Though bald eagles' population is increasing. I mean,
Bald
something like
eagle.
out of the 14,000 windmills that were been put up in the United States, there are less than 4,000 of them still working because they went from 14,000 to 7,000 within the first 3 years because they weren't geared for the winds that they were facing and would burn up. And we don't have the facilities to recycle the blades. All we do is bury them.
Frontline windmills. I think it was in
Was it
California.
California? Was it California that the lithium battery plant caught fire? Or actually, it's
Yep.
next door to it.
Yep.
And oh, Tesla is blamed for that. And it wasn't the Tesla battery plant. It was a different battery plant. But, they have to hate on someone, so they're going to blame this fire on someone that had and some company that had nothing to do with it. It's not even their plant.
There's Elon
Get
bad.
yeah, get away from lithium batteries for cars. It's stupid. And they're toxic and they catch fire so easy. And when they do, it's so hard to put out. You almost have to just let them burn out and put all those toxins in the air. Hydrogen fuel cells. A lot.
It is a bit sad. Smithsonian
Yeah.
Magazine also had early science on all these energy and clear the sewage. In the 70s, too. It was Trump who did that study on bird death, especially eagles, and yet some.
Well, I knew about it before Trump was a political figure.
They're killing the birds. They're eating the pets. There it is. 3 years ago, PBS Frontline. The Business of Disaster.
Yeah.
Let's tell everybody. Go look. Because you know what it talked a lot about? California fires. It
Well,
is huge business.
look at
See,
the
it's in the checklist for today. There's a
on
good, well-written article.
okay. Just like if you look at some of the Kansas, Missouri area where they have so many bad hurricanes and they take out so many houses. Part of it is due to the way they build the houses. They build the house and then covered it with sod, they would get better insulation and they wouldn't be affected by tornadoes as bad because the tornadoes bounce over land terrain. That's the reason, yes, we get them, but they're not that as severe as they are out in the Midwest. Because the terrain around here, you have the tornadoes bounce.
There's another
They
too
don't.
skinny lady that I'd like to feed cheeseburgers to. I can't remember her name. Coming up on screen, the PBS
How
NewsHour
often?
lady.
I have a question for you and Elizabeth. How often is tornadoes affect California
Not often. I remember
due to
one
terrain?
very fondly from November 1983. No,
Probably,
November
probably due,
1982.
probably due to terrain. Terrain had tornadoes like large flat areas. That's during when we journey North Carolina when we have them. Where do you generally see them? I-95.
9 years ago. Yeah, I forgot to research and found out after. After moving here, making the final decision. Okay, let's get planted. North Carolina is the tornado capital of the United States. The difference is we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of more. They don't even count on the F scales.
Yep.
Doesn't mean they're any less dangerous. Would you
It's just
rather have 100 F scale 1 tornadoes or one F scale 2 tornado, Kansas? Neither. But would I move to
well,
California and have my whole cities burned down in fires and earthquakes? No, I'll do it
oh,
with the wind.
so California is now the shake and bake state?
Always has been. That's what we always joked and called it.
Shake and bake?
Yeah, these fires aren't new things.
I know, but it's just like you saying that, you get see, there are earthquakes in North Carolina, you just don't notice them as much. We have tornadoes, but they're not as devastating as they are out in Kansas, Missouri, and Texas, West Texas, that is. I mean, they don't.
Three. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, there was a few years ago, oh, quite a few years ago, North Carolina reported a tornado going right downtown this particular town. They didn't. The problem was the news didn't name the town. It was Red Springs. But the problem was me looking at the news as a teenager. I'm like, that looks like Richland. I better call my dad because my dad lives less than 3 buildings from downtown Richland. And it's like, no, it wasn't Richlands. Oh, it was Red Springs. Okay.
Elizabeth said Smithsonian Magazine also had early science on all that energy and clear sewage in the 70s too. It was Trump who did. Oh, I read that one. Hang on. Next. And yet some lawyers sued the Fed to allow killing eagles for ceremonies. That is not okay. Natives used turkey and pheasant feathers, eagles, if they found a dead one. It was sad and sorry. Yes, there is a whole world foundation talking about traditional structures and modern building to keep safe from natural and wildfire disaster. A rounded Hogan type house would allow fast winds to rush over and the fires do not catch on the houses. They did not keep plants near the houses to burn if a fire got out of control. Duh. But we have had squared off housing no matter what. Yeah,
I, I
it's a
agree with you.
repeated thing. See the description, see the checklist. I always
There's a
called it
house.
the multi-generational lie, the good dude. My
There's a house in North Carolina that sits between Swansboro and Cape Carteret that has survived every hurricane ever thrown at it. It's been there for over 150 years. It's been recently bought and refurbished. It was originally built by a ship's captain. It is round. Wind can't catch it, can't grab a hold of it. Just like your your Earth dome houses, well, are less likely to be affected by tornadoes.
and I've left it on the screen for a long time
See,
because it's extremely activating to the climate people. How dare you? Especially
course.
because Orange Man Bad or the new name for him. Sure, tomorrow. Hurry up tomorrow. You can't come fast enough.
Well, to me, it's
But
like they focus on the
Donald Trump
wrong.
says anything about the damn bird and the thing. The ultra left. PBS NewsHour, October 23, 2015. I put a link in the thing. I guess I should put it in the chat as well. Here's the blurb. The Altamont Pass, east of San Francisco, is home to hundreds of bird species as well as 3,000 wind energy turbines. That's a
Yeah,
deadly combination, comma, especially for golden eagles. Donald Trump didn't make this up. It's not a lie. He's not Donald Trumping.
he's only repeating what someone else told him that's been
On
out for over
October
a year.
23, 2015. This has been a known issue forever and ever. Amen. Before he was anything, the far left that hates him was squawking about how deadly they are for the golden eagles. You can't have it both ways. Well, you can, but you shouldn't, because you know why? When we can go look this up like this, you lose all of your credibility.
And
And
look at how
once
many
you've
people,
lost it, I'm not giving it back to you.
that big freeze 2 years ago, look how many people died in Texas because they decided to appease the Greenpeace people and put up windmills and solar panels. And that's what they relied on there for their electricity. What happened? The sun went away, so did, and the windmills froze, and people froze. And we were out power for weeks on end, almost a month.
Then Elizabeth said, the foundation on Earth Dome homes is here in Hesperia, but code enforcement will not okay them. Their houses have stood for decades through the fires, floods, winds, earthquakes. It costs. Yeah, we'll go through it without even trying. The the MSN, see that even they can happen across true occasionally. The far left. Imagine that. Put that on your factcheck.org about Orange Man Bad. What I started to say at the beginning of this, and then so I put all the links up. Let me get the, oh, dang it, I closed it. Poop. I didn't put the link in the, where are you? Where are you? I didn't put the link in the log either. Lincoln logs. Anybody remember those? Can't remember her name. Judy? Is that her name? Hardy Heart Ladybug. Good for you. Because of, the only TV my wife and I would really watch is PBS. We don't like the commercials and we don't like the bias of either way of the local affiliated, still over the air stations. So we would just watch PBS. But ever since the rise of Donald J. into American politics, PBS NewsHour is a ridiculous joke. To me, in my humble opinion. Elizabeth said, the foundation on Earth Dome homes is, yeah, I read that one. It cost, last time I went to the seminars at the Dome House Foundation, they said it was $275 for the kit that fits a big knapsack to build a home. The sand or dirt you dig out yourself from your land. Yep. Pass. And the other thing about the water quality and all that other stuff is RFK Jr. solved it, him and the Democrats. I don't remember when. RFK, him and Nancy's Pelosi's California water. No, not the modern stuff. How can I find the old stuff? The Kennedys, the Pelosi's, although we hate them, but now we don't hate him because he kissed Donald Trump's shoes. He's okay. He's okay. Oh, once upon a time, that was his thing. With the Pelosi. Reclamation, cleaning. Yeah. That's all about this damn fluoride. I hate you, internets. Never mind. Some go look it up themselves. Someone send me a link. I'm not going to study that hard. It's been going on forever. California water cleanup. Maybe it was Feinstein. One of the two. Pelosi. Ronald Reagan was all in on it. It's all modern era stuff. There's probably a PBS frontline on it. Oh well, I don't care that much. Yeah. They solved all these problems. The world was safe for watermocracy in California. 60 years ago, just like the link from several of the past streams I just left in there about the 1962 Bel Air fire. Exactly what's on fire today. And the link in the description. Madness. Oh, 4. 15. I must go refill drinks. I'd actually been a whole hour and 15 minutes and don't even have to tinkly. What time is it on Earth? 3:45 p.m. Eastern. I forgot to write Eastern. Eastern. Short break. Green refills. Because I got the big thirsty on. We'll leave it like that. Orange Man bad. I'm too old to go with the new name. We're just gonna stay with the old name. He doesn't mind. He's your president tomorrow. Be right back. Let's play. Let's play read the chat. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay. Everybody took a break. Very good. Back. Checklist. Because we already kind of touched on it. One of the things.
What?
I was looking at stuff. What should we go on? Let's do the TikTok of TikTok. TikTok went dark last night. Unavailable. Suffer, Americans. Donald Trump issued a carefully crafted statement. Give credit where it's due. And please notice, I will hate on Donald Trump a lot. Not when he's just private citizen Trump, mostly. Once he accepts and gets on the clock in my White House, he's just another bad employee. I'll yakking him up. But even on his way in, far different than previous things he's done. When he carefully says something, I take note. He issued out a statement that he would do the 90-day extension allowable in the law that bans TikTok and ByteDance. And he threw maybe in there. And then he threw we have to look at it in there. And then he threw we have to talk about it in there. Because him and his advisors this time around aren't saying as much impossibilities or illegalities as they promised last time. And remember, it's all campaign promises and whatever. So I do appreciate that whether on his own or with good company, someone said you cannot guarantee that. And the why of it is because the law that makes them go dark, they were supposed to go dark today, but they jumped the G word so that there would be no question And because Joe Biden wouldn't put it in writing and do something, give them the correct assurances that it's not Joe Biden who gets to say, well, we're just going to fine you $50 trillion for this one day, being today, Sunday. They said, well, we're not going to risk it. We're going to err on the side of caution. The statement or the line in the law that bans, what is the tick-tock? No, not like a clock. Tick-tock bite dance law. And the Supreme Court of the United States 2 days ago said, nope, the law's good. It's going to go. It's just, dear America, dear Congress, dear White House, please, dear Donald Trump, get us a Google searched. This is the done. This is what is. That turns up in the beginning. Bill H.R. 7521. Here's the text of draft. See, this is, why were you reading that? Not reading what it was signed. Because the a-holes haven't published it where we can find it quickly and easily. That's why. They are purposefully obfuscating and making difficult this. That's what government does. Ugh. Agencies. See, and this is it. It's not agencies. Qualified divestiture. The term qualified divestiture means a divestiture or similar transaction that A. The president determines, let me copy this line, through an interagency process. The president does not unilaterally, the president, and I misspoke, it's not decides, determines. It is elsewhere that they say, because the president is not going to sit around there and read the financial papers of 75 shelter corporations that have been stuffed together. And then what nobody talks about, because if we can't get past this divestiture clause or statement, then there's no point in talking about number 7, source code. Name me any president of the United States of America who even knows what that means. There has to be a serious interagency process. So that is why, yay, Donald Trump. And that's why Joe Biden hasn't come out and issued their 90-day extension. Because they're not sure exactly which agencies make up interagency. And because the goofs, I guess, I still think, what man? Sherlock Holmes style. Yeah, fill me with heroin and opium. Just kidding. I don't do the stuff. But it's Sherlock Holmes style. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. When you take away everything else, whatever's left is probably what it is. This still seems like a, let me go, full Alex Jones. Like they're all working together on this. Hello, Elizabeth. Welcome back. So, the goofy law says, blah, blah, blah. Let me separate this. The important part being interagency process. And that's under divest. Titur, Devo, divest, I tour. And now let me put a link to the Congress bill. Close. Go there. So yay, good job, Donald Trump, saying maybe, and we have to look at it, and maybe we have to look at it, and we have to discuss it. He didn't put his foot in his mouth this time. Give him clap, clap, clap. I'm clap, clap, clapping him. I wish I could say, man, see how stupid he is? When you catch him doing something right, say, attaboy, go see Dr. Phil. This is why it's so important to read the Declaration of Independence. Franklin says he gave us keys and clues to keep the Constitution free, and all this jibber jabber is included in the Declaration. We, the people, have a right to not have complex and dark law we do not understand or support. Yeah, and we will get back into it. I guess we can. Here's another pre-rehearsal. But 1, 16, and 45. More off the cuff rehearsal to the founding documents and the repeat theme of see description. Mature deceptions and not so smart Americans. We don't have to be smart. There's no IQ test on the we were born here, we're free to be dummies. Especially me. The way it works in practice, in violation, in my stupid, obviously, because I'm not a Supreme Court justice or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I can't make enough friends, and dang you, Elizabeth. Why didn't you hook yourself up using your powers of womanhood to tie us to some super rich billionaire people that would make me the president? Because it does no good if it costs you your souls. That's why. What we do in practice is not what is written in the instructions. Me. Because I do not believe for 1 second, I don't know why, no matter how many times I say it, I always get told, well, what you need to do is read the Federalist Papers. I've read them hundreds of times. In politics class, I wrote, and I have written several for political sciences, 500-page plus theses, and dissertations for people for money based on the Federalist Papers. And what I get out of it is that it's not supposed to be, well, if the Chinese ByteDance people and the American Shelter Corporation or Shell Corporation, that is Tick-Tock Inc. or LLC, can't hire enough smart enough attorneys to ask the right questions, then F them. Ha ha, Supreme Court. I don't believe in that crap for a second. I believe, based on the documents themselves and the Federalist Papers and all of the other writings and scribblings and bibblings and scribblings and bibblings and scribblings of them people who could not even define people, that in a checks and balances government, if the Congress does a damn thing and the idiot president signs it, it should not wait for harm to be done to whoever they signed a thing against. For the person who was harmed, or if they got KIA'd, their estate or family or friends, to bring some kind of BS lawsuit to the Supreme Court to say, well, you know what? That law might not have been exactly constitutional to begin with. The Supreme Court should be there to study and tell our a-hole idiot that they are perfectly allowed to be. Why? Because the founders wanted their dynastic sons to be the first Congress and the forever Congress, and grandsons they're gonna keep doing what we're doing. Prove me wrong. The Supreme Court should be sitting there reviewing that garbage before those idiots are allowed to vote on it. That's the point of three branches of government. Why don't they just go up there and vote? Now that they have the majority, they can pass it in both sexes. That immediately upon January 21st, everybody that voted -D is going to get red rummed and put in a Nazi oven. And Donald Trump will sign it. Are we really going to let them round up and put Democrats in ovens? Because, well, it might take a year or two to get this through every level of possible court. And then, because the original plaintiffs have now been turned to ash, well, we're going to have to kick it back to the lower courts and see if they can find more ex parte or class action plaintiffs. I think not, but we could, because based on the precedent of practice of every branch and division of our government doing illegal, unlawful, and unconstitutional, see TikTok, because of fear, we're going to punish 170 million Americans. They did not bring, and it's something that TikTok people's put in their many, many things, filings with all the courts. Nobody has provided any evidence that we did anything wrong. Oh, you guys, ha ha ha, you silly Chinese. Tricks are for kids. Because we started at number 6 about the divestiture. Please go look at the other things. It doesn't say anything about the data and what you may have done with it. It says divestiture of corporate ownership and control. They don't care if you go make some papers. They are dumb. They're not that dumb. But you can't just go make a new corporation and sell it to yourself. You must divest yourself of influence and control. And then the next step down is the source code to the engine. So even though TikTok is saying we didn't do anything wrong, there's we didn't violate any previous law. And their lawyers tried to say ex post facto ? And all the court said, that ain't for you, China. That's for born here. So anyway, all the above. If our government operated at any level as if it were by design, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But this is an experiment. Go listen to all the old crusties from 120 years ago. This isn't a democracy or a republic. This is a social experiment. Oh, who was
I
that?
disagree with you, Dean. We're not a democracy other than the local level. We are a representative republic. They refer to it as a giant social experiment. It was never intended as a social experiment. It was a way of setting up a government. And when you say they didn't know what people were, yes, they knew what people were of that time, but our definition of people have changed. For them, people, I mean, in order to vote, you had to own land. If you didn't own land, you weren't allowed to vote, whether you were white, black, blue, polka dotted, or whatever.
See, now we're going back into
Well, I'm just saying,
okay, who could own land? White
anybody.
males? No, oh,
No,
H no.
wrong, reindeer, because there were blacks in the South that owned land and owned slaves. The first person to ever own a slave in United States, what we know as the United States, was a black man. And he took it to court, sued the person in question because he was brought as a indentured servant, and he sued him for not fulfilling his contract. And the courts awarded him a life to the other person. And the first person to own a slave, a true slave in this country, before they were being brought over as slaves, was a black man. So that's documented history. Not so don't whitewash or red wash or blue wash history. That's where you're falling into, oh, white man evil and all this rigmarole. Okay. And if you also want to look at it, they didn't sell them like the classic slaves, but the Native Americans had true slaves before your white settlers did. They were trophies taken from when they were warring with other tribes. So this is where I'm going to stand up to you, Dean. You're wrong. You're just flat wrong on it. You're trying to do the social Black Lives Matter verbal routine. White man evil. Are there white men evil? Yes, there are some white men evil. There are black men that are evil. There are yellow men that are evil. There are red men that are evil. There's evil out there in humanity. The U.S. Constitution, they set down, they didn't say black men aren't people. They never said that. They didn't say people aren't people. At the time, the people that could vote, and it varied from state to state, were generally landowners, property owners. You had to be able to read and write in a lot of areas in order to vote. That was not a Sam Crow. That came long before Sam Crow. They enforced it more during the Sam Crow period to control as a form of control. But no, you're wrong.
Okay.
That is history. And because of the current environment of wanting to rewrite history without delving into the actual deep dives of not just the federal papers, but the papers they wrote between each other as they were writing the Federalist Papers. What did, you have to, it's not, you could read this one contract, okay, and it's black and white. No, you also have to look at the meaning behind the words. Yes, officially, excuse me, officially, slavery was ended in 1868 with the ratification of the 13th Amendment. But even before the Civil War, during the Civil War, we had black slave owners. That is a well-documented fact. One of the larger plantations in North Carolina was owned by a black family. Not the largest, but one of the large ones. It was out towards the coast. I get tired of people trying to, lack for a better word, and it kind of fits, whitewash history. So that all whites are evil. No one have to take responsibility for their actions because whitey evil. And we're born with free will. If you're going to do evil, you're going to do evil. Hell, there have been people that have done evil for the name and called it good because it was to as you said, make people safe. That was the whole reason an evil thing was done to Japanese Americans during World War II. Was to because they were afraid of when the Japanese nation attacked Pearl Harbor. Oh, we know what they look like. But people forget they were also Germans put into concentration camps out in California. And a concentration camp is literally where you have people concentrated of one group. They weren't the same as the concentration groups in Germany, camps in Germany and Poland. Because, in fact, most of the concentration camps were in Poland. That way, the Nazi parties could hide it from their own population. Because not everybody in Germany knew what was going on. Some were blissfully ignorant or naive, however you want to put it. Not all of them, but a lot of them knew what was going on, and it's just they turned a blind eye because they didn't want to see it. They didn't want to see evil. They didn't want to admit they were doing evil.
No fear. Because they knew damn well
If
they run out of other people to do evil with, they're going to do it to me.
Yeah, just like one of the groups that is mostly underrated in World War II was the German underground. There was a German underground that was fighting against Hitler. But they were being more secretive about it because they wouldn't have a trial. They'd just be, pop, you're dead. We'll burn your body or bury your body where no one can find it. And just like the Italians get off scot-free when it comes to that. Whereas they turned the Jews over to the Nazis as well. Or the other group that gets a free pass for their evil doings a lot of times are the Japanese. Look at the way the Japanese truly treated prisoners of war. Our own government turned a blind eye to what the Japanese did because MacArthur says I can't rule or control the Japanese without these Japanese leaders. Because MacArthur liked the Japanese. You got to remember that was the first place that he served was in Japan pre-World War I. Hell, the only reason he became a general is because he married Black Jack Pershing's mistress, so he could take her to France with him. But there's a lot of history out there that, how did my mom put it? The amount of history that's not put into history books that are taught schools, K through university level, could fill a library. Just like there's you hear about California, how the Spaniards treated the indigenous personnel, but you hear a little bit about the way the whites treated some of them, but you don't hear about how they treated each other, or how the Russians treated the Northern California, Oregon, and Washington State Indians, because they forget the northern part of that area wasn't Spanish colonies; it was Russian fishing vessels, villages. We had to purchase Alaska from the Russians and parts of Washington State. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, was written as a living document that could change with the way the majority of the people felt. That's the reason it takes 2/3 to vote for something to change, because they want to make sure the majority of the people want it. Not everybody, but the majority of the people want it. And as you and I pointed out in previous live broadcasts, that each state has its own constitution before it becomes a state. And that's one reason the states in the South felt they had the right to secede from the Union.
I still think the South Carolina original, the first, because they did it first.
Yes.
Letter of secession, or however you say it,
Was they did not want the
is a
North to change its ways.
fantastic, beautifully written document.
No, I don't. That's South Carolina. Another YouTuber who does history pointed out that of the 17 states that seceded from the Union, only 5 listed pro-slavery as their reason succeeding from the Union. 7 of them, or 7 or so, did not list their reason for succeeding. 3 said, or another third of them, or approximately, said it was not the reason they were succeeding from the Union. It all had a lot to do with choice. They wanted to keep their choice. They wanted new territories to be able to choose. Slavery was already on its way out of existence in the United States because, one, it wasn't economically sound. And if you really want to look at true slaves, go look at the factory workers up in the northern state. They had to live in factory housing. They had to shop at factory stores, and they never earned enough to pay off their debt. They were a slave to the debt, but they're paying them. Whereas in like North Carolina and South Carolina, a slave could earn money on itself, on its own, and buy its contract or its freedom. That was a thing. There's evidence, both through written record and archaeological records, that some slaves in the South owned and carried and made firearms. You don't give a weapon to someone you're afraid of, unless you're really, really, really on the mentally challenged side.
Elizabeth said in the chat, the Russians were intermarried into the northern coastal lands and Russia. Here we go again. I will make a statement afterwards. Sorry to
Go
keep
ahead.
arguing this point. Did not own lands owned by the native people. Please do not
Well, then the
feel
U.S. got ripped
compelled
off.
to always apologize for yourself. It's a very bad
All I can say is
American thing that we do. Stop it.
the
Stop saying I'm sorry.
the Russia claimed it. Imperial Russia claimed it, and we had to buy it.
That's Alaska.
So there again, it's like, do the Indians really own the land? At that time, but depending when you're talking countries, and especially Russia, which was an imperial czar, everything belonged to the czar. The Russians just didn't bother to conquer it like the Spaniards.
The Russians were very content with
Doing what they had to do and leave.
fair trade. Why should
Well, a
we
lot of
try to manage it and spend all that money and all this other stuff when we can come in, do our stuff? They benefit, we benefit, we go home.
yeah.
And we know a lot about it because our tribe is called the Dry Creek Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians up the Russian River Way.
Yeah,
Elizabeth
just like
do know a good bit of history about the Russian Indian California
yeah,
native
but
interactions.
I'm just saying Russia considered they owned that land. And then when I mean the Russian, I mean the country Russia. They believed they owned the land. Just like England after a war with uh the Dutch took over what we know as New York. Originally it was called New Amsterdam. And when the English took over, they named it New York after York in England.
We are unapologetically. Let me make a note for the anybody who happens across it. 42, 50. We are unapologetically having a great discussion. Take that. We didn't even use cuss words or any of the R words that we can't use anymore. Yes, the native people owned that land for thousands of years, and some weird old guy with a self-given title had no right to say it was his or to sell it. I will not, cannot move back from. There may be a little snippet more coming. We'll wait for it. Antissa.
Yeah.
Dot dot dot. Waiting for the sweet
But
transvestite.
yeah, does chat limit the amount of characters you can type in?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I think it's 200. It used to be 140 to match the Twitter environment. And Twitter was invented, in case you kids can't find it on the Wikipedia page, at a 140 character limit because that was the absolute limit you could send in a text. Twitter was originally designed to cross the barrier from internet to cellular or mobile phones. You could text your Twitters to everybody else who didn't have a fancy SMS phone. That's why the 140 character limit. From lands and committing genocide is not a conquer. Yes, a great discussion. And thank you, YouTube, because I don't believe we've infringed on any rules. Good stuff. Mm. Man, we went a while, but I'm still on. Multi-generational lies, a mature deception. Can't remember the guy's name anymore. The hubris nemesis duality. Our things don't do right because we don't do them right. Yeah, absolutely. Down below, hubris nemesis. I can't remember the fine young lady's name that broke the Enron thing, but she wrote the book which they based the movie on. Enron, the smartest guys in the room. Link is in the description. Free with ads at YouTube is the hubris nemesis duality. Study that some more. Seems to be it's happening again. I had put a link in yesterday's description to a video only a couple days old out of California about the insanity of the many businesses closing down. Big business. And the overinflation and the California nuttery of a house they bought. I don't remember if it was 1 million or 2 million. No, it was 2 million. House they bought for 2 million bucks in 2015. In 2024, they put it on the market for $16 million. 8x. But there's no inflation. They had done no improvements or anything else to the house. Bought it, lived in it, worked in their big California tech or whatever the hell makes you that kind of money. Or some land baron hedge fund chump bought it and said, well, real estate only ever goes up. And then suddenly they reduced it. Well, we'll take $1 million off. Haggle, haggle, haggle. It's just so stupid. And we have to mark it too high that no one will buy it. And then when we come mark down, we've marked this down $7 million. Some fool will buy it. Because it's the amount between the markdown that people think they're stealing from each other. And it's probably true. It'll get sold for 8 or 9 or 10 or $12 million that they paid 2 for it. But because they're crazy they probably paid 2 and still owe 1.7 on the mortgage. And then took equity lines on that ever inflated. This goes to the title of today. The more biz of life, biz school. Why do you think the real estate people, and worse, the ones that wish they were, run around demanding that the price must go up and up and up on their real estate? Except for Donald Trump, he's like, no, no, no. Don't, because he knows he grew up in the real estate business. Daddy taught him. When you run around bragging on your stuff because you're broke, you're doing it because you have to inflate the value of your real estate over what you paid for it because that's the only way. It's what they call equity. It's the only way for you to get a high interest equity loan, which is what most people used to call in America a second mortgage. It's a loan against the title of the real estate. There you go. Why do they do all that? Because they're crazy others, significant others in California, hire $1 million a minute interior decorators to paint gold leaf on the ceilings of those $2 million mansions in California, and now they think they're going to sell it. But they borrowed the money to put in antique looking, goofy furnitures that, true story, our local, used to be my next door neighbor, pretends he's flaming that type of actual when it's necessary. Interior designer, because you can't get an interior decorator who's a woman or a heterosexual cisgendered male. It has to be a squeaky person. Well, in Los Angeles, California, they cost a lot of money. The true story about ours here is what they call distressed antiques. They were buying IKEA furniture, snapping it together using two 17-year-old high school boys, and then having the high school boys take it out on the sidewalk and hit it with hammers. See? It's old. How can you tell? Dents. Then they take that careful, I know it's not what it's called. It's a type of black paint or wood. What's that stuff called? Dye, polyurethane, stain. A paint or stain. And they would black wash the dents. So that now they really look old, They're dark. They're dark dents. It's called distressed furnishings. So they'd buy some IKEA thing. Yeah. They'd buy some IKEA thing. True story. And they sold hundreds of them to all the frou-frou wannabe riches here in Harnett County. Some IKEA thing that they'd, a chest of drawers or a dresser for you Californians. They'd buy the dang thing for $300. The kids would put it together on the sidewalk and then hit it with a hammer and put some little dark color in the dents and sell it for $3,000 to $5,000 on credit to some moron.
Yeah, they'd have to be a moron because anybody that's going to buy true antiques does homework, and you go by styles.
Yeah, see,
you look
you just said
around,
anybody who, and when you're answering, that doesn't make sense. This is a true story. I could publish their names, and they'd be like, yeah, I'd do what I'd pay for, because it's a housewife. The original old patriarch raised lots of money. One of the sons, who's ripped now, may have invested well in a white powdery substance. Go see the Devon Polk scandal. And so the rest of them have their trophy housewives. And that guy seriously came in one day. The husband of the wife, who was paying $3,500 for a dented $300 IKEA chest of drawers, went in and screamed at our local lunchbox at his wife that you would make me suck.
Oh, just like I have
Rhymes with well, anyway, nickname interior decorators wiener, but never for free, only if he charged me $10,000 to suck his wiener. And that's what happens in California. And these fools are all trying to run from their debts.
Just like I have a table in the garage that needs to be stripped because it has over 100 years, well over 100 years of oil paint. Because that's what they used to do with kitchen tables is, oh, I want a different color. So they would paint, talking pre-acrylic, talking oil paint. And you can tell where something warm got put on the table because the paint moved. Oil paints, because they never truly dry. Strip the paint off, get some good furniture polish on it, turn around and probably sell it for more than what I would consider smart, just because, people are looking for antiques. And what makes it even funnier is a lot of these antiques back in the 30s, my grandmother bought at a junk store. Some of them been in the family where they have the true family history. I told you about the Monroe chair my brother had. And then you got all, because the North Carolina or the South period is known for antique, because Aberdeen, you go down one street and every store is an antique store. They have antique fairs in Southern Pine where it's a 2-day thing and it's literally like a fair. Nothing but antique selling. But as soon as you get it cleaned up, polished up a little bit, and it's an antique, you can look at it. Some of them even have the maker's mark on the bottom of the furniture, because furniture makers at that time were very proud of what they made. And you can do your homework. Look at one of PBS's most well-known program, which is the Antique Roadshow.
Mm-hmm. We used
And
to
I can
love
tell
it.
you right now, they get a lot of their guesses of how much things are worth very, very wrong.
Let me read the Elizabeth chats. My friend, a scientist at Caltech, watched her account almost daily. She lost $35,000 a day in that horror. My retirement account went down to less than 6,000. That must
Oof.
be the Enron horror. My friend bought yard sale and estate sale furniture. She put really old and really distressed furniture in those mansions and sold in the LA area. And here, they invest $350 in IKEAs and sell it for 3,500. There, they would do the same. The IKEA stuff is international. That price is the price. But
Yeah.
there, they sold that same $350 invested in IKEA, maybe 400 because of the inflated labor rates in Los Angeles, and sold that son of a gun for $40,000 or $50,000 to some idiot movie star.
Like I said, you'd have to be a real idiot, because IKEA furniture is very, once you see it, you know it.
I have a few antiques. I know for sure their history and how old they are. Some came on the second sailing of the Mayflower, others built by relatives as a hobby in the mid 1800s. One I got free for my birthday.
I have a English grammar book, the print date on it, not the copyright, because they didn't do that, but print date 1754. It's just been in the family forever and ever. I have some Civil War history book, and we know it's the true first printing of them, because what they call the first edition that you can buy in antique stores don't have what this collection have, which are the battle maps. The reason we got them is because great grandparents knew the person who wrote it, and set was given to the family out of respect because they're mentioned. Taking a break?
Yeah, I gotta pee.
Okay.
All right. Remember what you were talking about. Be right back.
Yeah. I mean, Elizabeth, there's all kinds of things that I consider ridiculous value. There's I have some I think I still have some Chechena dolls that my father purchased at the Navajo Indian Reservation back in 769-70. And he got quite a few, and on his salary at the time, didn't dad at the and but you look at modern made, just made last year Chechena dolls, they go for hundreds of dollars. The more well known the artist is, the more or they go for. The older the Chechena doll is, the more expensive. I have an original papoose that my dad got from the Navajo Indian Reservation back in the 70s. Well, actually, he got that in 69. Trip I did when they went out to Philmont, New Mexico, and the Boy Scout ranch. My dad, I have old lava carvings, lava rock carvings that were being sold by the roadside that my dad thought were neat when he made a short trip. The first year they went, they also made a short trip down into Mexico. And families tend to be hoarders. I have photos from 1911 of my dad and my grandfather when he played for Carolina, UNC Carolina football team, track. His I gave him to my brother some antique recliners. I mean, by antique, you had to lean forward, pull the chair forward, and lower the bar, and then you could recline back, or lean forward, pull it forward, and move the metal bar up. This goes for hundreds of dollars. I have a quilt. It's old, but it's not super old, and it's from the late 1800s, 1880s, 1890s. And some of it were made from panels that you could buy at the silk. And when my brother took it to a quilt museum, they said they estimated the value if I was to sell it, want to sell it, 3,500. It was back in 2010. So it's like woven blankets, unless they have a story in them, it's harder to date them. I mean, I have my dad's old Hudson Bay blanket. Brand new Hudson Bay blanket go for between $150 to $300. You can only imagine a antique Hudson Bay blanket. I have a serape that was it was on my parents and my brother's trip when their first trip to Philmont, New Mexico, that they bought back in 69. How old is it? I don't have a clue. I have no way of knowing. I mean, things that you can find in modern houses, and I'm not talking mansions. I'm talking about us po folk, would baffle most antique collectors' brain, blow their mind. Well, how'd you get this? Well, it's just been in the family forever, sitting on a bookshelf. I mean, in the toy collector world, I have an original from the 60s, 70s tricorder, which is all it is a cassette recorder to make it look like a Star Trek tricorder. How I got it, don't remember. No, I have. But it was gotten so long ago. No, I don't remember how or why or the incidents around how I. Some things I do remember because they mean a little bit more invested. Of a bus that's made up to look like bronze. I believe it's a sitting bull. Remember correct. And I use it to put one of my hats from my hat collection. It just sat in my dad's office as long as I can remember. Because my dad was very interested, learned a lot about various Indian culture and people. Because he got very, very interested in that through Boy Scout and his travel. Because I can honestly say both parents had done the genealogy, to my knowledge, and my mom's family going back pre-Mayflower and Mayflower. There are no Indians in the tree trunk. There might be some on the limbs, extended family, but not in my direct bloodline. There's a county just outside Wilmington called Pender County. I can honestly say the majority of the people that live there that have lived, the family's been there for more than 20 years, I'm probably related to, whether they're white, black, yellow, whatever. Because if they married someone from Pender County, they're probably related. That's the reason I didn't go look for companionship in Pender County. Me not into inbreeding. And I personally, I'm interested about and read about cultures from everywhere. And it's like the more you learn, the more you read, the more you learn, the more you can understand and acknowledge how stupid, emphasize stupid, modern people are. Because they don't want to know their true history. I see you're back.
Okay. You ready for me to read a chat or two?
Oh, I've been reading them. I just been responding to them. I didn't read them out loud. Go ahead.
No. Gotta get them in the record.
Okay.
And then I will yield back the time. Elizabeth said, yes, we would go out to yard and estate sales, pick up old items at the end of the sales. No one has homes big enough to hold them, so bought them for $5 or $10 for 3 or 4 items, sold them for thousands as part of the home sale and staging for mansions. Yep. True economics. Uh-oh, phone went buzz buzz. True economics. You charge what the market will bear. Keep those kachinas safely. They are worth a lot of money. Yes, more each day. That cradle board too, especially if it came with a hand woven blanket. Sometimes the blankets are worth more than a house. A nice one. Lava
No,
sculptures as well.
the papoose didn't come with a blanket. But the straps and the cover that would cover the baby's head is cloth, but I don't think it's hand woven. It doesn't look, but I just know when it was purchased. My dad was really big into, like I said, Native American culture. In fact, On the way home, driving through Arizona, he found a dead buzzard on the side of the road and decided to pluck its wing feather. Stuck them in trash bags till we got home to North Carolina, where he promptly cleaned them, sterilized them, and then he built from scratch a chief style, Hollywood chief style war bonnet and a ceremonial lance, all the feathers going down the side of the lance. Though the lance head he had bought Arizona at one of the reservations. Those I think now belong to one of the Boy Scout council in Jacksonville, because when he got out of the scouting, he left it to them. I have somewhere, if I can find it, a tomahawk, a stone, a nap stone put into tree branch, tied with sinew, actual sinew, tomahawk. Why Dad got it, I have no clue, other than he was really into that. My dad was also kind of an artist in his own right. I wish my stepbrother wouldn't have cut it. There was a big painting that my dad did. I mean, big. I mean, it's like 3 foot by 4 foot or 5 foot, and it's semi-abstract, and so it's done in the Native American style. In other words, it's an adult, and the hair goes and comes and becomes a hand behind the head of a younger person. But then again, talking about selling things to people that have more money than brains, to earn extra money and rent money and stuff like that. When my mom and dad got divorced, dad, my brother and I, not always at the same time, would make what we call sand candles. We'd take, uh, he built this box and we got beach sand, just a couple of shovels full of beach sand, stuck it in the box, and we would take Jello mold, another type mold, and stick them down in the sand, put the wick tight down and secure it so it's straight up and down, and then pour wax. Pull the candles out of the sand, blow the excess sand that didn't stick to the wax off, and repeat. And we'd take those up to the Salter Path store and sell them. We did the same thing with string art. Dad would cut out the base of the ship and what would be the mast and the keel, not the keel, but the part that holds the sail. And we would do this, colorful string art to represent the sail and things of that nature, and sell them to tourists. And it was a plywood, color burlap as your background, push, wood cut, sanded, varnished, brass tacks, and did the different geometrical shapes using the string like you would. What's that little thing you used to had the circle and look like cogs that you do use a pen with? And we did that with string, called string art. Very, very big in the 70s.
Oh yeah.
We just did it for the fun and the extra money, you know. And but tourists would from up north would buy it like, oh, it's a Picasso. No, it's not.
It's Pablo Picasso visits the Planet of the Apes.
I mean, that's the reason I think I'm more a discreet buyer for the most part when I go when I'm a tourist places. I buy it for a memory or something I like about it. If it costs too much, I walk by it. because I did that kind of thing growing, you know. No, I never bought a pet rock. It's a rock. I don't care if you do put googly eyes on it. It's still a rock. I can make. That's something I picked up from my dad. If I can make it for less than I can buy it, I'm making it. Oh yeah, flour sacks and flour sack quilts and flour sack dresses go for lots of money now. And my grandmother used to tell me about that even the more financially stable people, and Grandma Williams came from money, uh, would take flour sacks and wash them and turn them into shirts. Her family. It's surprising what people will buy these days because it's old or they like it. And, like one of our sayings in our family is one person's trash is another person's treasure.
Oh, yes.
I mean, when I was working with someone, we were doing a toy soldier show down in, and I started noticing that these toy soldier people were also selling collectible, and I was going through one of Bill's magazines that he got on collectible soldiers, toy soldiers and cards, and there was 1965, there was a card collection, bubblegum card collection. It was called the JFK Special Forces collectible card. A complete set of the cards, which Bill had, sold for $100. A wrapper for that same card collection was selling for $150. I learned that, so whenever I would buy card collections, I'd save a few of the wrappers just in case. You never know. Mostly what I collected were people call art cards. I have a collection of Frank Frazetta cards. I love his artwork. Boris, because I like his artwork. And it just talking about tourists. Growing up as a reenactor during the American Revolution, I was at a museum and they had for tourists, they sold these pair of musket dice, what they called them. To someone you take a musket ball, hammer it into a cube, and then put your dots there with a nail, and it's dice. And they were selling for like $3. And I'm thinking, well, I make musket balls all the time. I have a hammer, and I can get access to an anvil. So one weekend up in Halifax, we're talking 1978, 79, 80 time period. And I made $50 that weekend selling musket dice that I just made to tourists. It cost me less than a dime to make, and I was selling them for $4 a piece.
See, they do buy it.
But these little gimmick things, don't last long, so you take advantage of them while you do. Like one of the things I used to like to do at my dad's, who had a woodworking shop. A lot of his friends that were avid hunters. After a while, what do you do with the antlers? They just pile up, and pile up. Well, I'd ask them for them. They said, "Here, take as many as you want," and I'd take them to the shop, go to the bandsaw, cut them into little knobs, and discs, take those to the drill press, drill holes in them, and deer antler buttons. Sell them to reenactors, fellow reenactors. Uh, how about a quarter a piece? And it's something I did while with my dad, just killing time. When I was younger, my dad wouldn't let me use the lathe, but I could use the belt sander, and I made what's called honey dippers with little thistles at one end and sold them for $5 a piece. And I'd take scrap lumber that my dad had, and I'd effectively turn them on a belt sander using the sander to take away the wood.
So wait, was it like a stick?
Yeah, it looks like a stick, and then one end of the stick, it has like these ribs that pick up the honey. You dip it, and it picks up the honey.
Oh yeah,
And then I would,
you can still buy those in plastic.
yeah,
It almost nowadays the plastic ones have a ball on the end with grooves in it.
right, exactly. I would do the same thing with wood, but I'd use a sander, and then I would put a decorative thistle, being Scottish heritage, a thistle at the other end. It's just wacky things we do. I mean, one of the first things I made on the lathe wasn't a chair limb, wasn't a table leg. It was a cudgel, a blackjack looking, law enforcement style cudgel. And then I drilled one in and put lead in it and then sealed it back up because I wanted a cudgel. I still have a two, came from out of a old theater, the one at Carolina Theater up in Durham when they were redoing it, belaying pin from when they would do the old curtains and stuff.
Mm.
My wife was talking about, because sometimes I make my own toys. I made a dice throwing catapult out of scrap and just set on your desk. You put eraser or spitball or dice in it. You could launch. And I made it in the way that they would have made a medieval crossbow, using twine like the rope and twist it up and stuff of that nature. Kids, if left, get them away from the computer. Let them use their imagination. They'll learn more. They'll be smarter. Hopefully, I don't consider myself that smart. They'll have more fun. I still remember I was sick when we lived in Wilmington. To entertain myself, I made up stories and recorded them on a old cassette player that my dad gave me, the old mono cassette recorders that were about the size of a brick, maybe bigger than a brick. And I did all the voices and sound effects for the story. It was almost like a radio horror drama. It was called I Was Entertaining Myself. I wasn't allowed out of the bed.
Elizabeth said, "Dice throwing catapult. That is fun."
Yeah. It's in one of the closets and it still works. Yeah. Well, at least it worked just before I got married.
And for one else who's sending PMs or private messages or direct messages elsewhere, I can't do all the stuff because it would show on screen to send you Discord invites or links or whatever. Do you want to get on the Discord? Answer in your private message system.
What were you reading? Is that a text message you just got?
Sorta.
Okay.
25. Okay. I hate to interrupt you, sir,
Hmm?
but I'm going to interrupt you, sir, because of
That's
what you
fine.
said
I'm just
about the honey dippers. I said, my mind told me, oh, tell the world about 1993. True. No, I'm not going to write that. Is it 225? Yes. When I first moved, here's another reason why I thought, I think I can stay here. In little old Harnett County, North Carolina. Wandering around the main roads, trying to become affiliated or acclimated to the environment. And do you believe in destiny? I'll get to that in a minute too. We passed by and there was a little homemade table out of obviously leftover scraps of wood and just really cobbled together, nailed together, glued together, tied together table that had a good old fashioned, like a Winnie the Pooh honey pot jar sitting on it, and these jars of honey. I said, pull over. I want to see what that is. What is this strange thing? I just saw a table sitting out there with stuff. So we went up and looked, and it said jars of whatever local homemade honey, real honey, made by the, I guess, people that own the farmland at the very end of a long tree lined dirt road. And it said on it, misspelled, honor system honey. And I can't remember how they misspelled it. It was very misspelled. Literacy was not a big thing once upon a time in rural places. And there was no price. There was no nothing. That's all it said. Honor system honey. There was probably 8 or 9 jars. Some of them had little clumps of honeycomb in them. Some didn't. So we peeked in the jar. And there was only $5 bills in it. Maybe 6 or 7 $5 bills. Nobody left less, and I don't know what else happened. Nobody left more. So we guessed maybe it's $5 a jar. But we didn't want to cheat anybody because I'm from Los Angeles. Could it really be? Be ha ha ha. This cheap? A big old jar of honey like that's a standard size pickling or mason jar, which is a big jar of honey. We only had $20 bills. So we threw a $20 bill in there and I only took 2 5s out. And then had a long discussion over, are we cheating this person? So then we threw one of the 5s back in, left them a $5 tip. So for $15, sitting by the side of a road, utterly unmanned, was this jar full of money and honey jars. So, and for like months afterwards, me and the people I shared housing with, we often wondered, should we go back and put the other $5 back in the jar? Should we ride down the road, knock on doors and say, is that your honey thing? Did we leave you enough? Utterly unreal.
thing. Believe it or not, there are places along certain roads that still do that. There's off of, I think it's or near a town called Supply. They do that with their, little cash box out there, and like, please $3 for a bushel of corn or whatever. I don't remember the price. And it is it's the honor system. And so far that I've heard or read about, and I have a friend that goes by there a lot, and he gets his corn and other things. He turns by there. No one has ever cheated this person. They leave they, if it's a dollar for 3 years, they leave $1 or
Yep.
whatever the price is. And you tell people about that are like from New York and stuff like that, and they say, "That's stupid. I just take it." And then we look at them and go, "And that makes you a thief."
Mm. And it makes you immoral, unethical, and illegal. All the above. See the previous streams. But the
It just
destiny of it all. Oh, the destiny of it all. Can you believe it? How could it be? Years later, I found out, oh, that's my wifey woman's. Back then, just the lady I had my eye upon. Her husband's Rip. So sorry, so many. He died of cancer in 1991. That's her family. And it doesn't matter that the rest of the in-laws have since passed. We still have an almost 90 and a 94-year-old right out there at the end of that road. Yes.
Yep.
And I never knew
And
that until Hurricane Fran.
I mean, people talk about how great big cities are, and I'll go, "You can keep them." I don't like big cities. I don't even
Eliz-
like the big cities in my own state.
Elizabeth said, "This is the type of reality story I love to teach people how we can live." Yep. And it's all
In
true.
fact, there's a farmer up near you, Dean, who grows sweet potato. And the sweet potatoes he sells to grocery stores, they have to look a certain way. They don't, for whatever reason, people won't buy what look they consider deformed looking sweet potatoes. So
They
he
have to
takes
be perfect.
right. So he takes the deformed sweet potatoes after washing them off, and he grinds them up, lets them ferment, and then boils them up, ferments that, turns it into alcohol to run his tractors and stuff. And every year, it seems like the revenuers, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms people, come and try and buy the uh, alcohol off
Illegal
of him.
booze, yeah.
And he goes, "Nope, that's illegal, but I'll give you some if you want it." He's given lots of way, but he won't sell a jar of it. All he asks is, "Do you mind bringing a jar or replacing the jar I give you?"
Oh, what is this thing doing? I'm doing tech stuff in the background, in the side
Yeah.
ground, on the off screen. Mr.
And that being
Bill,
said, I've known a few moonshiners. Okay.
pending. Check the box. Then I go to the swerver. Where's my swerver? I'm doing Discord stuff. Mr. Bill is trying to get on the Discord. I don't know how to do this stuff. Hello. Practice before you try to do things in real life. Go to my server. On my server, when I'm trying to figure this out and narrate it, I'll say, I don't know about anymore. They probably major farmer that you know of or know quit that garbage because that's what tyrannical governments do. The many tater farmers around here. And I used to work with a guy when I was doing the cutting tree work that we all swore there's no work as hard as tree cutting work and hauling away and chipping up and all that. How do I find my main server page turn on? Go to my server. Right click it.
Roofing for a summer.
But what they do, so yeah, I've roofed cat on a hot tin roof in the South so much so that it cooked all 10 of my toenails off inside my shoes. And I didn't know. Don't mess with roofs in the South in the summer.
I did that as a summer job one year, roofing. Well, I didn't. I was more of a toady. Go get them water. Go get them thing of shingles. Take it up the ladder. Drop it.
Oh, I
Clean
found
up
it.
down the old shingles down ground.
Invite Mr. Bill. Invited.
Another icky job is picking tobacco.
But one of the guys that worked with us was always talking about how one time when he had got himself out of work for being a little bit of an alcoholic, maybe. And the rent came due, and functional alcoholic's gonna function. He got told because the people, true story, maybe 2018, he lived in what they call the housing owned by the farmers. And since he couldn't pay his rent, they told him, you can get your ass out there in the field and clean up them sweet potatoes. And it ain't like 1825. A big, expensive tractor comes and carefully digs up the rows of taters, sweet potatoes. But then real human beings, and there's no other way that they have found to quality control and do whatever with sweet potatoes, go out there with big old sacks or big old baskets. And they still call it picking the sweet potatoes. He said he has never hurt so bad in his life. And all of those black women and Hispanic, mostly women, that do the picking of sweet potatoes were laughing at him and trying to rub icy hot cream on his every muscle hurt. And he hadn't managed half the day. And he really thought he was something because, I work in the trees all day. Holy cow.
Oh, you just remind me of a punishment me and my stepbrother go through. I don't know. I don't remember what we did. I know I didn't repeat it, or at least didn't get caught repeating it. But my dad took us out to his friend's farms outside Rich, North Carolina. And our punishment was to pick one row of potato on a commercial farm for potatoes. That is and we were kids. That's back-breaking work. That's also when I determined, nope, I'm not going to be a farmer. That is too hard work.
Yeah. But so what we found out afterwards is that after they get what is market acceptable out of the fields,
Yeah.
they leave the rest and it is free. As many not perfect sweet potatoes as you want, please go get them out of their fields.
Well,
And that's hard work, just picking them up off the ground and shaking a little dirt off and carrying them back to your vehicle.
Oh, yeah. There's a church up the road, or a church group, mission group, not sure, up the street. And they put outside their little mission free potatoes during potato season, free cabbages during the cabbage. And they're grocery store quality, but it's still good. You can still cook it. You can still eat it. Not rotten. For free from anybody that wants to come get those particular food items and take home. They also do that with clothing too. I just remember, they would put in the newspaper, such and such uh, church, come by and pick as many potatoes as you want, but only those, but as you want. But if you want them, please cook them and eat them. Just throw them away or try to sell them. And they were things that were donated by a local farmer area, because I'm willing to bet it was probably what he couldn't sell to the grocery store. They had
Yep.
sweet potatoes, white potatoes, cabbages.
Yep. Yep.
Not hey, another big thing around here, strawberry picking. It's a big deal. Let's go pick strawberries. No, I just didn't buy them at the grocery store. But it's cheaper. It's two
It's worth.
dollars, but you gotta work for it.
It's
Nothing's
well
free.
worth. Like why do everything cost more at a convenient or convenience store? Because it's convenient.
Yeah.
It's well worth paying a couple bucks more for somebody to have picked it and sorted it and shipped it and delivered it, and the store has to pay heating and cooling costs and employees to get them on the thing, and you're helping contribute to the economy. And if you don't believe me, yeah, go pick yourself a quart bucket of strawberries and 32 wasp and hornet stings and a couple of good bee stings and the thorns under the bottom and some kind of bug that ran away and you don't know what it was that swole your finger up purple. Go ahead.
Well,
you you'll do it once.
maybe twice.
We took some Chinese visitors, friends of the Chinese people that are really good friends of mine. They had family come over and visit, and we took them to the local pick your own strawberry farm. They had never seen such a thing. It's like the first time I rode with the beauty girl that I was so crushy in love with. I would stay with her forever. We would be bestie, friendy, husband, wifeys forever. And then she went to college, and when I rode with her and got out, it was the first time I ever remember being out of the city, out of the concrete jungle. And I could see cows and horses roaming around on giant pastures. There's no human structures. Where, where's the 20-story buildings and 52 roads with blinky stoplights? Where's the millions of people? Well, you mean has this always existed right here? I'd been several times, but being a little kid, you don't see much. And when I was little, Elizabeth can attest, I suffered from looking out the window from the back seat of a car, motion sickness in a extreme. How does a human being throw up that much when they didn't eat that much in their whole human being life? Motion sickness from motor vehicles.
Yep.
It was something in my peripheral vision. If I leaned up, because I was a little kid, and looked out the window, uh-oh, wife home, I think I have to go pick grocery stores out of the thing.
I'll put the bubbles up and take a break.
Emergency brake, but yes. Anyway, far later, those Chinese kids were seriously excited. They didn't ever want to come back. They wanted to pick everybody else's strawberries out of that field. 5:25 p.m. Eastern. Break. Nope, running up there. She's here. I gots to go. Be right back.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, I was back. I cannot tell. Hello, Bill. Welcome. Feel free to chat. Yep. Bill, are you there? Hello? Can you hear me now? Can I hear you now? The answer would be no.
He said hello earlier when he popped on. I said hello.
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was grabbing something to drink and my cigarettes.
Very good, very good. What is your icon of?
The Batman who laughs.
Batman. The Batman who laughs. Avatar. For anybody else who can see it full size, I can only see it tiny size in the preview screen for what's streaming. Yay! We're starting to get a third of the way down the left side of the screen with avatars. I don't know what we'll do. We'll get Elizabeth in here and others in here, and then no one will type in chat anymore. We'll all just be running our mouths. Yay, how fun. I'll just type in our own chat. Be like, here's me typing in chat again. Hello, chats. Do you even chat, bruh?
Right? I gotta see where
Well,
the chat thing is here.
oh, don't worry about the Discord chat. I'm talking about the YouTube chat. If we Discord chat, I have to minimize like 7 windows to find it, and then I have to put everything back, and then I'm lost. I live lost.
You and me both.
I'm gonna do
We
this.
work in security, Dean.
We work in whatever we work in. Go listen to yesterday's. It was all about a shop/store or whatever. Everybody again listening to this crapola about, well, I'm salaried. I have to work 75 hours a week and only get paid 40.
I'll pass on that.
We are very mindless in America.
Mhm.
Let's cover this because it does wrap up or repeat. While reading, the long MSN can produce a good thing. If you shut yourself off, it's another repeating lesson. That, like, if you, like, I'm very biased and prejudiced against Jack Black and his movies. Might be my loss. Until I'll
No, it's
grow
really
up.
not. He's an idiot.
Until I'll grow up and get over it, I'll never know if I missed a golden nugget.
Not really.
Yeah, but people who say, oh no, you looked at MSN, you're never going to get anything good out of that. Well, you know, that's what they said about Jesus. Nothing good can come of Nazareth. Ha ha ha. Rock on. The statement. Everything in the article I like because it just repeats, like I wrote in the checklist for today, which is in the description at the YouTube. Cal fires. Everything we've already said, and a wonderful summary that applies to jobs, especially private security, NC, and everywhere. Yep, you're right, Bill. The fire we stand next to. The insurance industry, in some ways, has more power than the government here. Woo! When you are protected by the private insurers and you enjoy no amount of government immunity, then you better make sure what your insurance company has to say about all of that. How many times have we discussed that? Many.
I've lost
Checklist.
count.
Out of 41-ish live streams, I've probably tried to say it in at least 35 of them. And guess what happens? No. I told you to copy the other one, not that one. So sorry. Scrolly, scrolly, scrolly. Where are you?
May I interrupt for a second?
Absolutely.
You know how weird it is to see this on my computer screen and my TV's still up, and then it shows my voice thing doing on the thing from YouTube because it's still on the TV. So now I'm a TV star with you.
All right. Welcome to the TV stardom. Let's give ourselves Emmys.
We can create our own IMDb.
Yeah. Well, actually, they do allow live streamers. And I could always fall back on, those guys let me volunteer. And I had to sign the written thing. That's also on the checklist for today. That I understood that I was working without the wage, and that I understand that if they ever get rich and famous and everything else, that they will reimburse me at no more than minimum wage, and I retain no rights to their movie. And they kept up with all the time to the second.
Cool, man.
So maybe I'll get them to go, put it on the IMDb. I had a talkie part in a movie. This article I found this morning. When houses are fuel, why firefighting was no match for a California disaster decades in the making, and I've already shared in 3 live streams the 1962 LAFD movie about the Bel Air fires. So, whatever. It's a really good thing. The link is down below in the description at MSN. And it goes over everything we've gone over probably 5-7 times by now. Blah, blah, blah. We're not talking about one house on fire. We're not talking about any of this other stuff. Whoever this Cohen guy is. Cool stuff. Deadly fires broke out. Hydrants ran dry. And this guy said it's nonsense. He said, "Shut up, you face." Not me. No, I think I said that to everybody too. The finger pointing, all the nonsense is nonsense. We discussed yesterday that nonsense is code word for BS. Good, good. We've learned the new lingos.
Yeah.
Dozen experts, top fire officials, academic researchers, conversation advocates, and scientists. Man, everybody knows you heard it here first. They didn't credit me at all. I said, well, the fire just started on that Tuesday night. We're not talking about the damn potted plant. Somebody tossed a cigarro in it and the little pine needles in the bottom are smoking. You're talking about a wall of fire a mile long, moving 80 miles an hour.
Fire.
Fire. Your audio is fantastic. Now.
Thank you.
No, I mean, it's too loud. Let me see if I can figure out how to
I know how to do it on my end. I can turn it down.
turn it down just a tiny bit.
How's that?
That's better. It stopped peaking in the top of the red.
Is it out of the red altogether or no?
It touches the red, but that's where both of ours do. Hang on.
Okay.
Chats came in. Elizabeth said, for fires, so many people raised H. The governor put a suspension on the cancellations. I wonder if he was thinking of those old days, rails and tar and feathers for bad politicians. In the 1990s, fire at Eaton Canyon, we were out moving the horse out of stable across the road from the nature center. The major fire commander said then, if we do not get it stopped here at 60 miles an hour plus, the fire will get in the houses and less than 2 hours will reach the ocean. Yeah, that's discussed in this article. I got the links up and I have it up on screen. 2 hours will reach the ocean 60 or so miles away. And it happened in Montecito a few years later. Huge mansions burns to ash in moments. Yep. The houses, the title of the thing is, the houses are the fuel. This is not a wildfire. This is an urban fire. It's all known. But the whole thing, and I just stopped. I was like, okay, link to-do list. Oh, I think somebody said that the other day. When people see a wildfire's destruction, I don't care if you call it wild or not. If you're talking about the concrete jungle or the urban jungle, and the fire is burning in the jungle, well, then it's a wildfire. Go ahead. The charred rubble and pools of melted aluminum from car wheels. Please remember that, people, you truthers. That was not steel flowing off the sides of the towers in September 11th. It was other metallic substances that have a far lower melting point. But the fires were hot enough in the towers, they burnt the dang and melted the steel also. They often assume the fire is ignited in shrubbery, then barreled toward the neighborhood as a wave of flame hitting houses like a, quote, tsunami of superheated gas, Cohen said, and here it goes. This is one of those yang. Please don't say this stuff ever again, MSN, anybody. This is very activating language because this is what idiot cops say. And they got it from an insurance commercial. Go watch Audit the Audit. Go watch any police activity. Go watch ASP. Go watch anything, anywhere that involves police interactions with the citizenship is not required with we the people. As soon as you say something that, hey, dumb cop, you're doing your job wrong and you're violating my rights, they say, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. It's a robotic, programmed, brainless American modern saying that they got from an insurance commercial. They might as well say, where's the beef? Anybody of you that repeat this is the phrase that a jackass Harnett County Sheriff deputy said to me right before he said he could seize my life. And when I repeated it back to the assistant district attorney, he said, oh, SH word, and started flipping back and forth and back and forth. And guess what they found out in 2014? That 3 to 2 years after Los Angeles County had done it, Harnett County sheriffs were abducting people and hiding them in the damn detention facility. And what activated, and I'm supposed to be happy that, well, the guy they abducted, they had a quiet private settlement and signed him to a non-disclosure agreement and let him out and gave him a couple bucks. Yeah, but what about me? Oh, well, we took care of the other guy. You did a good thing here. But what about me and this rabid a-hole cop that you just promoted? When they got rid of our sheriff and got a worse piece of crap to be our sheriff, I'm still under these threats of that corrupt ass hellhole. That's why they're all very careful of me. So you better be careful. Do you believe in destiny? Harnett County, North NC Sheriff's. Yep. Man in detention without paperwork or arrest. They invited him to an interview and snuck him into the detention thing. They invited me to an interview. Inmate escaped 2023. Oh, I mean, you guys aren't doing very good with your piece of crap detention facility, are you? Here we go again. It's very sad. I used to could remember the guy's name. I can go back and look at my email right now. I can't find easily the HCSO's kidnapping / abduction of the guy by the same a-hole cop that threatened me, and the activating phrase that made the assistant district attorney, who left about 2 weeks after that. You got to go. This all has to get swept under the rug and covered up. Bye. Peace out, G. And it's supposed to be friends of mine. Was the district attorney at the time, the real one. Emmer effers, scumbags. Somebody send Wayne Coates a link. Say, Wayne, you haven't made this any better. That made the ADA, phrase that made the ADA say, oh, plus, minus plus, and go free the kidnapped guy, was, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Robotic, idiotic, first responder saying that is now epidemic in idiotic America. Oh, and then there was another one. Can't remember the guy's name. See, I can remember the bad guy's name. And more Destiny stories. Activated, ha! Let's bicker about whether or not 250 years ago people gave a crap. Harnett County. Kagus. Killed. Blam. John Livingston Jr. is the namesake of John David Livingston, who was 33 when Deputy Nicholas Cages fatally shot him on his front porch. Guess how he got on his front porch? Deputy Cages of the secret Delta Squad. They call themselves the D Squad, the Delta Company. Deputy
Dirtbag
Cages.
Squad.
Yeah. Huh. Deputy Cages dragged him out of his house onto that porch and then shouted him. And what made another thing that made, I believe the guy's name was Dan, the ADA at the time, is that the last thing said before going hands-on and getting stupid and escalating this to the point of death. And I want to see what is going on with the Son of Man. What made them finally, I guess, try to realize, hello, that there is, as the world famous Chad Thompson said at the time, is there effery afoot? And I know, it turns out that's not a Chadism. He picked that up organically, but he's the first person I ever heard say it, so he gets all the credit. He's a good guy. Yes, there is effery afoot. which was another loud ringing gong that required them to dig a hole and bury the damn gong, is that the last thing before engaging in crap that Super Squirrel Delta Company, Delta Operator, D Squatter, Hey Gas said to Livingston, Rip, is that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. So, hey, MSN, are you othering me? Are you dehumanizing me? Are you not caring me? Please stop it, all of you in America, and shut up with the citizen crap. Citizenship is not required. Don't like it? Go amend your piece of crap constitution and say, we screwed up. It shouldn't say we the people. It should say we the citizens. The Harnett County Sheriff's Office agreed Wednesday to pay $6 million settlement with 6 families who had charged the office with a pattern of excessive use of force, according to Raleigh-based attorney. Raleigh-based attorney. Repeat yourself much,
Raleigh-based attorney.
WRL? Yeah. The Raleigh-based attorney named Raleigh-based attorney. Hello. Does
His
nobody
parents
edit
didn't
these
like him very
things?
much.
You know, I wonder if Grammarly works for me. It's free. Not a sponsor, but could be. I wonder if
Break
all
out the
of the
AI. Break out the.
yeah, I
Sorry.
wonder if all of the things would say with a squiggle. You know how we're going to find out? Tick-Tock. We're going to copy that. Then we're going to go to Microsoft's Windows 11 text. Oh, yeah, did I mention F you, police, and everybody else who says, that's not how this works. Not how any of this works. And all the rest of you. Screw you. Elon Musk. You're right, sir. Doge. King Musk. Emperor Godman Musk. Shut them all down. Take away their G words and everything else. The cops to the tops. Fire the governors. Just send the FBI to arrest them all. Put them in a federal prison. But don't do any paperwork. If it ain't written down, it didn't happen. Ask the Harnett County sheriffs and the a-hole Los Angeles sheriffs. Just leave us peasant citizens, not peoples, alone. Just all of them. Nope. The grammar checker, like see the spell checker coming up on screen, knows that I misspelled Mrs. And if I type something like and, it red marks the second and. So it's okay, WRL. WRL has a grammar O. If somebody wants to be nice to WRL, holla. If they don't. It's alright. I can be activated. It's my streamy channel. This leads to this. This leads to that. Her voice sends shivers down my spine. Man released. Harnett County. Always bring the receipt. I didn't think I'd be getting into this today, but see, I hadn't read enough of the MSN thing. I got so happy and doing my Snoopy dance about the insurance stuff. Yes. The money men, the bankers and insurers and corporate giants and the military industrial complexes there. Who's in charge? Do any of you really think that Lauren Boebert is up there legislating on behalf of the citizenry? Man released. Harnett County. Can't say those words on the stream.
Oh, me?
You know me.
Oh,
I
I
don't
put
know.
something in the chat, I think.
Elizabeth Wiley. Oh, damn it.
Movie quote.
You put it in the Discord chat. You must have put it in the Discord chat. Where the hell is Discord?
Put it in the one that says squawking.
Yeah, that's the Discord. That's the one
Yeah.
I can't keep up with.
Oh. I need to put it in the YouTube chat then?
The Batman Who Laughs? Is that what you put?
Yes. That's the avatar, but the screen name is LeBeau Who Laughs.
LeBeau.
I need to spell that.
Nope. So let's go. Bill's avatar from Blam. And then we'll put it here. Bill's avatar from Blam. And 2023, 2021. Oh, they've done this quite a bit. Did they learn anything the first time? Huh. Yeah, we get away with it. Oh, yeah, that's what they accused him of. The problem is the latest one that they're working their ways around all this child photography that is highly illegal, state and federal, is a deputy. Ha ha ha. So when I type this, they're going to start talking about the recently arrested and charged and all this other. Look how carefully they say it was a Cameron NC man. Yeah. Cameron. This is all. There it is. Is that it? Willow Spring? Probably not. Images taken from a video of a man having bad stuff with a woman have led authorities investigating alleged that stuff to arrest a fifth suspect. Is this him? Editor's note. Charges against Tommy Keithwall were dismissed and records of his arrest were expunged on October 30, 2014 after further investigation revealed the wrong person was charged. Yeah, okay. That's it. That's the one. And all he gets is an editor's note. He got a money settlement and all kinds of other things. And they do not discuss not one bit of this disgusting character assassination of this poor guy. WRAL, you are complicit with the worst kind of heinous nonsense in our country. Kidnapper cops. Now they brought the charges afterwards to cover up their crimes, and Sheriff Larry Rollins immediately resigned. What a crock of shit. Larry Rollins resigned. Cites personal reasons. Yeah. King of the Hill. Because Denzel, he fine. Yep. I've said it many times on the stream.
Inside joke.
I've said it many times up on here and even explained it. King
Well,
Kong
the
ain't
quote
got
before is
poop on me. Denzel Washington, Training Day 2001. Putting dirt on each other. Yep. What did Denzel do to the guy?
mm-hmm.
Besides
Boy,
yelling
does it
to
all
roll that
sound
effing
vaguely
window
familiar.
down, he told him you got to smoke this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And then later on, he told him, "Boy, if we go back and blood test, who's got all the illegal substances in their body?" All right, brought my
Mm-hmm.
receipts. I'm over my activation. Let me scroll it off the screen. Yin and yang in the art of read carefully your documents before you put them up and congratulate MSN. Somebody contact Wayne Coates and tell him George told me it's all George's fault. Except it isn't. Because I don't want to sick the scum bucket Harnett County Sheriff's Delta squads on George. Somebody told me, a little birdie told me, because I was living in La La Land, which is Los Angeles land, from whence I came, that there was a 5-year statute of limitations on the felonies like cops threatening you. And other such government corruptions. Hey, everybody out there on Earth, if you hear a cop tell you that's not how this works, or that's not how this works, semicolon, that's not how any of this works. Get on your knees, get your phone recording, get somebody else, beg somebody video this, he's going to kill me. They'll learn. Call yourself the NC Tyrant Hunter. The fire is the fuel, the house killer is the home. It's Adam and the Ant song. Start scattered, burns what's next to it. Yeah, that's what happens. Fire spreads. 95% of the fires are sparked by people, said California State Fire Marshal Daniel Berlant, referring to blazes sparked by cigarros, campfires, power lines, fireworks, vehicles, and other sources. So when you add more people into these natural areas, you're going to see more ignitions. I'm not going to read more of this. You triggered me. Everybody go, I put the link in there. And then see how it made me
Sorry.
mess. It made me mess up. I said the T word we're not allowed to say anymore. Because Denzel, he fine. It activated me severely. That sword of Damocles perpetually is over my head till that HCSO gets their head out of their asses and lets me know, hey, we've straightened out the crap heads. Yes, we brushed you under the rug with everybody else. Because do you believe in destiny? None of them cares except the one. I've seen him once since then. And he ran his ass away. Super cop. I didn't even have to quote him lines from Taken. I have certain skills. I didn't even like that movie, but I remember that line. And everybody else does too. Robotic repeating.
Oh, yeah.
Say the thing. See, now I need an emergency blow. I need some TTs and beer. TTs and beer. TTs and beer. Oh, Cal fires. The insurance industry. Again, it talks long and hard in the article at MSN that I regret now sharing. But yin and yang, I don't regret it that bad. And I can't undo it. The insurance industry, not in some ways, whoever wrote that, whoever said that, and they quoted you in the article, they have all the power. Nobody gives a crap if the government is going to charge somebody with arson for some garbage up on the hill. It ain't going to fix that if you didn't dot all your I's and cross all your T's, you ain't getting no insurance. End of line. I've already seen videos out there where the insurance companies have said, show us your latest inventory of the stuff, the personal property that you are going to claim was inside that home, or we're not paying for it. We need photos, videos, and a written inventory with appraised valuations. Otherwise, you're lying. So everybody out there, if anything can come of this, Cal Fires, what do we learn from our lovely neighbors to the west? Learn this. Make good of it.
Everything burns?
Or quakes, shakes and bakes. The lesson from the CA fires,
Ugh.
MSN, activating article, CA fires, MSN article is this. It's just another damn thing I always say. You better get your hour. Get the time. I'm in a mood. I got sweaty hands thinking about deputy sheriffs. Elizabeth remembers the time a Pasadena piggy got me all cuffed up and threatened they were going to take me up to guess where? Eaton Canyon and unalive me. Is it because they're racist? No, he was black. So when skinny kids slide in a fictional
You
story,
fell into that same problem.
in a fictional story, fell into what same problem? Hello?
Hello.
I'm here, man.
Fell into what same problem?
Claiming that because someone is of a different skin color other than white, they can't be prejudiced or racist.
I don't know why you are having such a biased filter. I said, no, he wasn't white. He was black.
No, you said he wasn't racist. He was black.
No, I said no to all of you racists out there or want to accuse it as always being racist. So, okay, let me try to say this
Whatever.
better. Everybody who thinks that racism is white against everybody else and that's how it is, that's the only way it is, you're wrong. This was a black cop. In our fictional romance. I apologize. I said it incorrectly, I guess.
If I misheard you,
So anyway, I jumped what they call sliding your legs over those handcuffs, and I being the fictional character of the space opera. And this was not a cage or a plexiglass car. This was a regular patrol car. Not supposed to be designed for arrests. I mean hovercraft, spacecraft. So of course, they said, cuff it up, drive it up to Eaton Canyon, and KIA them. Do you believe in destiny? Why me? Says the fictional character. So I slipped my legs. I was far more bendy at that fine teenager age and had encountered enough of these assholes. You ain't threatening me with that crap. And put those cuff chains over his noggin and started trying to saw his noggin off with it around his neck. Somebody help me figure out how to make that more space opera good. He even refused to answer the radio when the chief called and told him to get back to the parking lot, and the watch commander was there. It turned out non-American speaking cop had put in the license over the radio, and they had that wrong vehicle come back as stolen. That cop had no idea I was a top volunteer from women and science programs with the chief. So demanded he come in. Yeah, well, he went in all right. It's a shame I wasn't a big steroid using muscle man. Because I hurt his neck a little. I mean, the fictional character. I hurt his neck a little bit and hurt his ego and pride a lot and took his G word. Ha ha ha. And his keys. Well, he sat there gurgling up reddish, pinkish, frothy stuff out of his injured neck. And ran my ass all the way home. So saith the fictional character in I flew in a Star Trek teleporter. Blip, blip, blip. Beam me up, Scotty. You better get your. And hey, anybody out there on planet Earth offended, I don't care. You ever had a stupid cop threaten your life? How do you talk it out? After being shown and proven. Go study all the police corruption in California, particularly Los Angeles. Having been shown that them LA sheriff's deputies out of the Altadena substation back then, in cooperation with the Pasadena Police Department, will absolutely take their big police shotguns and turn two human beings into hamburger and mist. To set an example.
In the fictional world, on the planet North Mexicamus.
Yes, that one. Thank you, sir. Just working out our script. Well, also in this thing, now back to real world. What do we learn? Or have repeated to us because we're incapable of learning right here on real planet Earth. A famous piece of literature containing both verbal and written history says, get your house in order. In modern days, we say, like, getting yourself a will. We call it getting your affairs in order. And all the guys say,
Get your S and a few more letters behind it together.
$, H, number 1, and then the plussy. In our fictional, the little robot droid that goes around and says whistles and toots.
Eeps.
We'll change it. Buck Rogers in the 21st Century TV show and George Lucas. We won't really have that kind of thing. It doesn't say beady 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 or all the stuff that R2 says. But we're going to homage it. It'll do something. Gangster rapping. You better get your house in order or together. In proper the business of life or the business school of life, what do we learn from these California fires and the articles and 5 of my previous live streams? In this exact example, if you don't have photographs, receipts, video, and a written inventory with appraisals of the personal property that you would like to be paid for by insurance after any disaster slash parenthetical loss, you're out. Simple truth. If it ain't written down, they ain't paying for it. And writing ain't enough. You better have those original receipts, current photographs and video of that still being in your possession. And no ability for anybody to come back later, appraise sales. Those go on appraise boats. True, true. I saw several headlines, articles, a short, like 6.5 minute video, maybe 2 days ago, at the Tube from a credible news source. Go look it up yourself. And like I keep saying with everything, why don't you sit down with your legal advisors? And if that's only you, well, good for you. You run much risk. You'd rather know in advance. California. Who could knew? Oh my gosh, how can you say something like that? Because I'm not the one who's taking your premiums and letting you walk yourself into that deep hole trap. I sent you the damn policy, didn't you read it? Hey, insurance company, give me a job. Claims denied. Oh, wait. They don't need to hire anybody to do that. They're taking care of that with their AI bots. Perfectly fine on their own. Elizabeth says,
Chatterbots.
oh, yeah, that's how it was about the chief and the cop. So he demanded he come in, STF up, and listen to me tell him whenever I want to say and apologize to you. I was not going to be pushed to file a lawsuit against the taxpayers. And that's how, like, see yesterday's the long discussion of the mother on Tucker Carlson. Yay, good mother. From her perspective, that's how it is. From the fictional kid who was involved in this, almost 14 years old. All of that, man, no one cares about the chief. If they're gonna drive somebody else up into the mountains and the foothills and KIAM, they'll drive the chief up into the mountains and the foothills and KIM. Corrupt cops are corrupt cops. Go see the Rampart Division. Scandal, 1995.
Ooh, I came up with a new idea for a KIA. Disassemble number 5.
Number 5.
Johnny 5 is alive.
What?
Short Circuit movie.
Is that where it came from?
Yep.
Yes.
I remember Short Circuit and I remember liking it. But I don't remember any of the sayings from it. Really was a good movie.
No,
Huh.
disassemble number 5.
Damn it. What now with Discord? Hello? Discord?
What about
I can hear
Discord?
you, Dean.
Yeah, so
No, Discord all of a sudden gave me another red letter one. It doesn't appear to be something. So then we mute. I mean, not mute. Damn it. Minimize. I short circuited my own noggin. Let's look it up. Interlude. It says in the description, any chance we get to stop an emergency blow. all the meanings. But the severely original Submariner's meaning. It's a long, round shaped cylindrical object with a pointy tip that's full of seamans. A submarine.
Hang on. I got to answer phone.
Okay. Short circuit. IMDb. It says, after, especially when we're cruising at crush depth or below, we are gonna up the bubbles. Ha ha ha. Set to this and that's it, and jump this freaking shark right out of the water. You have to know your mom better than that. He had no choice. He had to go through the whole mom treatment, as Tim calls it. I hope it made him stop and say, oops, I know mom is going to go and testify against me if I do this ever again, and she hears of it. Okay. And him having spitting a lot of frothy pink stuff and red stuff out of his crushed stuff in his neck area. Didn't hurt either. What do we learn from this? I don't know. Never saw him again. Short Circus, 19 Short Circus. Yeah. I went too deep. I got the bends. Short Circus. I got a title for our new film.
Yeah, Short Circuit. Yeah, he goes
19
Johnny 5, and he goes, no disassemble, no disassemble.
Oh, I do remember that. Is that the one? Ali Sheedy was in so many good things once upon a time. Isn't she the one from War Games and Bad Boys? The real Bad Boys, not the woke one from the 90s. Oh, we didn't call it that then. We called it PC. Oh man, I forgot. Steve Gutenberg. He was in everything back in the 80s and 90s. Whatever happened to him? Does anybody know?
No,
I don't
he
either.
just stopped appearing in movies.
Maybe we'll look it up. Just a second. We're doing Emergency Blow, Short Circuit, 1986. Steve! Named after the printing press company. Oh no, it's Gutenberg. Might be pronounced the same way. Spelled different. Is it Berg? Berg. I did it wrong after just looking at it. Question mark. Where are you? Where are you now? Steve Gutenberg? Man. They only have 41 photos? Well, we need to fix this. Put on our to-do list. Get Short Circuit up on the big screen. Make screen caps. Create an IMDb account that allows for uploading of images. A little bird, little bird. They sicked a helicopter on this poor little bot? Did that
Multiple
happen?
helicopters.
Oh no.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm back.
Okay. You're super loud again.
Sorry.
Okay. I don't remember
That
anything. I
better?
don't remember Ali Sheedy. Yes, very much so. Ali Sheedy in a pink robe.
Okay.
Hey, baby. Look at those wrists and hands and the little kitty kitty. Meow.
Hubba, hubba.
And I'm really trying to emergency blow, jump this shark. I'm sorry, Ali Sheedy. I don't mean to objectify you, but I'm doing it in a great way. I'm not focusing on the chesty bumps. I'm going to go full. The hands thing is not a fetish thing. And this is really just a joke. Do you know that the very last 2 to 3 inches of forearm and the curve of my little mouse arrow is upon it? Somebody watching the stream, let me know. Can you see that? Or should I screenshot this and open it up in paint and draw little paint
They
scribbles
can
on it?
see it.
Okay. That little bump on the inner side of your wrist, unless you're holding your wrist thumb out, then it's the outer bump. That in geisha land, how you hold your hands. But if you dare, and it's a very Go study geisha yourself. They aren't hookers. Holy cow. Ali Sheedy, how lewd. You're not wearing a bustle. You showed your wrist in that way. I'm really trying. Man, this submarine slash shark has flown straight out of the water because I am looking at her chest parts. Ali Sheedy. Hey, baby. Look at that long, narrow neck. What's your sign?
Are you being the pond?
I am.
Hey.
Hey, check her out. Now this ain't. She is defending her own honor. Awesome. If only they'd have given her that bat for 1982's Bad Boys. Still one of my favoriteest movies, but you put your big people pants on when you go to watch it. It's got some tough stuff in it. Oh, little smiles. I didn't remember them chasing the bot. You know what's cool? Is they didn't reuse that from somewhere. I don't think. Did they reuse the bot? Or did they invent
No.
bot? Okay. Check him out. He's doing the whole very brotherly, very appropriate. Hands, mister. Nope, we don't have to tell him hands, mister. We can see him. Man, that 80s hair. It's so beautiful. I'm glad we outgrew that. I'm glad for all the women of America that you don't have to do whatever it takes to make that 80s style hair anymore. Elbow down, mister. You have to be looking at the stream to know what I just said and why I said it. We know you're not a USM, a USMC. Hello? Who was phone? There he is. Bot. Making whippy cream or something. I can't believe they flew a helicopter after Bot. That's an unequal. That's a disjustice. Poor little Bot. Did he have
Well,
superpowers?
considering what Johnny Five was originally designed to do, it's more than fair.
That's what I mean. Did he have superpowers?
No, he
was
at one
basically a
point he had
military robot.
with a laser on his shoulder.
Oh, I love that picture. Where Rovidizazarlalot means. I know. I mangled it. 05 dot with a big old V for victory or P for peace. 2 for peace. Or deuces. Oh, but man. Check it out. The Ermy. Arlie Ermy? For reals? It's coming up on the screen. It'll catch up. They got the little flower like a Frankenstein's monster. The little girl gave the monster that flower.
Well,
I
that's what
got
he
it.
is.
I get the reference.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but that's what him not so given.
Your audio chopped in and out for me. Say that again.
He is examining the flower, seeing how pretty it is. He does not. It's not something else presenting him a flower.
Well, it looks like he's presenting it to the big G word of the Ermy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Go shallow again. Check out the skirty skirt on Ali Sheedy right there in that picture. If you didn't want me to say great gams, lady, you should have covered them up. Cat calls and whistles galore. Shake it, don't break it. Lightning bolt,
I'm
lightning
not going to
bolt.
finish the rest of that thing.
Oh, there's another one with lightning bolt, lightning bolt. The original LARPer. I should probably hunt this down and find it and see it again. Looks like a really good movie, except I'll probably cry when helicopters are chasing after Bot. So unkind. All right.
That is the only movie I know of where the sequel it was almost as good as the original. Most of the times you have the sequel, or sequels. Number 2 is garbage.
Number 2 is number 2. See The Matrix. And arguably, here I'll stick my foot in my mouth because I still like the original Terminator better than Terminator 2.
Yeah, everybody does.
No, everybody else likes Terminator 2 better.
I thought they were both really good.
Yeah, me too. And that's a really hard one where I'm very much against decimal numbers in movies. But the only way for me to differentiate them, like, it's not a, the first one is not a 10 and the second one an 8. This is like 9.9 versus 9.8. They are danger close to each other. Well, got to round it off. 10-10.
But then you compare the first Indiana Jones to Indiana Jones 2, Temple of Doom. They're not equal.
Right. Steve.
Because Raiders of the Lost Ark was the original. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was actually made as a prequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah, but it still wasn't as good.
Stephen Robert Gutenberg is an American actor, author, businessman, producer, and director. He has starred in many successful films from the 1980s, including Cocoon, Police Academy, that's where I remember it from, 3 Men and a Baby,
Somebody call a
and,
vet.
yeah, and Short Circuit. Gutenberg has also worked as a high-end audio salesman, a record producer, and a movie theater projectionist. In 2019, he became a caregiver for his aging father, Stanley. Check you out, Steve Gutenberg. Hadn't thought of you in a long age. Thank Bill and George for the brief retrospective, for reminding us and everybody else that you're still out there, sir. In Brooklyn, New York. I don't dig that deep in people's private lives. Oh, wait, here we have a today update, I guess. On January 8th, about whatever it is, 10 days ago, Gutenberg was among the various citizens. Damn it. Citizens, maybe he is. But there might be other than citizens. You see what they do? Why can you lefty liberal wiki warriors who have been volunteering their time helping first responders as devastating wildfires rage across the Los Angeles area of Southern California. Gutenberg even went unnoticed by the local media when interviewed. Imagine that. He didn't walk up and say, "Do you remember me from Short Circuit? Now let me talk to you." This is the time for us to remember that we're part of a community, Gutenberg said, and that people, why not citizens? What? Quote, have to help each other and be kind to each other, period. If you see somebody who needs help, comma, help them, period. Ask them what they need, period, end quote. My hero. What a cool guy. In an interview with CNN, Gutenberg said that he hadn't seen anything like this in my entire life, and I don't think many people have. Nope. Man.
He was really living through one of his movies that was a total bomb. Lava Lantula.
For real. Now I'm gonna have to click on his
Yes.
name. And now we're gonna, hey, bikini girls. I mean, guys in tank tops. Wow, did you see those biceps? I went very shallow. I'm trying to stay there. Holy cow. This dude has been busy. How could we not have kept up with him? Oh boy, called lava something?
Lava Tarantula. It basically lava tarantula. It was a sci-fi movie that was a
Tarantula.
bomb.
I have to know now. I simply must. Hang on. Oh, never mind. Must have been one of them .ru bots. Not the good kind of bots. The kind that really needs a helicopter to shout at it. When the heck was it?
2015.
Oh man. Way up there. Lava Lantula. Oh my gosh. He still looks like him. How could you not recognize him? You haven't aged a day, sir. Must be doing some of that good eating in California. Are you organic? Lantula. I want to see it. Volcanic eruptions in Los Angeles unleash a swarm of gigantic lava-breathing tarantulas. What in this world? Rated 4.6 out of 10. It's a TV movie. I love them.
Yeah.
I love silliness like this. I could dig it the most. There's Nia Peoples in it.
And a lot of his cohorts from the Police Academy movies.
Oh my gosh. Is that guy that made all the sound effects with his mouth still around?
Yes.
Lava
Michael
Lantula.
Winslow.
Lava Lantula TV movie 2019.
15.
Oh, 15 at the
Yes.
IMDb. Let's go. Give us a take the ref off, please. I don't like refs. I'm an anarchist. I don't like refs. Oh my gosh. Steve Gutenberg. A-OK and A. I don't know what we're allowed to say anymore. Hey, really, meaning hell of a. Hailluva. Hell of a. And a really,
Luva.
yeah, Huluva. And a really good guy. See, fires, fire, fire, fire. Are you threatening me? Lava Lantula. I want to see it. Hello, YouTube? Hello, YouTube? Do you have a lava lantula? It's a tarantula. Lava lantula. Show me. Free with ads. Oh, it does have it. Lucky me. Guess what I'm doing when I get off stream tonight? I'm
Oh,
getting
God.
I'm getting lava lantulad copy. Yay! Free with ad. Blam. I did finally get through, even though I did like skip forward 30 seconds, skip forward 30 seconds, skip forward 30 seconds, skip forward 9 minutes, skip forward 90 minutes. I sort of made it through Sharknado last year. In 2024, I finally made it through a million years ago Sharknado, but just barely. Oh my gosh. And then in 2016, they made, free with ads also, unrated, Who Lava, Who Lantula. Guess what I'm doing tonight? All night long. Oh my gosh.
Hey, I just sent you a text.
Doodly doop. I have the phone turned off, so I'm making noises for it. Oh no. Oh no. I like to skip the ads. And one day I'm gonna be rich. And I'm gonna buy me a
Yeah, but this will also,
YouTube Premium.
but you got to think, if I give you access to that, that opens up a whole slew of other stuff.
Can't go down that internet rabbit hole. That earth rabbit hole. I'll
You
be
would love all
convinced.
those movies, sir.
Yeah, I know I would. But I have a life to live. The lava lentula. And then I'm not going to stop saying that because I always say a tarantula. That's again from Three Stooges. Disorder in the Court. Everything about it. Every frame of pause, every saying, a meme. ESAM. Maybe we should have named my channel that. ESAM. Every saying, a meme. Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, you actually put that in your notes
What? What did I put in
about
my
the
notes?
lava lantula.
I sure did. Got to have it. Got to. I got to. That's a Led Zeppelin song. Doom, doom,
Yes,
doom,
it is.
doom, bloom, 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 bloom. Tarantula? That's a divot. They were talking about Larry was playing his fiddle or violin, and on the end of the bow,
Stradivarius. A
yeah,
beautiful Stradivarius.
the end of the bow picked some dude's toupee off.
Can't call them that anymore, sir.
They did back
They have to be
then.
called a hair system.
Yeah. Well, back then, in context, when he saw it, he threw it on the ground and stomped on it. He said, "A tarantula." And then Mo gave him a good smack and said, "Tarantula? That's a divot."
Oh
Going
man,
deep. Not
you
going
have to
deep.
have me go back and start watching some of the old Three Stooges now.
Oh, yeah, they're all available everywhere. Mm.
And just on a side note, so you can laugh. As a child, until I moved out of my parents' home, I was forbidden to watch the Three Stooges because I mimicked some of it when I was a child to my father, and I slapped him across the face, and then I
Oh.
tried to poke him in the eyes.
Doink. I think I kind of said already twice, but I'm going to say it again. And now we're less than. You know what a difference a day makes? 24 little hours. Well, bye, Joseph R. Biden, comma, Jr. dash DEI. Don't let the White House doors hit you where the good Lord split you. Peace out, G. Don't do anything overnight.
And a
I
$20
wish.
a $20 bill to his shirt and wish him the best of luck.
Yeah. I guess it's too late. Too late. I've been hoping every day for all the days counting down that all of a sudden Queen Kamala, HRM, would show up with the rest of the, I don't know what they call it, the cabinet, the administration, the court, the king's court, and 25th himself and make herself America's first, other than color, not white, women's president day, and possibly America's shortest acting vice presidente, acting presidente. That'd be really cool, but not this late in the game, Kamala. I've tried to let you know. You shoulda, woulda, you coulda. 40 years from now, when you're sitting over there in the chair that Hillary Clinton vacated, saying, "I shoulda, woulda, coulda." You just remember, I told you so. You get one
Every time I
shot at
hear her
this.
name, I get
Hear
Every
whose
time I
name?
hear her name, it reminds me. As I say, every time I hear her name, it reminds me of the '80s wrestler Kamala,
Yeah.
the Ugandan giant.
Is it spelled
He
the
was a
same?
really nice guy too.
Is it spelled the same?
Yes.
You, gone, Dan, giant. No, I don't want the interview. There he is. True. So she can't use his name anyway. We're just going to have to call her Madame Harris. Stealing some dude's
He's a really
name,
nice
lady.
guy too.
He passed away
I had to
August
meet him before he
19th,
died.
2020. Rip. Man, that's not very old.
He had a lot of health problems.
Hey,
Really nice guy.
you do not realize she is one. I think it's supposed to be. Oh, she is one of the reasons CA is as horrible as it is. And she is now trying to say she is NCA. I let her know she is not and filed that complaint with the native groups. Northern California. She's Del Norte. Oh, I'm trying not to be a wiener, but I am a wiener. Once upon a time, one of the world's last true cowboys. As late as the 1990s, somebody hired him to get on his horse's back and do a cattle drive. True story. Talk about the blessings of the people you meet. And this great, he's one of the ones that I wanted to make videos about the horsemen. Sorry, horse persons and horse ladies and horse everybody else. Always has it been gender neutral, fluid, non-specific. It doesn't mean nothing. The original version of dudes, meaning the guys that worked at ranches, not California surfers. Dude, bruh.
Quote Pauly Shore, buddy.
Buddy. Well, having a particularly ferocious bad mood one day at the Dud Ranch I was working at. That's dude, and the E fell off where it had been nailed to the fence. Well, your dude
Mhm.
ranch suddenly became a dud ranch. And somebody telling me, mighty stupid, and me telling them, you realize you're saying that to somebody, and we are a long way from civilization. And I've got an axe in my hands. And you stood right there while I was chopping these very thick logs in half with this axe, saying stupid things to me. So who do you think is really, really, really stupid right now? And this cowboy that I was talking about, probably the last of the real cowboys. He's an absolute time warp. When he said something like, man, what makes you think you can tell people stuff like that? Like you're going to chop them up with an axe. I said, I never said I was going to chop anybody up with an axe. I just said, look at the environment you're standing in. And then I said, are you threatening me? And he said, why do you
Much like
think,
you told somebody else in an office.
yeah, why do you think this or that? Why do you this or that? I said, because I'm an a-hole. All spelled out. $2 signs, of course, after the A. I'm an as shoal. SHOAL. A rocky shore island thing. Jetty peninsula. To go with mine. What is that damn thing called? Lavalantula. I've got to see that. Tomorrow, during inauguration ceremonies, we're going to be doing a long-form critique of Lavalantula. 2015,
I'll be at work.
10 out of 10 stars just for the name of it. Oh my God. The world famous. We're going to give him this character a name. The Last Cowboy. And all you gender problemed people, you go take it up with him. It might take him as careful as he moves and as strong as he has. What is the line from Star Wars about beating the Wookiee at chess?
Let the Wookiee win.
Star Wars, quote, Wookiee, pull your arms. That's because droids don't pull people's arms out of their sockets when they lose. Wookiees are known to do that, and so are cowboys. I guess, in our space opera. It might take months for that guy to finally let go of your arms, having pulled them all of their joints out of their place.
It's been fun, but due to a minor health issue, I'm going to have to call it.
All right, sir. Get feeling better.
Y'all have fun.
Yep. The Last Cowboy. I don't know even what we call these. Somebody tell me, well, when somebody makes up a saying or I don't know. One of his sayings / codes about when I called myself, I called myself an a-hole. He said, some people are born ... You want to know what it said, comment readers? You have to listen to the whole thing. It's a loss leader. It's a wish. He said, some people are born a-holes. And no matter how hard they try, if they even bother to not be an a-hole, they're an a-hole. Because they were born that way. He said, some people were born nice guys. And Dean, you were born a nice guy. I wish I could mimic his voice. He has a really good, maybe I should get him to do this. He has a really good radio voice, very deep. He said, some people are born nice guys. No matter how hard they try, they can't be an a-hole. You're a nice guy, Dean. Didn't argue with him. What am I going to do? Tell him, no, you're wrong. He hath spoken. One of the stables, Elizabeth said in the chat, one of the stables where I kept my equine therapy programs had a couple of big cattle drives a year. And Pat P had them almost every time we went up to Stockton Ranch for trainings. It's not like TV or movies. Nope, it is not. But in the modern era, people would say, you did what? Cattle drive? What's that? You drive one of them big trucks?
God.
Yeah, exactly. And then at 7 p.m. ish, at 04, 16, 30, at some kind of time of night, 06. No, not 06, 6.58 p.m. P. Break. I gotta put Eastern in there. I must go relieve the bladder. That made me so giggly.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm gonna take about 5.
Okay.
I shall return.
Don't forget your thingy.
We're back. Twisting it back on. Oh, 4. I took too long.
Greetings.
Greetings. I
No,
was
you're good.
being told all about it.
Hold on about what?
Just this and that and the other in life. Because we're taking it as
I
all
thought
good.
it was.
And I'm so sorry if it offends you, Bill, or anybody else listening. You know, if you were a little kid and your favorite cartoon came on the TV, wouldn't you be like, "Yay, my favorite cartoon's on"? Or for me, it would have probably been, "Hello, Elizabeth." Man, 1950s Superman with the big barrel chest, obviously laying on something with a fan blowing at him, faster than a speeding bullet. Buildings in a single bound. Man, I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I'll get back to that maybe. Maybe I'll let it forgotten. Oh boy. Back. We're going to call them in-laws, even though we don't have papers. Are 94 and 91. My in-laws are 94 and 91 and very excited after hearing Trump's speech. They wanted to
He gave
know,
a
have we
speech?
seen it? Yeah, I saw it on the YouTube earlier. Somewhere on one of my YouTube screens, it said live Donald Trump giving a speech. Somewhere. I don't know. I've clicked these screens so many times. Volcano. I hope tarantulas that breathe fire don't come out of it. True story. Kilauea is erupting again. Don't
Yeah,
look at
that's.
don't look at the goofy girls. Trump holds rally at Capital One Arena in Washington, D.C. before inauguration. It said this was live. However many hours ago, I let this homepage be up there. Star Wars A New Hope, but it's ruined by AI. I like the little kissy lips on Princess Leia. Let's zoom that. Zoom, zoom, zoom. We'll leave Donald Trump and AI ruined Princess Leia. No, stop it. Mouse over. It's bobbling in and out, swimming in there's ripples on the ocean. We're still at the surface, but water keeps running over me. Holy cow, that's goofy looking. Ah, shit. Where are you? Where are you now? Where is my mind? Way out on the water. Oh, yep. They're very excited. Yay for them. Nope, I didn't see it. Mm. Things people say. Things people say to each other that makes us feel. Are we allowed to say butthurt on the internet anymore?
Sure.
Maybe I meant slightly offensed or off put. Like people
Sorry.
constantly apologizing for themselves. We've got to overcome that programmatical training. It's another one of my long. I could do a whole live streamer on that, but I'd have to, I guess, create a new channel and just not allow anybody in it so that we don't get distracted and I could try to stay on target. This utter, total disqualification of self, especially for the women folk that I hate. It's probably just me, but the deflection terms, the qualifying slash
Yeah.
disqualifying statements, I'd never be able to do that good on the qualifier. I could never do that good. I think I can. I think I can. Haven't you ever read the stupid little book? But then,
The stupid little book.
yes. But then it
Oh
doesn't
shit.
matter if they made you read the book and then they kicked it all the hell out of you.
Hmm.
In their brainwash academies known as modern American public schools, where they teach you to say things like, oh, teacher, I think I'm wrong, but I was sitting there counting on my fingers, and 2 and 2 seems to be 4 fingers, but I know I'm wrong, and so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt your class when you said, hey, whoever knows the answer, raise your hands.
It's little Johnny.
So I don't know any better way to build it up. Just say it. Just say it. And don't worry. Next time it ever happens, Elizabeth, I'll say, demerit. And that comes from my favoritist, the Ramones. Rock and roll high school. PJ Souls, I love you. Movie. But when you say
Mm-hmm.
things like, you do not realize, I realize, I understand, I get it, and don't try to change the way you speak, but it makes me all improperly. I know I'm wrong, and I shouldn't feel this way. But I think, just for a second, I realize lots. All right, I got that out of my system, and I'm sorry if I shouldn't say things like that to you. We shouldn't say things to each other.
Good.
Let's just go back and shut up. Or not. We'll just keep on doing it like we do it and being happy about it.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else on planet Earth, Elizabeth and I are related. Because of that, we can speak to each other however the hell we feel like. You can't say anything about her. And you can't tell me that. She can tell me whatever she wants to, and I'll say, well, I felt butthurt, but I was wrong. I'm sorry, etc., etc. Finishing up these things all just see, Bill knows. Are we
Old Bill knows.
laughing at each other or with each other?
Oh, we're laughing with each other.
Absolutely. Always look on the bright side. All right. Periscope depth. Let's
Oh,
go
look on the bright
periscope.
side.
Dealing
Look on the
with
bright
these.
side. You finally
Yeah.
got me on this thing.
Man, it's fantastic. We got to do some more volume adjusting, but we're doing okay right now. You're still peeking out over the red line a little bit, but not bad. Not bad.
Hang on.
Don't mess with it too much.
There. How's that?
Don't fix it till it's
How's that?
broken. Yeah, it's good.
All right.
Leftovers from yesterday. The long 2 to 3 hours about why is this so hard? Oh yeah, because walking and talking, let alone walking, talking, and chewing the bubbly gum while watching your screen and screaming and crying and having a total emotional and nervous and spiritual breakdown because TikTok is blocked in your country is impossible for Americans. Everything is impossible. Like understanding that salary means you get paid a fixed amount, whether you work 1, 0, or 39.99999 means no in German hours. The second you hit 40 hours, you are entitled to time and a half. There's another short version of yesterday. Let me hang on. I gotta get it into the logbook. Because here's where we're going. Salary, insurances, especially this. I don't know if you heard it yesterday or not, Mr. Bill. go back and look in the comment under yesterday's video. There's timestamps about the shop/store person and their bull
Okay.
crap about how they have to work 75 hours a week and only get paid 40. And if they don't, if they dared to complain about it, dot, dot, dot.
Excuse me.
Salary. Celery. Salary. From earlier, insurance, indemnity, from forever.
We are
Fatigue
farmers. Dum 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 dum.
plays a role. Right, Bill?
What?
Fatigue plays a role.
Yes, very much so.
All right, here we go. Periscope depth. Links in the description. At the IMDb Predator.
We're
They
still in
make-
that long cylindrical tube full of semen.
Yes. But we're at only going to Periscope depth sort of this time until my heart breaks a little more.
Okay.
Enron, teachers, the Los Angeles deputy, Ryan Clinkunbroomer, and his poor fiancée. And I keep repeating.
Oh.
Here's me saying it again. How many times you got to repeat a thing? As many as it takes. Couple people, whatever, of all, don't care where you're from and what your tan is and everything else,
Shit.
and what your protruding parts are or are not, go get yourself ownership papers. Which means filed on each other. One of you is the property of the other. That's how that works. So that if something happens to you, you won't have to listen to this crap. See? The people that are
Yes.
supposed to enforce our laws, besides security guards in North Carolina, the public ones, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to read it. Let me know when you're seeing it in its giant white letters on the black screen. You know,
I do see it now.
and now, let me know when you're seeing the highlighted blue with black letters that say forced overtime.
I can read it.
Okay. Dear America, and this is a deputy sheriff. This is a law enforcer. I want all of you people to please stop. Tell your brain that's racing, rushing you right now and saying crap in between your ears that your mouth is trying to utter out to you. Be still. Calm yourself. Set your eyeballs on this thing. Who the hell forced this guy into overtime? What in America is it called if you force somebody to labor? That's called slavery.
I was going to say, is that a rhetorical, or can I answer that?
No, go ahead.
It is slavery.
And if you can't use your words to say what you mean and mean what you say, then I guess we should lock you in a 2x3 box designed for the homeless in Los Angeles, because those damn things didn't burn down and the homeless don't want to use them. Because the whatever it is, 6 foot by 9 foot little homeless shelters they built around Los Angeles housing The homeless people are like, you're not putting me in that dog kennel. I mean, they don't appreciate what Governor Newsom offered to them.
I don't even know who that is.
That's all right. Here's the thing. What I'm saying is everybody who, it's just me screaming into the void of this idiocracy that we call America. That's the name of a movie. I'm not saying anything to you that Hamilton didn't say to you in many of the Federalist Papers that you are all imbeciles.
Remember, our fictional country is America.
Yeah. No, I'm talking real world. This is real world. This is a dead guy. This is a dead cop who
Good cop, bad cop.
they are blaming. Well, I know where one good cop is. In my fictional space opera. It's a very ugly saying that lots of people have. The only good cop is that one. I might agree. We've done other live streams where I've said these are the law enforcers. If one bad apple exists in that office, department, agency, whatever the hell you call it, and somehow is getting away with it when your number one job is to detect and prevent crime. Oh, but not inside the blue lines. Hello? No, they're all horrible. You are neither hot nor cold. Therefore, Yeshua will spit you or vomit you out his mouth. So, what does it mean? And guess what? I can't find any follow up. If someone has follow up, yada, 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 we're going to sue you, retain all records, blah, blah, blah. Then this again, I'm sorry, parents. Like yesterday, and like I just said a while ago to mine, this is what moms and dads, I guess, can be expected to do because we live in a multi-generational lie. Oh man, I keep too many notes, Bill.
You're all right, brother.
Go. It's in the bottom. The hubris slash nemesis, dash, hyphen, minus, duality. Go see the beautiful, beautiful girl wrote the thing, and I wish I could remember her name. The Enron movie. I call it multi-generational lies. Your parents and your grandparents and their parents, everybody, we all lie to each other. My Priscilla's great guy starts with, I think it's Mumford. I think that's who she said. Maybe a guy, a pastor, preacher, educator, teacher named Mumford with a fantastic accent that I can't mimic. One day she sent me a video of this guy Mumford probably talking about biblical stuff and how to apply it to the real world. Not just memorize it, but this is what this means and how you can apply it to your life to have a better life. That kind of teacher. I really like it. And he was talking about the same thing, that just because your mom and her mom, or your dad and his dad, and your granddad and their fathers and their fathers and their fathers did wrong, told you wrong, and did all this stuff, are you just going to continue this mature deception? Then you are doing the works of the devil. That's from the great Kathy Bates movie. That that other guy that I don't like.
Moron.
Devil. Was it Waterboy that she was calling him that?
Yes, it was. Yes.
So anyway, this is a
One of the
multi-generational,
idiot skew movies I like.
yeah, multi-generational lies. A mature deception. You're talking about somebody that when I went through it, they sent me a special letter. And I had to sit down with my significant others and anybody important in my life. And all this crap was explained up front. And it's that these things always pile up. Sorry, I may go a little below because I've been listening to this and hearing this and raging against this machine for all of my life. That we practice, I tried to say earlier, and it was a good, very good conversation. I said, because what our practices are, what we do, is not according to the written instructions. Tourism. I think I said it somewhere. What we do in practice, that means what we just do, is not what is written in the instructions. Dash me. Ascribed to myself. True story. There are rules, laws, ordinances, in this case, company policies, and all of the founding documents as amended, all of the laws say that slavery is illegal in America. Unless you just volunteered for it. Well, that's not what they said here. And when you scroll and read the languages, and I'm so sorry for you parents, but we're trying to learn something. I hope you can learn it. The parents of a Los Angeles County, and this is a long time ago. When is this? AP. Where's the date? I don't remember if this is 23 or 22. 1 of 6. There it is. November 28th, 2023. And here's the problem. There's so many of these. And this one hit very hard, very close to home. This is my place where they sat me down. And we had to sit there in the presence of suits and ties and counselors and marital counselors and everybody else. That the only reason we got married, me and the roommate, is because back then, shonts, the insurance, the life insurance for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department in LA, not office like in North Carolina, the LASD, the life insurance won't pay roommate, fiance, significant other, or anybody else. If you are not married, you don't get paid. So we ran off to Las Vegas. My uncle, not uncle, took us there. We got married. We bought $5 worth of silver rings and got it did. Clark County, Nevada. Famous for that. So then when we got back, we had to sit down with the psychological people, the marital people, the counseling people to understand. Especially from her side of the equation. Are you perfectly capable of getting that knock at the door one night? They have some forethought. They have some rules. The parents of a Los Angeles County deputy who was shot and killed while sitting in his patrol car plan to file a lawsuit accusing the sheriff's department and county leaders of putting law enforcement officers at risk by making them work excessive, making them work. Somebody again remind me what exactly just the blue highlighted part means. I'm going to keep reading. The screen will catch up. Making them work excessive overtime because of severe understaffing, an attorney announced Tuesday. Okay. The link is down below in the description. I guess I'll put it in the chat as well. Enter. Send. And then I'm going to put, because I sure as heck can't spell this poor person's name, and I don't think I kept the link to his, Brittany is her name. I may have put it in the description. I don't remember. It's not that important. I remember her name is Brittany. I think, I hope. Let me scroll it again. What do I alone we learn from you? Question mark. Do dead men tell tales? It's from Disney's Pirate of the Caribbean. My favoriteest things in life from once upon a time was going through the grotto, looking at the fake light bulbs on wires that you could see the light bulbs and the wires, and thinking that those were fireflies. I've told the story many times before. I'm going to tell it again. After the great medfly, look it up yourself, and fruit fly scares of California, to this day you cannot take agricultural products into the state of California at any border crossing because of buggies. They sprayed the earth with what's called malathion. And what it did was eliminate fireflies, lightning bugs, lightning beetles, whatever you want to call them. They became extinct in the concrete jungle where I grew up, where you could see. Do you think anything like that ever really existed? Was in the grotto precursor portion of the Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland. And then while you're staring at the old man and his scruffy, mangy looking dog, and looking at the fireflies and imagining a world where your government, for corporate agriculture, agribusiness interests, hadn't killed everything beautiful in your life. It's the fireflies. You think I like people? Yeah, I'm kidding. All I cared about was the fireflies. I was a little dude, like 5, 6, 4. And then while you're busy rubbernecking all that stuff and listening to the guy talk to his dog, the skull starts talking to you and tells you dead men tell no tales. And then you fall in your little boat down the first waterfall. It's very well did. Disney, you rock.
Well, they used to.
Yeah, well, I'm speaking of 1976 when you used to have an e-ticket to do
Okay.
that ride. Are you as tall as that sign when your lovely Aunt Eva holds you up above the bottom line and tells the little clerk at the Disney land turnstiles about the e-tickets and you have to be as tall as this sign to ride it, the ride? She says, listen, you little
Equal matter.
it. Listen, you little
Equal matter.
her word for everybody just met you were human. She called me it easily a million times in my life. My nephew's going on this ride. Okay, so nephews went on that ride. Way smaller than that sign. Rules are meant to be broken. I mean, there's an exception to every rule. They didn't make her sign a waiver either. This all kind of ties together. Probably should not have been allowed on the ride because we really could have the safety gear. The reason you have to be as tall as that sign is because without it, the safety bar, etc., won't keep you safe. You could get severely hurt breaking those rules. We never did. We got away with it.
Son of a.
What?
Sorry. Cooking.
Okay. So
While
anyhow.
I'm doing streamery.
Oh, okay. So anyway, the important part here is you should be asking yourself, Why is it additional spacing keep appearing? Oh no, ask yourself. Uh, Disney's original ride said, "Dead men tell no tales." Well, correct. And I still love it. And YouTube has original recordings and videos of the original before they Johnny Depped it all up for the new millennium and
Yeah.
made it horrible, awful. I hated it. But progress must progress. I understand it's a commercial thing.
Yeah.
I have always said, unless you listen to the whispers, and I'm sure I didn't invent it when I was tiny. Maybe my aunt said it to me. I don't know. Of the DOA'd. Meaning, what that really means is, what can you learn from that? Like I say about everything, what do we learn from this? If you have an inquiring mind, but not the kind that wants to know if Elvis and JFK are really on that UFO with Marilyn, but more along the lines of, can I learn something from this so I don't repeat, the history thing? Those who refuse willfully to care about history are doomed to repeat it. That's my version.
Yes.
That's I think how I read it once. And I gotta go look up this lady's name because I'm afraid I may have said her name wrong, and that's the most important offensive. Private securities. These things all tie together. Forced overtime. Yeah,
Mhm.
Brittany. I said it right. She has two first names. Brittany Lindsey. Parents. Yes. Partner, spouse, significant other with failure of paperwork. Brittany Lindsey, wife, because that's my good Chinese friends. So good we call them family. Wife of
Mhm.
Ryan. The wife of Ryan or the life of Brian. Here we go. Sorry, Brittany. Guess what happened? Dee-doo, 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 dee-doo. Always look on the bright side of life. I have no words, especially while I'm being activated into my true stupid self. I really don't. I don't know the words. I could never say. Go back, read the article yourself. And there's another one. There's so many in 21, 22, 23. This is not the first one. What do we learn from this? Go get your freaking what did we say earlier about fires? Fire, fire, fire. Are you threatening me? And all of the
Yeah.
above. Any kind of disaster. Poor Bill, poor George. You guys well, you walked into it. Not my bat.
Well, I just started today. It's not a problem for me. I'm good.
Yeah, but if you ever heard any of them before and you've heard it in all my classes or whatever.
Yeah. Brother, if I didn't care, I wouldn't be here.
Get your stuff in order before a bad thing happens. You must, or you're going to be standing there with that glazed over, lost, dead eye look with no light in your eyes saying, "Isn't this the mayor's fault?" No, it's your fault. What do you mean? Is the mayor supposed to read your damn insurance? You want the mayor to pay your damn insurance premiums too? How about
Sure,
your
if he wants
mortgage?
to.
How much of a gooberly welfare state worker are you? Then you should have got that agreement in writing from your mayor before you got into that house. Get your affairs in order. Like, get your messeurs, which is French for Mister's possessive, possession papers filed with the county. And you don't have to be married. In 1989, when I did it, they said you have to be married. Thanks to the efforts of me and others, including a relative who may have been high up in the sheriff's department. That got undone. Oh, you can't say that. And guess who it was? It's not the department. It's not the government. It was their private insurers. The sheriff's department and the government are broke. They're on the federal level, they're trillions of dollars in debt. Let's ask California. Oh, California state debt. Reason Foundation finds California has twice the total liabilities of any other state. California had 498 billion in total liabilities at the end of fiscal year 2022. That was a while back. Half $1 trillion. The state itself without any federal assistance. So you think they have money in a bank account to pay the sheriff's department life insurance? No, they pay premiums to a private life insurance company. Go back and read. And I hope you don't get activated as I did about a couple of bad sets of words on the other. It really is. Is it destiny? Is it a plan? Does Siri, Google Bar, and Microsoft really treat me this good and shove all this stuff up my nose? I mean, in my face. I still try to find the humor in it and be a little funny, even though I'm not. And I really shouldn't be when we're talking about send more cops. No, don't worry. Like Doritos, they'll make more.
Crunch all you want, we'll make more.
When we were talking about purposefully killing horses at the racetrack for insurance money in 1987-ish, they got to get killed. They have to run down or break down and incur the injury on the track. Or the private, so the private insurance will pay the life insurance on that horse. So we did, and they probably still don't anymore because, of course, they learned from that history. We're not going to fraud the insurance. We're not going to hurt animals and make people do felonies to fraud insurance out of, back then. $2 million in 1987 is what today? 200? Yes, they do. It's just business. See, this is all about the private insurers, the article that activated me, liability insurance. No. All these things happened all at once. The insurance industry, in some ways, has more power than the government here. That MSN article I was talking about. Absolutely. I told you all this stuff. Why does this happen in threes? Yeah, these things always happen in tens. And then we got something George said yesterday, and I said, well, let's look that up and see if George is right. The answer is no. May have been right as late as 2015, but absolutely not anymore. hell to the no. And why? On page 5 of 14 to this link down here from the nclegislation.gov, we're going to get to that one too. Because of liability insurance. That's why. Guess who provides that liability insurance in the debt-funded, broke as Hades state of North Carolina? Oh, private insurance companies. And we debt fund our payment premiums to those private insurers. They have the power. The capitalists have always been in charge. Imagine that. Why? Because we abdicated it. So anyhow, how does all tie back to, again and again, these are all the same thing to me. Partially, that's my psychological defense. Well, man, isn't this all just the same old crap? What are we talking about that's different? Oh, forced overtime. So you're telling me that a grown arsed man, as we say in the new millennium, who not only is a grown arsed man, but went to a freaking police academy, and it is ridiculous. It's up to like 18 months at the intake of the jails in LA Sheriff's Department. I had to do 6 months total between intake at the jails and field training officers. That means patrol training out in the field. And if no FTO, field training officer, was available, well, go wrestle with the sweaty, oily junkies and drunks at the intake of the jail. And get your butt kicked a little so you learn how that works. You'll lose any of that pride you got about, ain't no one gonna hurt me, I'm a cop. And I used to play football. And then that scrawny little 90-pound dude, all full of some powerful methamphetamine, hits you 300 times with that tiny little ball-peen hammer fist of his. How's that pride and ego working for you, deputy? I'm okay.
Very
I'm
well.
okay. Could you wipe the bloody tears off my face because my arms don't move anymore?
Take me to the. What? How did you put it? Go get the amber lamps.
There, go get the amber lamps. I'm leaking. Somebody give me an amber lamps. You gotta laugh or you gotta cry. Or maybe you do both at the same time. How does this big old tough guy who's learned to have his ass kicked in jails, true story, I think it's 18 months now. How long does a Los Angeles sheriff deputy have to work in the jails before going on patrol? The answer would be, oh, they put it back. I looked this up about 5 years ago, and it was 18 months. Guess what happened? Why does the AI overview say this? Since the defund the police BS era. The exact time frame can vary depending on individual performance. Yeah, that means staffing needs. Have we got cars sitting in parking lots without their engine running? Get that dude out of jail. We can hire anybody to wrestle with intake and shove that dude, again, non-gender specific. We need an ass in a seat in a police car that we can force to work overtime. See, in Durham, last time I looked, they were 55 out of 105 officers short on patrol police. Wu decided to quit LASD at the jail intake and went back to UCLA to be a lawyer. Between the gangs of sheriffs, let alone the gangs of criminals and the nuts, he decided it was not worth his life or peace of mind. Yep. And this is This is just, it is how it is. It is what it is. And I'm just harping on something that it's this daggone. All right, big tough guy who spent 6 months like I had to do, or 18, or whatever, and running around with all that equipment, including a G word on your side. Who the hell forced you to anything? How? One of you other deputies, get up here, type me in the comments, become my friendly on invites. Bill can tell you how, or George. Friendly me on Discord so that I can invite you to the server and sit here and explain to me how, in the world's largest quasi-military police outfit on planet Earth. I don't remember the exact. That was the motto when I went through it. Law enforcement agency. The world's largest quasi-military law enforcement agency. Paramilitary. That's for girls. Quasi-military. Because we're doing wars on drugs and and we're warriors. LASD. How do all you tough guys, you meat eaters, you apex predators, who the hell forced you to overtime? Slavery. And Bill's heard this. Bill will confirm that oh man, you do say that all the time. And I hate to say it, I guess, Bill, but I love that you're here because you'll confirm for the whole wide internet from now on. Yeah, he does say that an awful lot. Would one of you people on earth listen to him so he'll stop saying it? Or put in the comments, hey, stop saying that. I'll pick up the torch. I'll start saying it. Nobody's forcing you to go to work. Tell your boss to suck a bag of wieners. Spelled differently. And credit Agent Smith
Oh,
for that
oh,
fantastic
God.
saying of mine. I still don't have her permission. Her, Agent Smith's permission to say who told me that to the world. You guys got all go suck a bag of wieners. Because here's the deal. You know what? If you feel a little tired,
Shit.
because what did I write up in here somewhere? Fatigue plays a role. What does it say in that
Yes.
stupid? I really, really want to, and I was listening to a long thing last night that we might be able to say the RE arrested development word. Might be, maybe. We don't know yet. We're waiting for Donald Trump to kick a couple more nuts. I mean, step on a couple more toes to get it clarified for us in writing. I love that he's making all the industrialists squirm and kiss his bum. I mean, his shoe. I mean, wipe his shoe with their fancy, expensive kerchief. Yeah. I got it highlighted on the screen. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Fatigue plays a role. It says in the stupid training manual of the stupid North Carolina Private Protective Services Board who stole it. I mean, wait, they didn't have to steal it. They abdicate to the DOJ to take the cop book and turn it into a private security book. It's the same book. Go to Private Protective Services Board, trainer certification. Go to the student manual. Bill, where does it say to go with your hunches? Emergency response or communications? Eeny, meeny, mo. Emergency response. Find. Instincts.
Yeah, I think it's instinct or
Hunch.
emergency communication. I had to stop and think.
Yeah, it's not an emergency response. Let's try communications.
Gut feeling.
What?
I know one part says gut feeling.
Oh, man, I would have remembered that. Gut? Nope. I got a gut feeling. That's one of my favorite Devo songs. But I don't like
You're gonna make me break up my drive, aren't you?
instinct punches. Yeah, it's in communication.
Shit.
On page
Okay.
D5, small letter F. Press F for follow your hunches and feelings. As the
Press
professional.
2. Follow through.
Yeah. Press F.
Sorry.
Follow your
I'm
hunches.
sorry for that.
Never. No, don't be sorry. I'm telling you, stop apologizing. It was meant to be.
No, it's
Follow your hunches. Sweet Anita. Go listen. Press 1 for a certain kind of fun that only Sweet Anita can get away with that on streams. Look it up
yes.
yourself. Sweet underline Anita. Press 1. Small
That's all
letter.
you need.
Yep. Small letter F. Follow your hunches and feelings. As the professional, meaning as the officer, if you do not understand what the person is trying to tell you, ask more questions. If you suspect that something else is going on, then do your best to find out what it is. Well, it's a sewer dwelling clown that tears the arms off of children. You don't have to find out what it is. You got a book for that. F. Follow your hunches and feelings. I'm promising you, Bill, how many times have you heard me say this? If you have a doubt about a thing, don't do it.
To give you an actual number, I could not.
Would the number
However,
be
to
a
say I have
lot?
lost count, however, to say you have said it so
True.
many times I have lost count is true.
If, and now exactly this phrase. I say it so much because unlike a lot of the other things I say, like if it ain't written down, it didn't happen, and you better write yourself a thing and do a checklist. I, haha, don't obviously listen to my live streams. Even if I have a script, I may not stick to it. I have said before, and I mean it, it's a true story. And regarding computer programming, I can lay on my couch, inhale too many bad boy sticks in the dark for hours, sometimes as many as 10, and then get up and produce 10,000 or more bug-free lines of C or C++ or Objective-C source code, depending on how my fingers are moving and my copy paste is working. True story. All memorized in my own head. All of these G word classes and defense classes and everything else, I sit around for hours in the darkness thinking, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? How do I want this to look? How do I want that to look? And I put links up yesterday. I'm not going hunting down again today. Go find my yesterday live stream. Look in the comment. You'll see a link, or in the comments, turn on the comment replay. You can have my whole North Carolina concealed carry handgun training materials in every way, everything I've got. That stuff I thought about it, and then I sat down and made it. So I don't believe I have this written down anywhere about that whole go with your hunches, go with your feelings. You must. If everything in you, and you know what? I don't know if you've ever heard this, Elizabeth. Bill's heard it more times than he can probably count. I am very sexist and misogynist, but in a different way. Not only do I truly believe that unless you use chemicals to alter yourself, guys, hairy back dudes, tough girls who call themselves men, whatever your problem is, if you take your hunches as a challenge and you think I can push harder, I can prevail, you lose, you lost right then go find yourself. I don't care if it is just one that identifies as. Find yourself a woman and ask woman for woman's intuition on this thing. Get yourself a good qualified second opinion. And I'm a true believer in woman's intuition, especially
Yep.
for us dudes. We will screw ourselves up thinking, denying and lying to ourselves, thinking that tingly feeling is our spidey sense, and we're going to go over there and spidey these bad guys, these absconders from justice. Well, what it was your way
These
small
rogues.
molecules telling you, dummy, we are in danger. That kind of thing. But the saying is that I always teach in the private security classes, if you don't want to go to work or have a strong feeling that you shouldn't, then call your a-hole of a boss and tell them that you have oh God, it was there. It's projectile vomiting and propulsive is what we call it. It's going to send you to the moon like SpaceX. Diarrhea.
Cha-cha-cha.
Diarrhea. It's
Oh, Lord.
projectile if you're vomiting it like the damn exorcist. And it's flying across the room and all over the face of the priest. They don't call it projectile diarrhea. They call it propulsive. So bad that I launched myself and bumped my head on the ceiling.
You're like
'Cause it's
that poor guy off of Van Wilder.
Yep. So haven't I said that, Bill? Can you confirm that I
Yes,
tell
you have.
everybody, if everything in you says I can't, I shouldn't go to work today? If you're a drunk and you think, well, I got a hangover, and that dean said, then stop working in my security industry. And what else do I say, Bill? Get off my rock. Not only get out of my security industry, get off my
Get off
rock.
my rock.
I took a mandatory
Ugh.
security class for every student and employee at the tech. It was taught by a corp owned by a previous head trainer administrator from the WH security teams. He taught us about hunches and gut feelings. It was truly awesome. He had so many stories that proved his point. I I cannot tell you enough, a many, a whatever, especially about, I'm not kidding, and Bill knows, man. Bill's been there where I was like, Bill, I'll call my wife, you call yours, and let's get our heads screwed on straight. We need a woman's intuition, not a wife's
And
or a mother's
I've actually
love.
made that phone call
Yep, we have. Both of us have. We're
with each
both,
other. Stand by. Hold on.
yeah,
Phone call real quick.
we might say it different, but eventually, because we work together and play together and have fun and hang out online together, we eventually end up sort of saying it all the kind of same way. But before we became preachers of this garbage, we are practicers of it. We practice what we preach, and how we got to preaching it is we used to practice it a lot without written instructions. because you were not going to find anywhere, especially not from your idiot boss. I mean, idiot spelled A dash dash hole. Your boss is never going to give you written instructions that, look, if you just need to be off that day, you're off that day. I'll call the client. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. I need you to come back the next day 100% firing on all cylinders, especially in the law enforcement and security fields. Fatigue plays a deadly dangerous role, and if the word deadly hurts your feelings, then don't get in my security or law enforcement business. This is a real deal. Go ask the rotting corpse of Deputy Ryan Clinkunbroomer if fatigue plays a role or not.
Can I stop you right there for a second?
Yes?
I want to illustrate that point without naming any names. You and I both know fatigue plays a role. We saw it firsthand in a third party. And you know who I'm talking about and what I'm talking about. That poor individual was beyond fatigued.
Bill
Beyond just exhaustion.
REA. We're just gonna say fictional space cop, right?
Sure.
Nickname The Walking Dead, not the series on TV that everybody loved. This dude was so far out of it, he didn't know what day it was.
No.
And he did it to himself. And yeah, I talked about it a little bit yesterday. Of course, fictional space cop style, which is exactly what was wrong with Ryan Clinkunbroomer. Well, I'm nothing. I have no more disclaimers. It's been a long time. And I contacted LASD about this, got an email back that until they had absolute closure and no one else was going to sue them about it, they weren't saying anything else. Thank you, LA Sheriff's Department, for the frank and honest response. Because they really understood I did good. I carefully worked on what I meant and said what I meant and said that I really want information. I would love to see any video that is available, especially because, I mean, that was the day it happened. I don't know why it was just really, this dude didn't get ambushed. Number one, killed in ambush. U.S. News, AP, who is this? AP. Go back and edit this headline. No one cares but Dean. He got rolled up on. Why? Because his head was not on a swivel. Obviously, parents, I don't blame you. AP, I blame you. This is a false statement. Nobody forced this dude to anything. He just never had in his whole life, and daddy life, and granddaddy life, and everybody else life, or moms, if the mom is the pants in the family. I don't care. It ain't gonna bring him back to life. All this crap. What's important is that what do we learn from this story over time is that if this is true, which the sheriff's department has already said, we can't force our people to work. We don't want zombie cops out on the street. Zombies chase cops, cops get rid of zombies. That's how that works. We all joke about it behind the blue and the purple lighted.
His face.
Yeah, he's eating his effing face off.
Sorry. It's just too good.
It is too good. But if your job is to enforce the law and it is illegal for anybody to force you to work at all, let alone overtime, then what the hell are you doing, cop? Tell the city to F themselves, superhero. Because,
Or
go back and listen to all 40 of my previous streams and live streams, you don't get a second chance. And there are fates worse than this. I'm sorry, Deputy Ryan, but you're out of here. Be glad you didn't get shouted through the neck bones and end up like Christopher Reeves, the real Superman.
That was George Reeves that got shot. Christopher Reeve fell off a horse.
Yeah, but I'm talking about where did Christopher Reeves end up?
Oh, he ended up on his
Driving
neck
that
and in a wheelchair.
with a straw.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was
I know
legitimately the baddest man on the planet.
Yep. I know several law enforcement officers that are living out their fine law enforcement public money retirements and warfighter veterans driving their end of life around with a straw. You're
Yeah.
lucky if you get X's over your eyes. There are fates worse than. And if you didn't have enough mental wherewithal and important values to say F you to the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles or wherever the hell it is you live, or planet Los Angeles, you must protect the protector. You must. Is a law enforcement officer, ambulance driver, anybody else who is a zombie, switched off, not hearing, fading in and out, glitching, I call it, glitching in and out of the matrix in reality, eyes rolling up in their head while they're standing up on their feet. Your head's got to be on a swivel, especially in the big city. Because why? This guy didn't get ambushed. He didn't drive, he didn't get lured. He was sitting there at the stoplight, at the red light, with his face down into a damn phone. When the bad guy pulled up behind him, then rolled out slow to the left of him.
Are you saying you are saying in LA, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
And
don't forget that also happened in Durham Prime.
Yep. And then, the bad guy rolled his window down right next to Ryan's face, but because Ryan was nodding off and extremely tired, he never noticed the motion in his peripheral vision. He had lost peripheral vision and was hard focused on that damn phone down below his steering wheel. So the bad guy shot him just about in his ear hole. I guess we're supposed to say, well, at least he never knew what hit him. What do we learn from this? How do we not let this repeat? If you are fatigued, take that idea of forced overtime, especially if you force yourself. And part of why I reached out to LA Sheriff's Department, it's like because of this and this discussion in the early minutes. Well, if the only person who could force this guy to work was him, that would be negligence. If he was too tired to work, it is his duty to notify his superiors. I am not combat effective, they say in the military. I don't know what the hell they say in civilian law enforcement, but if you were strapped to the turlet because you had propulsive diarrhea, or you had a high fever, or if you had got knocked unconscious, if you just fell down, you held your breath too long, if for whatever reason you can't defeat your body, could it get you KIA'd? Absolutely. Go ask Ryan. And it is contributory negligence or total negligence. If he was too tired to work, he shouldn't have gone to work. End of line. How did they force him to go to work? Was he actually coerced? Hey, man, get your ass out on the thing. And if somebody threatens you or tries to coerce you at your job, especially if you're a law enforcement officer, fucking record them and then arrest them, cop. If your boss Sarge comes and tells you, if you don't whatever, I'm gonna go rape your wife, or we're gonna send the gang members that work for us secretly and poke you in your hiney hole, then arrest them right then and there, and start screaming, stop resisting, and hurt them a lot, and then arrest them. Turn on your body cam when you're dealing with your supervisors. But otherwise, you made you do it, and there might be a knucklehead out there on planet Earth that'll be like, hey, wait. Don't put the taxpayers on the hook for that money. This dude did this to himself. Yeah, that's exactly right. I got something right. Elizabeth loves something. I said, I'll quit while I'm ahead. Let me read the chats. I have been neglecting you, chat, Elizabeth, but I was on a roll. Chris, I'm very passionate about this. Can you tell? Because why? Because next day we didn't get Deputy Ryan 30 and Jimi Hendrix song, Somewhere a Queen is Crying, Somewhere a King Has No Wife. That poor woman is all alone, and everybody, and it's a destiny thing. It's a culmination. I hate that I have to hurt his parents and her feelings. But if maybe somewhere out there we can get this to one other security officer or cop. I don't care what your boss says about the client. Say, well, dude, what kind of promises did you make your client? You made service guarantees. You better get your ass over there and work that shift. But don't
That's in a hurry.
say, well, I had to cover last night, so I was really tired, so I didn't clickety the clicks and get your payroll done on time. You're gonna steal my money? What'd you say? Don't make an excuse. Don't thief me. In my fictional space opera, everybody who gets mistreated by a boss throws their boss down 3 flights of space stairs. And then
And
goes
drags
down
them back
there.
up.
Yep, and then goes down there and grabs them by one or both legs and drags them with that head knocking on every step all the way back up to the top. In my space opera, Elizabeth said, Christopher Reeves, I saw a video of his accident. Someone had it on a personal phone that day. He was doing what those idiot trainers say, go over before the horse, and he had his jumping reins tied so they snapped back and he was flung into the fence. His injuries were all from his own weight hitting that fence. Tied to the fence by those stupid reins that broke while breaking his neck. It was really sad. It is very sad. Safety first. There's some fundamental rules of safety. And don't take somebody's word for it. Stop. Think. Hey, does this make sense? It was really sad. I use it in training riders to not ride before the horse. When the horse stops or changes directions, you have to be able to stay on the horse or safely slide down its leg. Not combat effective. I love it. I'm not sure what the proper phrase would be back when I was in the Sheriff's Academy. Maybe, allegedly, in my space opera only. And my very first day out in the space police law enforcers training vehicles, doing space patrols for training. The most important thing that big meathead had to teach me was that when you have any trouble at all with any part of your unit, that would be not your package, but your law enforcement vehicle, because you're a roid rage, possibly nasal cavity stimulated psycho apex predator meat eating cop, just rip that piece of the cop car off and throw it down the street. because they're never going to fix anything, but they have to replace it if it's gone. Just claim somebody sideswiped the car and the little what he and he was, I bet his biceps through, of course, good DNA and very well practiced working out routines, or a hell of a lot of anabolic steroids and cocaine. His damn biceps were bigger around than my whole middle. And when that light wouldn't point upwards and shine into the back window of cars that we were pulling over in our space fictional hovercraft thing, he jumped out of that damn car, slammed that door, grabbed a hold of that light, ripped it right after that car, and threw it, I bet, 2 football fields. I said, well, they'll fix that. That was lesson 1. You better 500 times them biceps. You little stick man. Everybody called me a stick man then and still does today. And then the next lesson he taught me was that back then in the good old days of Los Angeles planet Lost Angels, policing is that when they called stuff out over the radio, and some of the cars we got to ride around in actually had early little goofy, and they'd make a little noise that would have like a 10-character green letter digital terminal. The LAPD had the fancy ones where the guys that did Rodney King could be typing them something in the mist messages to each other on their terminals. Ours just showed letters, and then we had to respond on the radio. Very first thing he taught me and told me, write this down. Don't put anything else on the sheet of paper, and that better be on top of your GDMFing and a bunch of other cuss word initials. Every day, when you come to work in my FTO space hovercraft, if you can't show me that our response to just about everything that comes through the little terminal and the radio is extended. And what that meant is we were so damn busy that we would not be available to answer whatever they just sent to us for an extended period of time. They needed to find some other badgy wadgy to go deal with whatever the heck else they said. And that starts at minute 1. As soon as your butt starts warming up that seat, we are extended. We very carefully pick and choose what we're going to go badgy wadgy in the space opera. So I didn't know anything other than to say extended. That's what cops are supposed to tell each other in Planet Lost Angels in this fictional Once Upon a Time. So I've always just said, hey, I am. As soon as I learned it from my uncle, my real blood uncle. He had been in the United States Armed Forces, and he's the one that taught me. And later, my wonderful Texas uncle by marriage, he'd been in, I believe, the 81st Airborne, or 81st or 101st. He'd been in something at Fort Bragg, North Carolina.
101st and 82nd. If it was Fort Bragg, then it's the 82nd.
I don't remember which.
I was there.
82 or 101s or something. I don't remember which one he was in, but he spent a long time paratrooping at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And he told me the same thing when I would ask things like, what is it called when soldiers or units are not prepared to deal with what they have to deal with, not combat effective? That's the answer. So I like that better than extended, and it requires a hell of a lot less explaining, even to people who don't have experience. Polices, firefighters, California, ambulance, security officers, workers at the local grocery stores. Fatigue plays a role, stress plays a role. You have good days, bad days. If you're not 100% sure you can go work that whole shift without anything, or if something in you, if the hairs on your neck are tingling, making you feel like you have to keep crinkling your neck and rising your shoulders up, haha, extended, which translates to doot 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 doot. Back in the days of phones making noises. I'm sorry, boss. I have projectile vomiting, propulsive diarrhea, bleeding out my urethra pee hole, 119-degree fever. Tell your idiot boss whatever the hell you got to tell him. And if you get fired for it, it was meant to be. And why? At the same time that this poor man, I should feel bad. You know what? I don't. I didn't write this life. I didn't. Because the other, and I'm sure I put it, the problem is I put it in a coworker business thing. A really heinous bad thing happened. I don't remember what it was. The women's intuition thing. Remember, Bill, when I showed the link and we all talked about it? Because look, I've got it. I have the evidence. Where the woman, whatever, it might have been a mass shooting or a building collapsed or exploded or some major disaster happened. And there's an interview out there on the earth where the woman was saying, I don't know why I didn't want to go to work. I didn't want to go to work, so I called in and didn't go to work. If I had gone to work, I'd be dead with the rest of them. I was like,
That was
see, I
something
told you.
that was something from September 11th. I remember that now.
Nope. This was recent. The last few years.
Oh no, it was in Florida. That's right. It was that building in Miami or wherever the heck it was in Florida.
No, that was something else too. I don't remember what it was. Maybe it was that. I'll find it again one day to tie back to this. Let me put it on the to-do list. To do. Woman interview if I had gone to work that day. Called out in. Goes to instincts, hunches, and women. I'm being very fair about this. I don't care, transvestite, trans girl, T girl, dude. Say, hey, I'm feeling very girly. We shouldn't walk around this corner if you and me are walking the beat together. I'm gonna be like, hey, sister, soul sister, I'm with you.
Oh.
And we'll punch each other's arms and act tough later. And women's intuition. Well, how do you spell it? Oh, maybe it is women's intuition. Yeah, that way.
Yes.
Oh yeah, possessive, not is. Women's. Yeah, I just remembered it. I can't remember the incident, but yes, if what your feeling is, then it was time. Do you believe in destiny? I do. If your boss won't accept the fact that all of the above, your boss isn't going to accept, man, I just know a bad thing's going to happen. So don't abuse the privilege. If you feel that strongly about it and are willing, discuss with if you have cohabitators in your life, significant others, whatever you want to call it, people that live in the same place with you and you got to share the bills and responsibility. Make sure you've worked this out with them in advance. You know, the whole Han Solo thing, I got a bad feeling about this. If you have a bad feeling, and it has to be the extreme, and they agree with you. Yeah, we agree with you. Knowing that you could lose that job about it, especially if it's a government job, that's important. Yeah, you can't lose a government job in California. Come on. What are you going to do, fire you? What did it say that they forced this poor guy to work overtime for? Forced, made, enslaved because of severe understaffing. You know, you just said exactly why they can't fire any of them. And all these officers and deputies know. What are you going to do, fire me? The damn union's going to eat you alive, Sheriff. And then you're going to get fired for abusing your... You ever seen the California Government Employees Handbook and then their union stuff? If somebody says, I'm not feeling well in California, you don't need their emotional damages lawsuit for their wrongful termination. Blah, 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 blah. That's where that crap was invented by many, many lawyers. For the protection of the workers, including government workers. Protect your protector, protect yourself, and be willing to face the consequences. What, is your money so tight that you can't afford to miss a day of work or risk, them punishing you without being whistleblowers and all the other nonsense? You're a police officer, a law enforcement, you're a sheriff's deputy. Go ask around the locker room what kind of dirt we got on Sarge. This is bullshit. It's time for the dirt to come out. And they're going to tell, oh yeah, he pulled over somebody sometime and let them exchange a favor, which is accepting a bribe, for not writing them a ticket that they deserve. And they might not have had done anything that they deserved. He just pulled them over because he is attracted to that type of person. So he R-worded them because he could. That's what we got on Sarge. And you go talk to Sarge. Hey, Sarge, I'm taking the day off, or I'm going to go to the LA Times with your R-wording out on the streets. And that's how police work works in America. I don't care what your fantasies are. They're severely understaffed. They're not going to fire you. They're going to talk crap about you upstairs. Who cares? They're criminals anyway. We can see that the last
And they're
sheriff
going to
was
look
busy
for dirt on you.
kidnapping. Yeah, whatever. You won't last long unless they can get some dirt on you, like forcing you to work off the clock. Let me close all this. I gotta pee again. And I'm not done. Why do these things always happen in 99s? Agent 99. Let's go honk on the dome of silence and then have to stick our heads out from under it and yell at each other outside the dome of silence. Okay, we got done with the LASD deputy, which ties to the insurance industry in some ways, has more power. Better be thinking about that. If they say you were negligent in your own demise, does the life insurance have to pay at all? Probably not. What time is it on Earth? 05. 53. 01. BRB. Oh no, not BRBs. Don't write acronyms. I've got the overhead light on and had it on this whole time. That light bouncing off these computer screens makes my vision horrible. I can't tell what time it is on her. Thanks, phone, for the big letters. 8:34 p.m. 3:04 p.m. Eastern. Break. Shall return. Go, girl. Go, go. Bubblies. Skirties. Be right back.
How long of a break?
Oh, 5-ish.
All right.
All right. Easing back in. Not back yet. I said 5 minutes, and it hasn't been that many yet. Oh, 5.
Hello, I am back too.
All right. We're sort of back. We still have a minute. Using up the last minute of break. Let people figure that out.
I was in the process of getting some of that good old fashioned sweet tea and a
Sweet
cigarette.
tea. Yep. I went and got another half a jar of water. I finally learned to stop running around with these little tiny 2 cups of water. Because the jar I have,
Now,
an old pickle jar, holds 4 cups of water. So if I fill it halfway.
oh, dude, your picks. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that hot water that's been poured over ground beans of coffee from the great country of Colombia?
Yeah. Mm.
I
No,
know
I already
this.
had all of that I should have had today. I did think about, I wonder if I should go make a tiny little bit. Tiny little bit. Just 1 cup.
It's a wee little piece.
But I don't have one of them cup machines because I would abuse it to death.
Oh, I got one and I used the crap out of it.
If I did have one, I would be over there right now convincing myself, just this one. And then before we even got to the next break, I'd say, Bill, tell a little story. And I'm going to pretend I'm here, but I'm going to go make another one, and another one, and another one.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, because during our face-to-face in-person streamering sessions between just you and I or others in a classroom setting, there have been numerous times that you told me, I got to get you on video or some sort of thing to tell a story or two.
Oh yeah, we can go there. If you're feeling like it, I'm feeling like sitting back.
What story is it you want? Do you want the one about my hand or do you want something else? With workplace safety would be the one with my hand.
Anything you want to tell. If you don't want to tell either this time, well now we've got you on. It's just a click away every time. If you feel like telling a
Yeah, if I'm
story,
free.
you tell whatever you want to tell. Go ahead.
All right. So I'll tell a rather short story. So many moons ago, a young LeBeau that laughs, or who laughs, excuse me, was working at our space opera fictional story space burger place called McStars, and they had me making the fries of the French. Well, cleaning out their vats, because you got to have a clean vat and filter out the oil. So they had this machine that they would do this with, and the machine was not exactly set up just right, and there was a small fault in it where you would have to adjust a knob. Well, I'm maybe a month from joining the International Federation of Super Troopers, or the Military Galactic Police Force thing. Keyword there being the military. And I'm having to adjust said knob, and because of it faulty, and well, oil is slippery. A hand slipped into said grease as it was pouring from the vat into this machine to be filtered to be put back in, and had some severe burn on such. Had to go to the hospital. My entry date was delayed for a little while. So the moral for this small short story is, even with all of your equipment that you may carry in whatever profession that you have, and this is real world, you always make sure that it is properly maintained and properly used. Okay, I'm done with my story for that one.
Hang on, I have questions.
And I may have answers.
Delayed. When you went to hospital,
Mm-hmm.
did company keep you on the payroll clock?
I want to say yes, but considering it was 30 years ago now, I
It's not that important, but
can't remember that far.
the lesson we're going to take from this right here is, if you are injured at work, anybody at any work, and find this out before you get injured at work, they can't clock you out until you are done, at least with the shift. But if you have to go to the hospital, they can't clock you out
Until you return back from said hospital.
because that is on the job stuff.
Yep.
And your workman's comp
And I want to,
insurance requires them to make sure that they keep you on the clock. The next question is, who paid for the hospital?
they did the initial emergency room visit. The subsequent follow-up visits cost, well, it cost the taxpayers money because I still had from my dad dot milk insurance, and went to a dot mill hospital.
Which is perfectly allowable. But who paid for the hospital? Uh, emergency
Oh, the company did.
department slash room paid for by employer. These are important lessons. because in the business of any kind, we're talking about space burger in the hand. Everybody else these days, the employers don't understand. They'll tell you, and if you go do it as the employee, clock out, go to your emergency room, and get yourself treated, and then bring us back the paperwork from the emergency department or room or hospital or doctor or whatever. And then you turn that all over to them. And then the hospital is suing you and taking away your house and your car. And you're going, what? What happened? And your employer fires you. In North Carolina, it's an at-will state. They can let you go for any old reason. They don't have to do this old Union California crap.
Yep.
And then you find out, employee, that the corporate headquarters of who you work for and their insurers have a bunch of rules. And if you walked away from the rules, too bad for you. And you don't get to claim ignorance. Well, I didn't know. Well, then you probably should have asked before a bad thing happened. See the repeat of this crazy dude ding yapping away on the internet. Stand around at your work one day, no matter what you work at, and say, what? Or sitting on your butt, if you're a sitting in the chair type of worker. So what if this stem legs of this chair break and I fall down on the floor and the upright center of this chair, high-speed gamer's chair that lifts up and down, pokes me in my behindy hole? Who's paying for that? Or you tear a fingernail off on your way down and it's a big gory mess and it hurts. Who's paying for
Oh,
that?
it hurts.
Yeah. You don't have to be as extreme as I was, but go to extremes.
Yeah.
And talk to your immediate supervisors and tell them, you better provide me something in writing. Because I am not going, if I get hurt on this job and putting my entire financial future at risk. Because it doesn't matter if it eventually works out with you and your lawyers and whatever in 5 to 7 years before appeals. It's your credit score that's going to get destroyed by that hospital. And what happens when your credit rating goes down?
Which would bring me to another story of, since it's the space opera,
Yes.
of a very similar incident to my leading lady, the leading lady of my particular space opera, working at a galactic fast food industry place. Not necessarily burger, but
A story. A lady working at, what are we going to call this one?
well, it's not space burger. It was more space Mexico food.
So joint
Yeah.
at Space Eat at Joe's. That's what I'm calling it. Space Eat at Joe's.
Joe Cobell.
Joe Cobell's. Okay. So what happened there?
Hey. So she was working there, and manager asked her to do something on a ladder. Okay. The ladder was missing part of the grippy step thing tape that they put on there so you don't slip and fall and bust your butt. And she didn't
On the
realize it.
individual rungs of the ladder or the feet?
Yeah. No, the individual rungs.
Okay. Missing grip
Tape.
tape or material on the rung. Okay.
And she was climbing up said ladder, slipped, fell off, and fell upon her rear end and hurt her back. She followed manager's directive and clocked out and went to the hospital. Came back, provided the doctor's note, everything. Had I don't know, it was maybe 7-8 months worth of legal issue with who was going to pay for what as far as the injury, because in this particular territory or whatnot of whatever you want to call it, didn't recognize that, much like North Carolina. And she had to go through the legal battle, and this is just to reiterate what you were saying of what not to do.
Right. This is a real fictional world story. This really happened to somebody fictionally we know.
Yes.
7 to 8 space months of legal issues already. Who's paying for this? And who the hell's paying you after they let you go? Sorry. At will state in Planet NC.
Well, this wasn't Planet NC. This was Planet OK. And I'm using those abbreviations correctly. No, it was Planet
the Google
OK.
Bar is Planet OK and at will state. Yes, Oklahoma is an at-will employment state, which means that employers can generally terminate employees at any time for any reason. Here we go. Or no reason at all. However, comma, there are some exceptions, such as discrimination and retaliation. That is very hard to prove.
Yes.
Either one.
So she went through the entire process, got a good attorney that was you don't pay unless you win.
Yep.
And she was able to go to the court system there, and she was proven correctly because she had the doctor's note. She had everything that she had to have to prove that this all happened while on the clock. And that the manager on duty said clock out. It wasn't the actual store manager, but one of the minions, as they would call them.
Yeah.
And store manager actually stuck up and said that was the wrong thing for them to do. They did the wrong thing. Company, you're wrong. And went through the whole thing. But yes, so to reiterate what you had stated earlier about that stuff, that is absolutely true. That you need to make sure that you don't do those sort of things.
Yes, please don't. And I added to that, it's on the screen, but I'm going to say it out loud here. Into the radio version. The dean lesson, get any orders or directives in writing. Don't let some sub-assistant vice secretary man, that's a Rolling Stone song. Don't let anybody tell you anything. It's called covering your butt. Get it in writing. Hey, I need you to write that down for me that you ordered me to clock out and go to the emergency room. And then write your name and sign it. Or that's me showing my age. All right, I got you, boss. But hang on a second. For your protection and mine, I am video and audio recording this encounter. Get that phone of yours on video mode. Show you, show them. And say, would you please repeat what you just said to me? Bet you they don't. Because all of a sudden, all of their little idiot radar alarm bells are going to be going off going, wait. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Well, why in the
Yeah.
heck would somebody ask me or tell me that? And don't ask. Tell.
Yeah.
Because, number one, I ain't going to the doctor on my dime.
Well,
And
the thing was, is during that whole,
etc. And I don't have 7 through 8 space months to deal with legal issues.
well, the whole thing was is during that time was is that the hospital wanted her to pay for that visit because
Right.
she was not on the clock, but it was a work injury, so they were denying workman's comp. And then it finally was all proven out that no, this happened while she was working and on the clock and so on and so forth.
It is part of many, most been involved in the management of too much business. Most business insurance or private insurance, even if it's but purchased by a government agency, requires employer to pay all costs and expenses and provide all of this other documentation that we may reimburse you if all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed. Oh, missed the dot on that one I. Nope, you're on your own. But the employer themselves must pay the immediate costs. It's very few and far between liability or workman's compensation insurance companies that provide you with some form of number that a hospital or doctor's office can even consider taking, like insurance, or and your standard health insurance purchased through a group plan specifically says on it, this is for your personal health stuff, not for your workplace injuries. We won't pay it.
Yeah.
So it's very few insurance companies that will provide what we used to call back in the day when that's what was required, a blank check.
Yeah.
What they nowadays require, or if I haven't seen one in decades, some form of credit card that you must use this exact credit card at your local urgent care or hospital or whatever.
The
It's
question
got
be,
to
do you
be
have a credit card on file with us?
yeah, it's got to be a huge company with a huge private insurer and they have a huge contract too. Most of us aren't going
Yeah.
to have that kind of glorious benefit. We got to trust our idiot boss who got us in this idiot situation in the first place to have a company card.
Yeah.
And how much could it cost? Like if one of your employees fell down and crushed their kneecap onto a curve or whatever and had to have, oh, I don't know, 7 to 8 days in a hospital and extensive knee repair surgery, and then 6 to 8 weeks of can't go to work.
Followed
Must
by
have
7 to 9 months.
extensive healing and physical
7 to 9 months
therapy.
of, I was going to say, rehabilitation and therapy.
Yeah. And the 7 to 9 months you're talking about is the light duty that comes after all that.
No.
So, hey, employer, you got me covered for that, right? You fired. Get out. But you'd rather know for asking the question than to find out the hard way. And,
Another quick thing. We have a canine co-star with us on my end.
yeah. Who's
We
that?
have this. We have the nose beep. Canine co-star. We have what you would beep noses with.
Yep. Yay. Everybody loves doggies and
Just sitting here.
puppies.
Yeah.
What the hell is that thing called? Lava Lantula. I can't wait.
God, really?
I'm ready. I was scrolling up because it's still, here we are, still talking about multi-generational lies, a mature deception, hubris, and nemesis. And please, everybody, go watch the Enron thing. It's free. It's down below in the description. And listen to the perfect young person who caught Enron and exposed it for the whole world, where it could have been worse. If the lady from the Forbes magazine, let me stop. Her name is Brittany also, I think.
Oh, Lord.
How can it be Brittany Enron? No, not Brittany Murphy.
What?
Oh, no, Bethany. The other one. Brittany and Bethany. True story. I used to know two Los Angeles Valley girls that worked at the mall at the little clothes shop. And then 20 or 30 years later, they had the damn Saturday Night Live of the mall girl, Valley girls at the mall in the clothing shop. And they truly were named Brittany and Bethany. And none of them say any T's because they were California girls. It said Brittany. Oh, Bethany.
Yeah. May I share with you that you might be in error? I'm not saying you are, but possibly on the name of the person.
Oh, I said Bethany.
Because I did the Google search that I did. What was the name of the whistleblower in the Enron case? AI overview. Sharon Watkins was the whistleblower in the Enron scandal. She was the former vice president of corporate development at Enron.
Oh, there was many of them. That came out as there's another one, AI overview. The way I searched for it is Brittany Kaiser is a woman whose mother worked for Enron. But the one I was thinking of, it isn't Brittany, it's Bethany. Bethany McLean, MC, capital Lean, McLean, wrote for Forbes magazine, and then she wrote a book, and then and she had some involvement in consulting.
Okay. Now
on the movie
now we're all
that's in
tracking.
the yes.
She was the reporter who
Like the story.
break the story. The other one was the one who told the reporter.
Yep.
That's what that probably is.
Nope.
If I had to, take the clues and put them together, as it were.
Yeah, no, that's it. Go watch the movie. It's in the link is in the description. Enron, the smartest guys in the room. Everybody that got called whistleblowers and everything else, they just got told, do you want to go to jail with Jeffrey Skilling and the other guy who I think died in jail? Or do you want to turn evidence? So they called them whistleblowers, but it all happened after the fact. The only one out there screaming from the rooftops was a very young Bethany McLean.
Okay. As not I was calling you out on anything. I was like, hey, I found this too. So.
Yeah, I know. And I saw one other one. Maybe it'll help someone. Someone's listening and they're talking about what the hell is an Enron? Why?
Right?
Go search it.
Man.
It's big stuff. Is the boss really the boss, or are the lunatics in charge of the asylum? And lie.
Right.
If you teach your employees to lie to you, they're going to lie to you.
Yeah.
And then if you've taught them already that what you got to do is lie to us, well, they're like, well, if that's in the dumpster, like integrity, you make me a liar, then me being an embezzler and a thief and an a-hole, it's all the same. They'll equivocate it out of you. No problem.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get back to the Enron thing. Man, somebody takes too many notes. Smartest guys in the room, 2005. Free with ads, links in the description. The bosses, the mature deceptions, and the wives' tales. Here we go. Yesterday, well, we were discussing this exact thing again. Somebody had said, well, when you're a teacher, you must do all these things. You absolutely must. You have to work off the clock. You must volunteer. And this is how it becomes a multi-generational lie, hubris, and nemesis. It might be. Go see Pulp Fiction. That's just your
And
pride
here's
effing
where
with
our
you.
here's
So,
where our fictional space opera is going to get at least a PG-13 rating, and the leading actor will tell them, and you can go kiss my ass.
yep. And so this is where I say multi-generational. When we're talking about teachers, oh, dag, I named him. Sorry, George. Well, anybody that went back and listened to yesterday would hear it. Teachers must volunteer for events, parent meetings, open closed schools. He had a whole list of all this stuff that teachers must do for free. And so I said, below, so where do people, kids, learn this bad, wrong mentality? Well, from their teachers. They learn it in real life from their parents who are self-enslaved and cheater unethicals. Go see everything I said yesterday about the fictional goof at the shop store. Well, if I don't do it, if I complained about it or tried to get paid fair, they'll just get rid of me and get someone who will do it, meaning work off the clock.
Yeah.
And blah, blah, blah. Could be worse. He didn't ask me to, kiss his pee-pee hole. Oh, could be worse, couldn't it? Whatever. So where do kids
And I'm gonna put this.
learn this crap from? Why do I call it multi-generational lies? Oh, because they learn it from their teachers and from their parents and from their grandparents. That you just got to do what the boss says do. Even if the boss didn't say it, we make up. See the one you were talking about, and I talked about it yesterday hypothetically?
Yes.
Just trying to please the boss or work it out for themselves that it might get the boss in trouble. I'm uh, and the boss sitting there going, what the F is going on? Who made this happen? You're the boss. True story. How the hell are they doing all this stuff? Because the one guy started doing it, and everybody else that loves and respects him, her, it, all of us co-worker peon people, peasants, we all just, why do we empathize with each other and look out for each other? Because we know we're all we've got between our lives, our little heads, and your foot on our head, boss. That's how boss employee relationships go. Your employees aren't your friends, and your boss ain't your friend.
Exactly.
But so in a parental role or siblings or whatever it is we do, if we break the law and do unethical, illegal, and immoral things in our life, you don't get to stand around
Uh,
if you're that person and say, wonder where my kids would have learned something like that. Because everything else about you is you making excuses, blame casting, denying that you are that person. You are that person. Now, so I just keep on saying, screaming into my void, stop it. Don't work
but
off
here's
the
where you're going to
clock.
yell at me. here's where you're going to yell at me because you know where I got this from. And I put the quote in the chat that basically describes exactly what I'm fixing to say.
Hang on.
I'm a former military person.
I don't care. I'm not going to yell at you. Go ahead. We follow orders or people
I'm
die. It's that simple.
D word.
Is a quote from the
It's that
1992 movie A Few Good Men. Huh. You can't handle the truth. Is that movie?
It is that movie.
The character, Colonel Jessup, says this line to Lieutenant Daniel Caffey. Okay, well, if you're in the United States Marines, risking your everything and
Or
your all
military.
to stand on the wall, the only thing standing between you and communism. That's a really good movie.
Great movie.
Then that's fine.
You know,
But you know what they
that-
all have?
That's where
An
I run it,
employment
my issue.
agreement. Yes, I understand, but yes, I understand.
I'll
And
admit it.
yes, I understand so. And I'm not yelling at you. We've been through this 100 times, and we say it lovingly and jokingly. Then get your ass back in the Corps. But you
I
can't
was never
drag
in the Marine Corps,
that,
damn it.
whatever, Army Corps of Engineers. Get yourself
No,
back inside the federal reservation, or don't come out here into my world, engine, with your crazy engine ways. Meaning, if you want to listen to this, because guess who has written rules and laws and codes of uniform justice and every other damn thing? The United
it is
States
a pretty
Army.
thick damn book. I've seen it. I've seen the Uniform Code of Military Justice book. That thing's thick as shit. It's a good
And
4 inches thick.
what do they call it if you're not where they told you in writing to be at the time they told you to be there? Absent without
Without leave.
leave. So if let's say you're whatever, new kid in school, right? Private first class, right? And it doesn't matter about the
now, yeah.
pay, because this is truly exempted salary pay. There ain't no overtime in the Army. Get over that.
Hell no.
You should have
Hell
read
no, there
that.
ain't.
You should have read that. You talk about salary is salary. You get paid what you get paid, and we can work you to death. We can. Guess why? Because you didn't sign up for an employer-employee contract agreement. You signed up to get killed for apple pie. Whether you get killed on the battlefield or killed in our training class, you signed up for it. You didn't read that contract? That's on you.
Or get killed after you're done doing that due diligence duty from all the disease that you ended up with.
Yeah, well, whatever. That's your problem.
But you
But
get
yes,
compensated after you get out.
I understand that. And if you want to
We'll
live
compensate
that
you.
life, then you better make GD sure, especially if you're going to be the one standing and calling yourself and holding yourself out as a supervisor to anybody else who's just a effing security guard in North Carolina. Then you better make sure that your DOD and your Uniform Code of Justice is in order so that they don't get mistreated. You better make sure that the
Exactly.
benefits and packages and every other GD thing in your private army is as good for them as it is for private first class, who, if you apply yourself and work your way up, you might retire at the end of 20 years. 20 years. And have full lifetime benefits of this, that, and you get hurt on this job, we're going to give you 80% of your pay forever for disability and cover all your medical and dental and your family's education expenses forever. In private, what? The hell did you just say? You see that Zuckerberg snapped his fingers and laid off $200 million worth of people that make 7 figures a year each?
Yeah.
They're effed. Because guess who's going to pay their mortgage next month? Nobody.
Yep. You are right about
So
that, sir.
it's fantastic, sir, if you have that kind of attitude, but you better be up there standing on Commander General 4-star boss's toes talking about, dude, I'm not going to affiliate myself with you because you run a crazy ass ship. This isn't how
I'm not
things
sitting
would
on your
work
bridge
in
of
the
your starship.
military. You're that piece of turd guy that when we get you out in the field, boss, we're gonna frag you up. They'll
Are we talking about somebody that we know in particular,
I'm talking about
fictionally
all of them.
speaking?
Now I'm talking about on every level, in every industry. And I'm just saying to you, sir, I understand, but if you're absolutely hung up in that and you can't go find yourself some of what I used to do it, I call it cooling off or crossing over training. Crossing over is for people that are just getting out, learning how to cool
Yeah.
the hell off and calm down. You are not in country anymore. And you
Yeah.
have no immunity. And you got no upstairs to back you up. You're all alone in this world of crap. Some of us have lived our whole life in it, so it's not so shocking to us. Yeah, and when we call
Yeah.
it cooling off training, is when you take military people and turn them into civilian law enforcers. That you don't get to fire shots through the engine block and warning shots. And, warning shots
Yeah.
through the windshield in the general area of the
Yeah.
noggin of the driver. You ain't got a guy up on the wall with a 50 or a 20 mic to make sure they don't get too close to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all man. It's understandable, sir, fully. And that's the good of this. Now,
Believe it.
instead of you and me talking about it with a couple other people that may or may not stick with it, we got it out. We're discussing it here on the onlines. Someone might happen
Yeah.
across it one day.
Forever.
Elizabeth might share it with somebody that's like, exactly last week or so, a congressperson or one of the Trump nominees said something about, if war is so American, how come we do not see Liz Cheney or Harris or Biden out there? We laughed extensively at the idea of those people on the front lines. I'll play, and I'm only going to play devil's advocate on the other side of that. Don't take it too
I'm sorry, Miss
personal.
Smith.
And George, if you're listening, don't get excited. I'm playing devil's advocate. We'll get back to it. Liz Cheney, Harris, Biden. We laughed extensively at the idea of those people on the front lines. God, even George Washington managed to have good clothes, a great horse, and weapon, and security for him in that war. I call that your cooling down the thoroughbreds when you do those things to train people to remove themselves from boot camp or real world civilian war. Yeah, and so here's the devil's advocate. We can play fair, except that it's not going to appear fair at the end of this. Yes, I know. Donald Trump is a coward. He draft dodgered. He uses family super money to get some kind of BS that they can't produce anymore. Don't tell me that there's a document filed somewhere in the government that they can't come up with it about his bone spurs in his feet, why he couldn't go serve in Vietnam like everybody else his age.
Yeah.
That's my devil's advocate, hardcore. Don't pick on Liz Cheney. She's a whammons. Well, I don't need no whammon next to me on the battlefield. Sorry, ladies. True story. I'm
Shit, I do.
willing. If you're looking
And
at her bum and
let me.
if you're looking at her girl parts,
Oh,
Bill, you're not going to be looking out there
no,
where the bad guys are.
no. Here's why I would much rather have the opposite gender of myself in that position. Goes back to what you said earlier in the stream today.
What that?
Their intuition.
Oh yeah, well, I want them around. I want them on the radio or the horn or whatever. But because of the risks of where America, and right now, other than secret squirrely stuff and skirmish stuff, And I understand we have one, like a high up. She went through some kind of magic thing so that she could go be like the Apex Delta Super Squirrels Navy SEALs, some kind of special forces war fighting woman, Bravo woman. If it was, I would rather have you next to me than nobody. Somebody who could survive the intense, tough training at all. But
Yeah.
there is whatever. Yes, I'm being smarmy, but because of where we go fight war, those people don't look at us the same. They stone
No,
each
they don't.
other to death if they like do something to a man's rear end,
Yeah.
including. But if a not, even an infidel man, they can't do something to your poop chute. But an infidel or not human person, not a human woman, it's not considered R word or anything else because that's not a human being.
Yeah.
They can R word her to death.
I
And
know.
that's why
Been
I
there.
would be up on my toes. Yeah, you've been over there. I would be up on my toes. It would make me nervous. I don't care if she was the woman who recently got into some kind of special forces, and recently means the last 5 to 8 years or 10 years, or it might have been 2 years ago. Woman passed special forces training. Has a woman ever passed? The true story of the first woman, G.I. Jane.
Yep.
Yes, I told you it could have been 8 years ago. Only four and a
A long
half.
time ago.
Yes, a woman has graduated from the Special Forces qualification course and earned a Green Beret. The first woman to graduate was in July 2020. I told you it was very recently. Ladybug, ma'am, super soldier, sir, yes, sir, I would lick your shoes. I've never been through the qualification course to earn a Green Beret. She is hella tougher than me. I promise you. But they
She's
won't
tougher than
R
me. I'll call.
word. Yeah, they won't R word me to death if we get captured over there. And to survive qualification course, I've been to simulated POW and I've been to the agency, some of the agency,
Alphabet soup.
yeah, the real agency.
That's what I call them.
Some of their,
Yeah.
you know, enhanced interrogation survival and do not provide them the information. Is that what they
Yeah.
call it? Resistance?
Uh,
Resist.
Hold
I
on.
wouldn't because I was
Survive, evade,
fear.
resist, escape.
Yeah,
Survive, evade, resist, escape.
that's still on paper army stuff. But there's like how you're supposed to be able to get shot with sodium pentothal and still fight it and shake it off. Shake it off. I wouldn't let them shoot me with nothing because I was working in a private contract sort of thing. I was not in the military and I was not in government employee at the agency. So I was like, hey, I work through a contractor. You mess with me and I can sue the hell out of you or my stupid contractor boss. So, oh, yeah, you don't need that part.
Yeah.
You ain't hurting me for me to go to work for you. I didn't sign that deal. So, yep,
Yeah.
there she is. If we were going
But
to fight with England or Germany or some other westernized, won't do that to women's. Hell yeah, gung ho, you and me. I don't care. You want me to call you sir? I've seen the Kurt Russell movie, Soldier.
we've seen Starship Troopers.
Yep, absolutely, 100%. I'll be the guy running right behind you, lady. Go. No,
Do
I'm
you
kidding.
want to know more?
Yeah. No, because I'd be afraid the people that can do that are a special breed, a special everything. That's why they call them special forces, and I don't mean short bus style. I mean,
Oh,
I bow upon
these are
my
them.
both knees and both of my hands and elbows flat on the floor at your feet. You people are crazy brave. I
You go
would,
back to what I said.
I joked about running behind her because I couldn't keep up with her, not even when I was young. Out of my league, and if we were
Right.
going anywhere where they wouldn't R-word you to death or cut your chest parts off, because they don't do that to men. They don't cut our pectorals off. I understand in certain regions, especially a whole continent called Africa, they are very likely to hack a woman's chest off with a rusty
Yeah.
machete. And that would be on my mind. It would distract me from being able to do my work if destiny had ever placed me side by side with. That's the only problem I have. If we're gonna go stand up and pretend that we're lining up like 1875, us against the Britons, and the generals are gonna sit up on the hill where the cannonballs can't hit them, and we're all gonna just shoot each other with muskets and cannons. Yeah. That's fine, because
Yeah.
they're not gonna do anything savage and Native American.
hmm
It's a good
But
tangent.
to my point, after you can do dot mill stuff on a short term and be able to come back fairly easy into non-dot mill life. You invest yourself into it after a while, and it weaves itself into who you are as a person, and not necessarily defines you as a person, but it becomes part of who you are. And you do have to unlearn a lot of that stuff, and that is very true. What you said is very true, but it's very difficult, even with the deprogramming, uh, best way to put it, type deal. And it took me a long time to get to where I am now.
Yeah, and it's not easy, especially when you can't find a boss who understands this at all. There's nothing special.
Yeah.
You work for enough private sector people. Which one of them has all this stuff down? Oh, none. We haven't found them yet. Let just running the damn company, let alone how do you deal with in a management and supervisory and training role people who have deeply conditioned military habits? Man, these people don't know that they have to have workman's comp insurance. What? Never mind all the rest of it. It's all good.
Yeah.
Yep. And so it does take us back to, but if the employees don't know, this is a huge problem. The boss, oh, to finish up the thing about playing devil's advocate, if I'm allowed to say that. I lost the chat.
Got it.
Hang on, let me find the chat again. Sorry, Elizabeth. We got on a roll. Congressman. I call that you're cooling down. I read that one. That all may be true, but he got shot in Butler. I think he learned a huge lesson about reality of standing up for what is right. My last accident, someone went down to make sure it was to keep people alive, an economy alive, not unaliving everyone and making nations so unsafe. People would rather come to America and work in fields or be sex trafficked or sell the kids to get away. Yeah, this man
Yeah.
wanting, and this is something that one day I'll figure out the right way to say it. Yeah, all this is leading to what do I learn from it? And that's why I didn't respond or say anything earlier when someone got upset and got name calling. And I didn't say, hey, don't call me names. If an a-hole, blah, blah, blah. Because we've agreed and we can get through it. This is all working through. We're learning and growing together. So another piece of this is understanding that we're all the world's most frustrated inarticulates. We don't get to say anything to anybody ever. This see why the freedom of the lifting of the private owners of all these social medias going, allowing us to say some words again, and we're all like, whatever. But yeah, true story. But me saying that I want my America to be better is not me saying America sucks, white racist. I didn't say that. I said I want this country to get better. And the only way we're going to get better is if we start speaking better and more realistically and honestly to each other. What someone else heard was white hater. Why? Because the vast majority of this country has answered everything that they have to say for their whole life with, you're wrong because you're white. So that's why I'm okay. It's better for us to work this out between ourselves than for them to get into that with somebody who's not friendly and friends and hopefully understanding and willing to apologize to each other, not with any qualifications, none of them bullshit fake apologies. Well, I'm sorry you took it that way. If you go back and listen to this stream, we never said that. I said, I'm sorry I said it wrong. And then I followed up and said again, I apologize for not saying it clearly. And then he said, well, I apologize if I misunderstood or took it wrong. And knowing that I keep saying, we're not going to apologize to each other. I had just said a little while before that we were unapologetically having a great discussion. But we are both, everybody's willing to, like, wait, we'll think about this later. And it's really important that, what did we learn from it? I learned again that this world has been very cruel to somebody. And that they are so frustrated, and it's just my word, frustrated inarticulates. Even when we have something to say, we get, what you have to say is meaningless and valueless because of what? Skin color? Because whataboutisms? So anyway, yeah, all that, and because I said, and I can sense, let me finish up the devil's advocate thing, and now this is Dean's advocate about the Cheneys, the ruling class, the Trumplicans, the Trumps. I apologize, Elizabeth. I shouldn't make fun of a politician, businessman that you admire. I shouldn't be name calling to him. Mr. Tomorrow. And I keep saying, and I'm not joking, it cannot come fast enough. I'm so anxiety riddled that some damn fool's going to do a thing while Joe Biden is still barely on life support. And we need somebody that can be got up and act with power and brains. And that poor old dude can't. Damn you, Kamala Harris. You should have 25th Amendment him. Damn all of you Democrats for not telling him back at get out of the election and let Kamala take over and get the hell out of that White House and let her have it. If you're not competent, according to the Democrats, to run for president next time, then you're not competent to be president this time. Here I went off on, let me jump back off my own soapbox I built for myself.
And I throw one thing in, and this is this is because it's funny,
Yes, please.
and in the 80s, Robin Williams, one of the greatest comedians who ever lived, was doing a bit and he was talking about Reagan. Or was it Cheney? It may have been. Anyway, it was Robin Williams talking, and he's talking about, how that was Reagan. He was talking about how, he was so robotic, and he was like, it's like they're working an effing Muppet. And then he's like, work the arms, you prick. Not just move the lips, work the arms, make him look real.
Yes. True.
And and I'm paraphrasing that, but I mean that was kind of what it was, and I don't remember which freaking special it was, but it was there. And I remember Reagan when I was a kid.
Yeah, and I don't know how to word things. So the devil's advocate thing and me saying something about Trump and his bone spurs and whatever. Here's let me advocate for myself. Do you believe in destiny? And here's my destiny thing. What the other people that I hate call manifest destiny. It's a very racist, genocidal philosophy of American presidents and congresses and bankers and billionaires of the time adjusted for inflation. Manifest destiny equals a matter of birth and circumstance. That's it. And when did you get past all your things? Anger, I may come across loud and stupid because I'm a loud and stupid guy, but that's just passion. I'm not angry. I don't give a damn.
Me getting past a lot of that stuff, I quite honestly, I'll never get like completely past it.
So
But
the
probably
answer
within the
is,
past
to me,
7-8 years, I've been able to deal with it and express it differently so that it doesn't come across negatively. If that made any sense.
I tried to put it on screen. It's not because that was his destiny, Luke. Because when you take everything else away, and I freely admit, do I wish I had all the money in the world like Donald Trump's and Elon Musk's and all that? Sure. We can all be jealous of balance sheets, but whatever. Nobody, nobody talks about Trump's father in any good way, even in the Trump family. Would you trade? I am asking myself, not anybody else. Would you trade a big pile of money for being abused by your father and never being able to measure up to the ghost of dad's impossible standards? No matter how high you get, and you just got that silly girl niece of yours out there mocking you in the universe about how Fred would hate what his son became. And she says those things because she knows that's the deep, deep dig. No matter how much of the good son Donald Trump was to his dad got rid of him and sent him off, practically bought the damn military school, which didn't work out. Fred really wanted Donald to get some sense knocked into him. But everybody was like, damn, that's Donald Trump. That's Fred Trump's son. And they made Trump the biggest bully. Ask everybody that was at the school with him. They're like, Donald Trump, that rich asshole. He was the biggest bully here. We all hated him. So it's cool. They went and found one or two that were like, come out and say Donald Trump was okay at military school. Yes. Would I trade that for some money? No, no, I think I'm okay. And everything else. It's his destiny. Why do we say it's, oh, well, it's the plan about every other damn thing in this world? Well, then that's the plan too. We should all enjoy it. Damn, Bill, did you see that statue some guy built for him? It's like the Rocky statue, but only with one arm up.
That's great.
True story.
Oh,
It's got the
by the way,
fight thing on it. So that's
look at your
why.
notes. You misspelled because.
Case he did. I didn't mean to. I got shipping
know.
confirmation. The new keyboard's
Tell-
on its way.
Hey, I was just trying to help you out, man.
Nancy herself said Reagan thought he was on a movie. Had no idea, she assured us on a talk show. She made the decisions with the help and advice of her Hollywood psychic. Robin was surely honest and right. Yep. True. And I think I'll be okay. I am kind of having anxiety. Please, Iran, no.
Be stupid.
Tomorrow night, flex. Because tomorrow night we'll flex back harder. We won't appease you. That why? That's
Another
like,
Robin Williams joke, but it was funny. Was when he was talking about the conflict I went to, 03 to God only knows when. I don't remember when it ended because I got out before then. But say we're gonna bomb you back to the Stone Age, and these guys were turning around looking at us and going, "Ooh, that's an upgrade." You know?
Yep.
Please do. That's what they're saying. Please do.
Yep. You're gonna bomb us back into yesterday? In Star Wars, they said blah 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 blah. I think. Let's find out. But I'm a true believer in that. And I hope Donald Trump finds himself somewhere in there saying, "What do I learn from this?" And what you learn from it, it's hard. What if he's just going with his gut, truly, honestly, the same way I say, when you're called out, you come out. What if him and everybody around him says, look at 77 million Americans said yes to you must be the president. Could they all be wrong, Donald? And he goes and he consults and his spiritual and his counselors and his religious advisors, and they say, it is your destiny, Mr. Trump. And so he's trying. Maybe he's imperfect. Maybe Joe R. Biden's imperfect. Maybe that's what it is. That, you know what? This is destiny manifest instead of the other way around. Then that's just my thing, Elizabeth. I mock him, I make fun of him. He's the president. I'm allowed to address or redress my government and its officials, especially the ones that held themselves out as. But I'm also the one who says, if I could get the money and get the chance to get near the people that are supposed to protect them, my life has led me in the way that would be the immediate team. It would be stupid for someone old and have been run over by a previous employer's father and don't have good use of a hip and a knee and a leg, maybe, allegedly, to be making stupid about, well, I'd work the team, go see the Clint Eastwood movie In the Line of Fire. I'm too old to be running next to that damn car. I'm too old to be standing around there playing meat shield. I can't move fast enough. If destiny blew along my way, you have got to get up there and protect this guy. And the only role we're going to give you is meat shield. I would do it, damn well do it. Because I'm a stupid patriot and it's the United States of America. And the president, regardless of what skin surrounds what spirit or not, the man or woman or human is not important. It's the office, and the office is represented by a single man. That's how our Constitution was written. I was never called, even when I did a million years ago, try to apply for that job. They were like, hell no. But yes, that's why. Let me make sure I got the quote right. I think Darth Vader told Bill, you might know without verifying. Wasn't it Darth Vader that says, "It is your destiny, Luke"?
Yes, it is. Return of the
Luke.
Jedi. It
Oh,
is
I said it
pointless to
backwards.
resist.
It's Luke. It is your destiny. Well, I had it
Yeah.
right. I just had the name at the end instead of at the beginning. Luke, it is your destiny. Period.
Yep.
Star Wars. Which one is it?
I wanted to say it was Return of the Jedi.
It's got to be because
Almost
it's saying
positive.
when it was in. No, it's the second one.
It's Empire?
I think so. Oh, he said it twice. He did say it. He said it when he was telling him it was he was your father, and he said in the third one, Vader actually said, "Luke, you can destroy the Emperor. He has foreseen this. It is your destiny." So Empire Strikes
I
Back
knew I heard it
and
in Return.
it was Empire Strikes Back
Sorry.
and Return of the Jedi. So he
Yeah.
said it
Because it's
twice.
the one you don't like with the Darth Snuggle Bear.
Yes. Star Wars, 4, 5, and 6. Sort of, kind of. So anyway, Elizabeth, I hope that helps. It helps you understand. We can poke fun at them. I joke about all of them, and were they given chance? Here's what Bill Clinton's destiny is. You and Hilarious cannot say, "Oh man, did anybody besides me notice that when she ran for president against Obama, she registered Hillary.us, Hilary us."
No, I never
I
noticed
noticed.
that.
And
Of course,
then
I
when
really didn't
everybody
care either, but
realized what that said, they dumped it. But anyway, Donald Trump has never done anything as vile as William Jefferson did in my White House. He may have done some stuff. He may have said some words that other people don't like. I still will posit in my opinion that's probably wrong, America, I know. Donald Trump didn't go walk his ass into the Capitol on January 6, 2021 at all. Whether or not the Secret Service would allow he wanted to go there or not, I don't care about any of that. He didn't do it. Every individual who went in that building is responsible for their own damn selves. And they all need to be glad that I had nothing to do with the security and law enforcement protecting that building that day. That's funny, since her moo appearance, she has been even lower, in my opinion, if that was possible.
I want you to do me a favor, Dean, so you can see this while we're on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Open that link up I put in the chat because you're gonna laugh because you'll love it.
In which chat? Did you put it in the Discords?
No, in the YouTube chat.
I don't see the link. There's direct messages. What about my...
One right above Miss Elizabeth's. That's funny since her moo appearance. It's there.
Right above? I see
Well, that's how it shows on mine.
that is great funny, but again, true. It's not showing me the link. Go to channel, pin message, report, hide user. No.
Okay, so I'll just paste it again and hit send. And there, now I know it's there.
Got the chat
May have
box
to
up
scroll
on
down.
screen. It's all the way at the bottom. Up, down. But you can see at 9:38 p.m. Bill Hughes. That is great funny, but again, true. And no
Yeah.
link.
How the hell did it? I don't know why I didn't do it. It's showing on mine. It's a link to a website. That's all right. I know how to do that too.
It must be, see, this is another thing. Guess what we just figured out? It must be blocked by YouTube for some reason. Is it offensive?
Oh, that's okay, because I can. No.
But
I can put it in the Discord chat. You can pull it up there too.
Yeah, let me go to my server. Put it in the
All right, now I
server
gotta
in the
find the damn
Destiny
chat.
hashtag where you put the Batman Who Laughs link.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, it's pasted there.
Yep,
Aha! Bet it
right
worked there.
Darth Vader bear.
Awesome.
Computers. Communication age. Look how difficult it is to try to communicate. It is a plushie. What is it?
Yes.
It's a plushie.
It's a plush bear. Yes. You'll
Only
love
one
it.
left.
It's
$60.
great.
I ain't. Even if I was rich, I
You'll
don't
love
think
it.
I'd
It's
buy
great.
one. I want to see pictures.
The other reason I'm saying it is because you talk about the snuggle bear
Yeah.
and stealing socks and everything, and then we came up with Darth Snuggles.
Darth Snuggles.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Holy cow. This thing is awesome. It looks kind of knitted.
Too funny to me.
Man, they put some work into that thing.
Yeah,
No sponsor, not or whatever. Etsy, you're next. Is Etsy the Chinese company that
I don't know.
now everybody's squawking about? All the foreign-owned companies, because of TikTok, are gonna get KIA'd and unable to work in America. Oh my God.
You're going to save that now, aren't you?
The Snuggle Bear. It's in the Discord forever. What did you call
Snuggles
him?
lives. Darth Snuggles.
Darth Snuggles Plushie at Etsy.
Oh gosh.
Oh my gosh. Now, what were we on? What were we on? Tying it all together, wrapping it up. The insurances, the everything. Oh, the teacher stuff. Again, George and all that jazz. Don't let what may have been once upon a time, or the idea that the teachers all run around saying how much they give of themselves. Maybe you do. But here we go. The last of the Mohicans. Oh, I mean, the last of the, oh yeah, that. Again. Checklist ties together for today. I guess I should timestamp it. What time is it on Earth? 07. 13:07. Teachers must, double hard brackets, not work off the clock. Seeing it missed teachers because new keyboard inbound. at the North Carolina legislature. Go. And you can just ask Google Bar. But this is again the mature deception, just like that cop. He was forced to what? Work overtime? He was forced to work. Somebody held a G word to his head and said overtime or unalived. But the overtime got him unalived. Okay, so maybe no. Not only can teachers hang on. Let me find it. I made notes. I put them in a checklist. We're going to skip all the fluff because law is full of fluff and has severability. See number 18A on page 4 of 14. OHN note. Don't let people's old, they call it wives' tales, legends, rumors, and don't get all puffed up that, well, if you volunteer 40 hours this week, I'm going to volunteer 45 because I'm the better coworker, employee, best ever teacher. Where we at? What am I looking for? On page 4 of 14, see number 18, small letter A. This is what the school board must do by law, or they will be disbanded as a school board and the state will just take the damn thing over. You must adopt rules and policies. Both of these require writing, limiting the non-instructional duties of teachers. Local boards of education shall adopt rules and policies. That means writing, limiting the non-instructional, see, they're just saying it again, duties assigned to teachers. A local board may temporarily suspend the rules and policies for individual schools upon finding that there is a compelling reason for why a school teacher should be doing something like what? Mopping the floors? Taking out the trash? Volunteering at the sports games? Don't believe for a minute. Why should these policies and rules not be implemented? These rules and policies shall ensure that teachers with initial certification are not assigned extracurricular activities unless they request the assignments in writing. That's all I care about. Why? Because the government of North Carolina understands even our low IQ government, whether or not they copy pasted this from some other state that has higher IQs or less lead in their waters or something. Unlike our 74C, that is copy paste from Hades. However they came by this, it makes sense to me. Yay, North Carolina, catch somebody doing right. North Carolina, you did right. At least on paper. None of you do these things. See George defending vehemently that you just got to do what you're told when you're a teacher. No, that's the bad practice. If you teachers would throat punch your principals and assistant principals for telling you that garbage, I mean, fictionally in a video game, then you wouldn't be having these problems and these misconceptions. And it's not 1990X, 201X. They didn't start publishing these things online in any form of accuracy in North Carolina until approximately 2014. We haven't been that long, maybe 12, since you could easily access the ncledge.gov enacted current. They try to keep it purposely difficult. So no, unless you request it in writing, the teacher theirself. Why? Because all governments of all states and everything in this country knows When people have spent their time and effort and energy and their destiny allowed them to get through those years of crappy college that they have to go through to get a teacher's certificate, they've paid their dues. They are teachers. If they are not teaching officially in their official hours and schedules in their classroom, then they need to be tutoring. One-on-one, very special stuff. Everything else is fluff and puff, and I don't want to hear how, well, in 1812, there used to be a little schoolhouse with 4 school kids, and the school marm was the. Then jump yourself back in your damn time machine and get back to wherever the hell it is you're talking about. But I'm talking about 2025 in the United States of America. You may not. Because even North Carolina, that I destroy our government more than any other for how not smart they are, is smart enough to have this in writing. Hey, teacher, I need you to submit me a request of why you think you need to be in there scrubbing that toilet. Or selling hot dogs at the hot dog stand. Or you mean you cannot use your advanced education and very hard-earned certification to go try to teach? Maybe we should revoke that damn thing. And then here's true story. Read this carefully. Letter A at 18A. Unless they request the assignments in writing and that other non-instructional duties assigned to these teachers are minimized, comma. So these teachers have an opportunity to develop into skilled professionals, such as maybe the teacher can become the vice principal or the principal of the school. Why would you rather have a principal having been a teacher? Because they know what the teachers are going through. It's not some Ivy League biz school administrator a-hole who don't care what the teachers have done or how they can't empathize with teachers because they're a B school guy.
Mm-hmm.
The non-instructional, this is very important. Letter C, guess what letter B says? Repealed in 2015,
Repealed.
which is why I put in my notes until, I don't know, I don't care. I was not a teacher. I don't have children's. None of this bothered me. George used to be a school teacher. He still is a very good teacher. He taught me all about this. Repealed by Session Laws 2015. So what he was saying yesterday may well have been true at the time that he was busy working. This Session Laws repealed means the court said, oh, hell and no. So they got called into session to file the repealed into the state legislator documents. That's what that means in North Carolina. The court said, bye. Eventually. So letter C, the non-instructional duties of all teachers are limited to the extent possible, given, here we go, federal, state, and local laws, rules, that's administrative codes, policies, that's the in-house, either the local school board or the local school unit itself, and that the non-instructional duties required of teachers are distributed equitably among employees. So that's all that? No, they cannot do all this and all that and all this and all that. What if teachers, instead of selling hot dogs or playing referee at the little softball game, that the city's making money off of by eating up the ballpark. Why wouldn't the teacher be better off either catching up with their grading work or something? Except they shouldn't be, because here we go. Extent federal, state, and local laws. We already looked it up several times. It is illegal for you to work off the clock. Teachers are not contractors. They cannot take their work home with them. All you teachers in North Carolina, stop it. You're all unethical, immoral, lawbreakers, and you are teaching our students that if you can get away with it, so can they. Your actions teach a hell of a lot louder than your lie words. Teachers, what are you teaching our children besides all that other smut you scumbags are doing to the kids? You know, I mean, you crazy woke left liberal tranny festerers. Always being satirical. I love you, teachers. You do a good job. Nobody knows the trouble you've seen. As long as I know if you're breaking the law, the rules, and the policies or ordinances, and what you're doing is unethical and immoral. Whatever. And the other
Sorry.
one was, yep, me too. I'm almost ready for eat and sleep. We're getting there.
Or
And then we got
Lava
page C, number 25 on page 5/14. I talked over you. What did you say, sir?
Lava Lantula.
Yeah. Oh, man. It is so much on my mind. 25. This is what the school board must do. Notice that this says, and the locals have to do it. The state ain't helping them. The federal government is not helping them. Every local school board and every local school has to do this all by their lonesome self. To secure liability insurance, local boards of education are authorized to secure liability insurance as provided in GS 115C-42, which says that they cannot open the school unless the liability insurance is in place and in good standing, so as to waive their immunity for liability for certain, here we go again, negligent acts of their employees. You see, once you provide, now they're trying to cover. So just in case your teacher's working off the clock, and then that teacher touches a child inappropriately, but they weren't clocking and logging their duties and activities, right? They were just helping out at the ball game. Well, that would be negligent. What's negligent about it? The fact that the local school board did not train and supervise their teachers that you may not be here off the clock. And we may not let you do that without seeing your request in writing and responding to you with in a way that is approved by our private liability insurance company to cover us for the errors and omissions of including negligence. It's negligent for a principal to say, "Oh, well, you're a teacher at school. Go hallway monitor. The hallway monitor is out sick or whatever." And the teacher say, "Well, you mean just go do it?" "Yeah." And then so teacher wanders down that hallway and doesn't even do something bad. It was negligent of the principal or administrator or somebody else or another teacher. "Hey, blah, blah, blah. I've got all this and I've got all my paperwork filed and I really have to pee. Will you cover for me for a minute?" That's the time when some kid's going to make an accusation. And who was negligent? Everybody. Guess who ain't paying for it? The taxpayers. The school has to file with their liability insurance, and if that doesn't work out, then they broke their qualification for immunity, and the school and the taxpayers ain't paying for it. That administrator, that person who acted negligently, it's all on them. Go ahead. Don't take it serious. It could have never happened to me until it does. Yep. It's very important. Understand all that stuff. You working off the clock breaks your qualified limited immunity as an employee of the government. Now that's coming to your house, your children, your significant others, your puppy dog, paw, families. You put them at risk because you said, well, they told us in the old storybooks that teachers just gotta give it their all. You don't. It's just a job like any other. They can force you to do nothing. And if you work over 40 hours, they owe you time and a half overtime. Even if you meet the other blah, blah, blah salaries. Go back and listen to all of yesterday, and let me say it again today. Salary means that whether or not you work 0 to 39.99999 hours, you get paid 40 hours. End where we started. But once you enter
Sorry
into
about that.
It
Had
barely
to take a phone
interfered.
call.
Yep. Once you enter into that 41st hour, you are entitled, obligated, bound by law to be paid time and a half. 1.5 times the North Carolina Department of Labor says, and they have a fancy workout sheet that says if your salary is this much per annum, you divide it by projected 2,000 hours worked per annum. That's 40 hours by 50 weeks because you're supposed to be entitled to at least 2 weeks off without pay. But government
Yeah.
employees sometimes get those weeks with pay. So if you make $50,000 a year,
Wish I could.
per year equals, I can't math right now, I'm tired. Calculator. That's your salary, no matter how they divide it up and how they segment your payments. If you teachers make 50,000, you can shut up about that. We don't get paid in the summer. You have an election. You can have your money over 12 months or over 9. It's your pick. I think it's 10 or 12 in North Carolina. $50,000 divided by 2,000 hours means $25 per hour. Sounds like a lot of money until you find out. Damn, that's not a lot of money.
Yeah. Oh,
And most teachers in North Carolina, in the rural areas like where I'm at, they have enacted since about 2018 or 17 what they call statewide uniformity, trying to lure some of the better teachers or any teachers at all out of the big cities into the rurals. And same with cops. North Carolina has what we call statewide uniformity. They don't care where you are. Unless the local school board changes it, we have a set pay scale based on your certain list of stuff. I know many teachers who've got whatever 22, 25, 27 years in that make around this. Because when they started, that was hella lower. 50,000.
yeah.
But that's only $25 an hour. Only. So that's good. And it does attract. We can get struggling teachers out of a big city like Durham who also have to fear for their safety more than they come to a little tiny podunk like Dunn. Cost of living is about half. They get the same pay, and the personal safety risk is slightly lower.
Yeah, slightly.
Any week that this is as a teacher, we'll put it, teachers salary, hypothetically, 50,000 a year equals $25 an hour. Any week that you work 41 hours entitles you to, and I've looked at this so many times, it's up there at the NC Department of Labor website, but here I am doing it again, because how many times do we got to repeat a thing? As many as it takes. Hold on 1 second. All right.
I was going to tell you real quick that I texted a link to my leading lady in our intergalactic space opera, a link to this YouTube channel so that she could watch some.
Yay. And calculator, clear, 25 times 1.5 equals 3750. And 3750 times 1 equals, you'll get your average if you get your pay. Let's just say they get it on a government once a month schedule. You cannot in North Carolina, no matter what your story is, you cannot get your pay other than on cops, teachers, firefighters, ambulancers. They get paid once a month. So 25 times 40. But let's just say they give you weekly settlements. Maybe they do these days. I don't know. I should have probably looked it up before I started saying it. 25 times 40 equals $1,000 plus. Well, when you do it that way, now it sounds like a lot of money again. Not really.
But it
But
ain't.
no, it's really not. Plus, I don't even have to math that one. Equals $1,037.50 gross for that week. You get your overtime for that hour. If you don't do it, you are a tax cheater and a lawbreaker. And that's what you are teaching every one of your students. You know what? F the tax man. You know what else? F all the other laws. You know what else? F ethics. You know what else? F morals. I'll do what I want to.
I do what I want. I do
Yeah.
what I want.
And then remember, when you wonder why won't these kids obey the rules? Why won't these kids obey the laws? Who could they possibly have learned all this mal and misbehavior from? You. Because some legendary wives' tale horror story of how you teachers have to do all this horrifying stuff for free. No, you don't. You don't have to do anything for free. And what did you teach me this far? That I'm still hearing this garbage from you. And not just you. Scroll back. You know who I hear it from real loud and proud? The dead man that tells no tales. He is yelling into the winds of all the universes. Or, other than me, I don't know anybody else that cares, remembers, or cares to remember about poor, sad. I can't even think of the guy's name. See how far I've gone in this? We've covered a lot of ground. Man, we did good. Ryan Clinkunbroomer or Clinkunbroomer or Deputy Ryan. I hope it went quick. I hope he didn't. If you've never been under that kind of stress and seriously thinking, having time to have thought, oh, I'm dying, or oh, help me, deity, I'm dying. This is it. This is the end, my only friend. I hope he didn't have, because every one of those seconds is an eternity. But the problem is I can imagine, I really don't know, is that every one of the rest of the seconds for the rest of his beautiful family, his mother, his father, his fiance, I don't know if he had siblings. See, that's how little the news cares. Does he have siblings? I don't know. Cousins that were really close? Bros in the department? Man, it's just like, what? Yeah, whatever. Caught around. Peace out. Forced to work overtime to his DOA. No, man, it's for Ryan, the beautiful family. Now I don't remember if it's Bethany or Brittany, the fiance. Every
That one
second
was
of the
probably Brittany.
every second of the rest of their lives is going to be full of the grief of somebody who's lost somebody. Because fiance Brittany Lindsey, this guy was new. He was the new guy. I understand what they're saying, why would he feel this way? Because all the old people say, you must. And him being a young do-gooder, I'm going to give all the credit. This guy didn't go into law enforcement because, man, behind the badge and the blue line, we can be the real bad guy. Let me give him every possible. Let me try to be, for a moment, optimistic and not claim it into fiction, because he's a really good guy. He was. And all he was trying to do was help save and protect the city and the county. He was a county deputy, so the whole county is a big place full of a hell of a lot of 9.663 million people, trying to help them feel a little bit of safe and security, that somebody is out here in the world trying to stand between you and danger. And right enough, if you don't want a speeding ticket and don't want the cops to claim speeding ticket no quotas, but they got to raise money somehow, then don't speed. Get your speedometer checked and fly by wire, set your cruise control or something. They are supposed to. They get a lot more teaching and training in that on some slow days, and we might do a no tolerance 1 over policy. Pull them over, write them a ticket, move on. It's the business of policing.
Ooh.
Ooh. So what we learn from all that is the same thing we're learning from all the rest. You know your rules. Know yourself. A man's got to know his limitations. Don't listen to other people saying stuff. How many LASD deputies are there? Block
I'm
9.
looking at the.
I'm sorry,
Go
what?
ahead, Dean. I'm sorry. I was going to just say, looking at the YouTube chat, my
Yeah.
leading lady has now said hello
Oh, hang on.
in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I shuffled all the screens. Hang on. Oh, we got to
No,
get
you're
this
good,
right.
brother. Yeah, we good.
Go away, silly nanner. Cucumber. Code name M
Yeah,
Hugs. I
yes.
hope you don't mind me saying out there. Let's say hi, MALENA. Blam. Answered in the chat. Did I do good, Bill? Did
I
I do
see
good?
this. Dude, you're already on your stuff, man.
It took me
Oh, this is
forever to get
great.
that dag Discord window out of the way. Like, remember I said I don't have enough big screenery. Everything is laying over each other.
That's
So the
cool.
Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has approximately 9915. Tell you what's funny. Let me tell you a funny story. When I worked with them, not for them, it was under a contract, ended up being under a contract, not in a sworn position. Even though I did go to the whole academy and do intake and field training in the green, in the brown, in the drab. It was something. But in total, they have about 18,000 employees. Back in the day, total, 30 years ago, 30, man, that was 1989, 90, and 91.
Oh God.
32 to 35 years ago, they had 8,800 total employees. Big difference. These 18,000 people out, this is the true story of it. Is there one of those 18,000 employees that would dare to say you do not have to work that overtime? Please don't. We need you. We need you up on your toes. I mean, if you're just having a damn good day and you want to work overtime, holla on the radio. Hey, can I stay over a few hours? But work, I think it said somewhere in one of the things I read, he'd been on for almost or over 24 hours with zero downtime. And just so happy to have you, Melina. Oh, maybe we should be quiet in case work is listening. It's that other one. Don't know who that is. That's Sky Hugs. Mom gave her the password. Yeah, that's the ticket. Unless it, of course, is allowed
Oh,
and
she's watching
authorized.
too.
No. I'm saying in case the bosses came across this. Unless, of
Oh
course,
no,
you
they're good.
have in writing that company wide and particularly at whatever working you're at working, that is allowed in the standard operating procedure manual in writing. But yay, because we're just wrapping it up anyway. Because I got me a tarantula, a volcanic
She
tarantula
goes in my
movie.
ear.
What in the
Lava
world?
lentula.
Lava lentula. So, oh my gosh.
I
So yes, all
can't
those
believe I
things.
actually suggested that you're gonna do it. I can't believe that.
Man, thank you, Bill. You got me something to do tonight that is not going to make me go mired further deep into this madness that I always find myself in.
No, you're probably going to want to sit there and mire deep into the stupidity of that movie.
That's all right. And I'm hoping and praying and everything else that either it's so bad it's good or that it's so good it's good.
It's so bad, it's good.
There you go. Man, I already said it gets a huge win for me because because man, that name is fantastic. And sorry if we repeated too many things or activated or upset anybody. We all got over it with each other and we were having fun and it's still fun. And we'll do these things again and we'll make it fun without making fun in a mean spirited way. Everything we say, except for my stuff
Yes.
about those sheriffs in Harnett County that ain't got right with the house and leave me in fear from KIA or cops, but I'm saying it out here. You guys you're hearing into the universe. You better get right with the house. Not that I would ever do anything, but if you don't get repented, the realm of Hades for you. And listen to the voice ever going away. There's no tribute page. I've searched everywhere. There is nothing. The sheriff's department ain't got nothing. It's as if, and it's very easy to do in a very busy, overpopulated world, country, whatever. Very rapidly forgotten to the sands of time. Ryan, I can't say that last name, Deputy Ryan, forever. Until YouTube gets rid of my channel. You are hopefully honored and remembered. Not too bad, sir. And family, everybody else, I have never, ever known quite the right words or the right words at all. I just stand there and shut up and look stupid. Even when I had to do the door knocks. Are you Mrs. So-and-so? Pull a little card out of your pocket. I never did well with the card. I would think up something, knock the door, and say it. Every single time. One time when the woman's eyes watered just so and things like that, trying to do a family notification for a law enforcement officer. Just something, the sound she made, the grief, the watery eyes that wouldn't tear. It's like, how many gallons of tear are going to pile up on that bottom eyelid? I got the card out of my pocket. I regret to inform you. Everything went out of my mind. What are we, fight or flight animals? Oh, hell no. Freeze and think if we're lucky. Freeze every time.
Yep.
So we were going to say 751. Oh, and I wrote a 4 instead of a 5. At the 10:32 p.m. Eastern. One more Deputy Ryan and company. No words except to only to Deputy Ryan. I have nothing for anybody else. I am not worthy except Ryan. I remember you and I hear you. I hope that makes sense to anybody besides me, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm an enigma man wrapped in a riddle, shrouded in myth. Everybody else, good night. I saw the
Good night,
chat.
y'all.
I saw the chat. Let me
All right.
say, let me type it in chat. Good night. How I always end these things, Bill, is like an old, remember the old TV shows? And they might still do it on new TV shows. When you get to behind the scenes, especially when they were going to have like the president or somebody speak live to the nation, they would say, going live in 5, 4, 3, and then they show them 2 fingers silently and 1 finger silently, and then they'd make a fisty to count 0 and we're live.
Mm-hmm.
It just happened that way. For whatever reason, I did it the first time, so I've tried to keep doing it for 40 more times. That's how I count myself out instead of counting myself on, because no one could hear that. So I say,
the only thing is, before we end the thing, how do I end it once we're done?
yeah, I'll get to that once it's done recording.
Okay.
For anybody else who needed that question answered, in the Discord program, there is what looks like a telephone icon. If you hover your mouse over it, oh, I can't get my Discord to come back up. If you hover your mouse over it, it says disconnect. So anyway, let's get it off of the YouTube. Elizabeth said good night. Good. Everybody got good night and everybody said good night. Oh, for tomorrow, Elizabeth, if nothing else, if I can't find a safe that we can share it all on stream, then we'll do the whole count on our fingers where we all agree that we're all watching.
One is the middle finger.
Yeah. Count to one in the middle of your hand. So we could all be watching the inauguration thing. And if we have something to say about it, we just say it. And you could just type yours in the chat. And anybody who's here on the Discord can say whatever. And we'll kind of do just yippee yapping and keep it very light. We did a lot of deep work today. Let's take tomorrow off and do inaugurations. Hopefully it stays safe up there in Washington, D.C. Maybe we'll hear a little something about the Tick-Tock. And we'll talk about some movies and actors and stuff like that.
We shall review Lava Lantula.
Oh, that
At one
is going to
point.
happen tomorrow. Absolutely. Free on YouTube.
I gotta wait. Just gotta wait for it to get off work.
Yep. All right. Let's get the heck out of here because I got to go eat some. My wifey cooked me something tasty and hot to eat. I'm going to go eat. M hugs, Bill hugs, Elizabeth, anybody else listening, George, everybody. Have a very good night. Get some good sleep. We got a big day in America tomorrow. We get a new president. Yay!
All right.
It's the changing of the guard. So we are going to main screen turn off in 5, 4.